الله هو الرحمن الرحيم الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار
المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم
القابض الباسط الخافض الرافع المعز المذل السميع البصير الحكم العدل
اللطيف الخبير الحليم العظيم الغفور الشكور العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيت
الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود المجيد الباعث الشهيد
الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحصي المبدئ المعيد المحيي المميت الحي القيوم
الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الأول الآخر
الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البر التواب المنتقم العفو الرؤوف مالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام
المقسط الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير
اللهم صل أفضل صلاة على أسعد مخلوقك سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوم.
Yeah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. واتل عليهم نبأ إبراهيم إذ قال لأبيه وقومه ما تعبدون قالوا نعبد أصناما فنظل لها عاكفين قال هل يسمعونكم إذ تدعون أو ينفعونكم أو يضرون قالوا بل وجدنا آباءنا كذلك يفعلون قال أفرأيتم ما كنتم تعبدون أنتم وآباؤكم الأقدمون فإنهم عدو لي إلا رب العالمين إذ قال لأبيه وقومه ما تعبدون قالوا نعبد أصناما فنظل لها عاكفين قالوا نعبد أصناما فنظل لها عاكفين قال يسمعونكم إن تدعون أو ينفعونكم أو يضرون قال هل يسمعونكم إن تدعون أو ينفعونكم أو يضرون قالوا بل وجدنا آباءنا كذلك يفعلون قال أفرأيتم ما كنتم تعبدون أنتم وآباؤكم الأقدمون فإنهم عدو لي إلا رب العالمين الذي خلقني فهو يهديني والذي هو يطعمني ويسقيني وإذا مرضت فهو يشفين والذي يميتني ثم يحييني والذي أطمع أن يغفر لي خطيئتي يوم الدين رب هب لي حكما وألحقني بالصالحين واجعل لي لسان صدق في الآخرين واجعلني من ورثة جنة النعيم واغفر لأبي إنه كان من الضالين واغفر لأبي إنه كان من الضالين ولا تخزني يوم يبعثون يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون واغفر لأبي إنه كان من الضالين ولا تخزني يوم يبعثون يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم صدق الله العلي العظيم.
In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful Lord, I begin by praising the Almighty Lord, a Lord who created the dimensions of time and space, and a Lord who is much more grand than to be constrained and captured by the very two dimensions that He Himself created. I praise the Lord, for I see His majesty in the perfection of the creation that surrounds us. I praise the Lord, for I see within the sciences of physics, chemistry, biology, His undeniable omnipotence. I praise the Lord of the universe for creating mankind and for gifting us with the power of the intellect and endowing upon us the faculty of the freedom of choice. And it is ultimately based on the choices that we make in this world that our hereafter shall be determined. I am forever and eternally grateful to the merciful Lord who appointed for us prophets and saints, through whom we are able to understand and learn the purpose of our existence. Prophets from Adam to Noah, from Abraham to Moses, and from Jesus Christ to Muhammad, peace be upon him and his progeny. And I send peace and blessings upon the Holy Prophet Muhammad's successors and divinely appointed guides, the first of them being Imam Ali, the son of Abu Talib, and the final one being the awaited Mahdi, who shall reappear and reemerge at the end of time, together with Jesus Christ, and fill the earth with peace, blessings, and prosperity. Having said this, my respected audience, salam alaikum and peace be upon you. I am honored to sit in front of you today and introduce to you a divinely appointed saint who stood up in a revolution and provided a sacrifice the likes of which human history has seen no parallel. A revolution so pure and a revolution so powerful, it has continued to inspire mankind for the last 1,383 years. A revolution of love and the revolution of liberation that has inspired the likes of Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela and Edward Gibbons, to say the least. A revolution which has been commemorated and continues to be commemorated by millions of people across the globe for the last 13 centuries. They revere and they commemorate and they bring to life this revolution in all their different and unique manners of expression through their cultural affiliations, with all their passion and all their intensities. And this, ladies and gentlemen, gathering which we are present in today is yet another testimonial to the grand legacy of that revolution that took place 1,383 years ago. Imam Hussain was a 7th century saint who stood up in a revolution, and as a result, he was brutally massacred in the desert plains of Karbala, which is a southern city in present-day Iraq. Together with his family members and his band of 72 loyal companions, each and every one of them were executed in the worst manner conceivable. No one survived, not even his 6-month-old infant, who was brutally, or whose life was brutally brought to an end when his tender throat was slit with a 3-pronged arrow. This innocent 6-month-old infant then went on to symbolize a blood-stained rose that was nipped in its bud by those who represented the darkest shades of evil and tyranny. Not only was Imam Hussain and his companions martyred and executed and killed in the plains of Karbala, but after having been killed, their bodies were trampled upon by the horses of the enemies. Their decapitated heads were lodged on spears and paraded in 59 towns and cities across present-day Iraq and Syria. And to add more to that, the women and the surviving children of Imam Hussain were taken as hostages, taken as prisoners and captives, and together with the severed heads lodged on spears, they too were paraded across these 59 cities and towns until they were brought to the seat of the Umayyad dynasty that lay in present-day Damascus. It is important for us to ask ourselves, why was this man persecuted to such a barbaric extent? What values did he stand up for? What threats did his revolution pose such that it was received with such violence and such brutality? What values and core principles did the revolution of Imam Hussain contain such that it generated a response of violence at the highest level of brutality by the ruling power of the time? Ladies and gentlemen, for the time that has been allocated to me, and to set the foundation for the upcoming talks and speeches, I would like to, by way of index, shed light on some of the eternal values and principles for which Imam Hussain stood up in revolution. And as a result, he ultimately sacrificed his life such that you and I would be able to seek inspiration generations later. And when I say eternal values and eternal principles, as you will see over the course of our talk, that these values for which Imam al-Hussein sacrificed his life are values that transcend space and time and are as applicable to us in this day and age as they were back in the 7th century. From the reasons and the principles and the values for which Imam al-Hussein stood up for in revolution against the oppressive regime of the time. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, Imam Hussein stood up in revolution to protest against oppression and corruption in general. However, he stood up in revolution and ultimately sacrificed everything that was dear to him, including his own life, to protest against corruption and oppression in the name of religion. You will find that within the 61st year after the migration of the Holy Prophet from Mecca to Medina, more popularly known, or a term more popularly known amongst Islamic historians and within the wider Muslim public, a form of a calendar which is marked as after Hijrah, similarly to what we have within the Gregorian calendar, where we say AD, after death, as in after the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, or BC, before Christ. Similarly, within Islam, we have the calendar which is marked after the event of the migration of the Holy Prophet from the city of Mecca to the city of Medina in present-day Hijaz, known as AH, after Hijrah. 61 years after Hijrah, give or take 1,383 years ago, the Islamic lands, the Islamic empire was ruled by the Umayyad dynasty. The Umayyad dynasty, which had committed heinous crimes executed the masses, exercised violence and brutality to the highest extent, and branded a violent brand of politics in the name of Islam. And you find over here that the political injustice that was carried out by the Umayyad dynasty was being branded under the name of Islam, such that they showcased and sabotaged the pure original Muhammadan values of Islam and the pure teachings of Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his progeny, as one that was marked by violence and bloodshed and intolerance. And you find that human history has witnessed since the beginning of time the manipulation of religion and the manipulation of divine law. Look through all world religions and you will find numerous examples of violent conquests, genocides, mass discrimination, political oppression, and the suppression of freedom in the name of religion. The pure and merciful words of the Lord that were supposed to ensure a prosperous life for man on earth became the very tool of damnation and violence on earth. And you find that Imam Hussain in the 7th century stood up to oppose this form of movement. You look at the Umayyad dynasty at the time, they had plundered the wealth of the nations. They had justified, or they tried to justify, conquests and invade neighboring territories neighboring civilizations in the name of spreading the religion. And you find this trend throughout history, be it from the Crusaders or so on and so forth. Imam Hussain stood up on the plains of Karbala to protest against the corruption and the manipulation of men who claimed to be guardians of the divine law and guardians and custodians of religion. And you notice that as a result of the damage and as a result of the bloodshed and violence that changed the course of human history, man came to a point where they separated state from religion. And in fact, having a state led through religious governance is actually perceived as a state that cannot live with democratic values. Imam Hussain in the 7th century stood up to oppose this sort of rulership and this sort of manipulation in the name of religion. And you have some of these values by way of example. Imam Hussain, being the successor of the Holy Prophet of Islam, was divinely appointed to uphold the values of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his progeny. And you find from these values, when it came to political governance, you find that in the Islamic history, that when the Holy Prophet of Islam established his government in the city of Medina and extended the government to the city of Mecca, which was known for its opposition, and they actually exiled the Holy Prophet violently out of Mecca. But as Islam grew in its traction and the peaceful spreadings of the Holy Prophet of Islam spread to the different corners of Hijaz, and ultimately the blessed city of Mecca, the cradle of monotheism, in which Abraham, peace be upon him, was tasked to build the Holy Kaaba, which is the ultimate symbolism of the oneness of God and the ultimate symbol of monotheism. When the Holy Prophet came into the city of Mecca, you find that the Holy Prophet made an eternal declaration that there is amnesty for all the residents of Mecca, even for those who bore enmity and violently exiled him out of his home city or hometown. When the religion of Islam spread into the city of Mecca, and Mecca became a part of the Islamic government, at the very helm of whom was the Prophet of Islam, he gave and accorded religious and political amnesty to each and every resident. Where do you find this in the world today? Which government have you seen in contemporary history where there is a change of leadership, or there is a new government that comes in and an opposition that bore arms against that government is all dealt with and given amnesty? No restrictions on the freedom of their movement, no restrictions on the freedom of their expressions. Contrary to what we see in present day history, contrary to what history has seen ever since history began to be recorded for mankind. This is one. Number two, Imam Hussain stood up for political accountability. And these were from the principles of the first successor of the Holy Prophet, Imam Ali, the son of Abu Talib, peace be upon him. And you find that within this rulership and the system of rulership, where a government is being ruled by an Islamic principle, as per the teachings of Islam, Imam Ali showed to us that anyone who is at the helm of the government, first and foremost, is politically accountable and financially accountable to the masses and to the people whom he is serving. Government was seen as a post of servitude and not one of leadership and oppression and dictatorship. You find that when the reins of the government were presented to Imam Ali, the son of Abu Talib. The first thing Imam Ali did is when he established the capital of the Islamic Empire in the city of Kufa, present-day Iraq. The first thing Imam Ali did was hold a public meeting in which he declared all his financial assets. And he said to the people, if I have been selected as a leader over you, then it is incumbent upon me to declare to you all the possessions that I have. And here is my camel and my possessions and the housing and the personal effects that I have. Imam Ali then goes on to make this monumental statement that in reality should be the ethos for all systems of governance. Imam Ali, the son of Abu Talib, peace be upon him, goes on to declare, O people, residents, citizens of the state, if you see that I have completed my term and I leave office with any more assets than what I have brought in before being brought in as the head of state, then consider me to be one, and I shall be treated as one who has committed treason against the nation and treason against the people. Imam Ali had made it absolutely clear that leading a government in the name of religion, government officials and the head of the state cannot use the resources of the people or the taxes of the people to amass personal wealth. And contrary to this, you find that the Umayyad dynasty hoarded the wealth, looted the taxes of the people in the name of government to go and fill their own private coffers and to increase their own personal wealth. The resources of the state had pretty much become, and the taxes of the hardworking men and women had become venues through which they would increase their own personal wealth. And this is what Imam Hussain stood up for in opposition. He stood up in a revolution to put an end to this sort of behavior. Not only was this an exhibition of corrupt governance, but it was a process in which the understanding of the religion in the eyes of the people would be corrupted. It was corruption of divine text. And you find, to a great extent, across the passage of time, thousands, if not millions of people have in essence fled from religion, have abandoned faith-based principles because of the corruption that is displayed by men of religion who try and lead the people through their own corrupt ways. Men have abandoned faith-based values due to the corruption of men of religion who are in power. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what Imam Hussain stood up against and ultimately paid his price for this. This is number one. Imam Hussain stood up for and protested against corruption in the name of religion by men who claimed to be religious. This is one. Number two, Imam Hussain stood up in revolution because he envisioned a social system that would overturn a class-based society that was built by the ruling powers of the time. And you find these lessons are absolutely applicable to us in this day and age. You have a look that Imam Hussain envisioned a world in which mankind would not be discriminated against due to their race or due to their ethnicity, and that it was each man's birthright to live a life of dignity and to live a life of prosperity. This was best demonstrated by Imam Hussain through his actions on the day of his martyrdom, which is also known as the day of Ashura. Imam Hussain, from his 72 band of loyal companions, and think of them as the disciples of Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him. Imam Hussain had 72 loyal disciples. And from amongst these companions, he had one by the name of John. John was originally from Abyssinia, African descent. And as you may know, that from Middle Eastern history, and particularly within the time of the Umayyad dynasty and before the rise of Islam within the Middle East, the Africans who resided inside of the Middle East, either due to immigration or due to the labor trade that thrived in that part of the world at that time, men and women from the African descent were subject to some of the worst torments, forms of tormentation that human history has ever seen. It was a society and a class that thrived on the subjection and the oppression and on slavery, and particularly when it came to the oppression of men and women who hailed from the gracious African continent. And within this environment and within this culture, you have a companion and a disciple of Imam Hussain known as John, as I mentioned, from Abyssinia. And he stepped into the battlefield and performed some of the most revered acts of heroism on the battlefield as a warrior. And as he fell down to the ground, taking his final breaths, his dying moments, he called out to Imam Hussain. History has recorded for us that Imam Hussain came running into the battlefield, sat by John, who was now taking his final breaths. Imam Hussain lay down on the hot desert plains and very affectionately and gently and lovingly began to wipe the sand and the blood from the forehead and the face of John. And he then put his blessed cheek on the cheek of John. This act at such a time of war, during the final moments of John's life, symbolized the highest level of empathy, affection, love, and equality. It was unseen for any full-blooded Arab within Hijaz at that time, somebody who hailed from the elite Hashemite clan, for a man of this nature and this stature to place his cheek on the cheek of someone who hailed from Abyssinia with an African heritage. And you find that hours later, when the son of Imam Hussain was also martyred on the plains of Karbala and called out during his final moments to his father, Imam Hussain came running to the injured body of his son and performed the same actions as he did for his disciple from Abyssinia by the name John. Wiped the blood from his forehead and his face and the sand, and put his cheek on the cheek of his son. The same level of affection, the same level of love, the same level of gentleness and empathy that he displayed towards his son, he displayed towards his disciples, without having taken into consideration, or without this even being a factor, that his disciple came from Abyssinia. And for these values of equality where Imam Hussain envisioned this world and this life of no segregation by class, no segregation by ethnicity. You find that Imam Hussain paid the price for upholding values such as this by ultimately being martyred on the plains of Karbala. In this day and age, today, you see that despite the world progressing in technology and progressing in education, we still live in a world that is stained by racism. And you have a look at the various movements that are in place today. You find that these movements are a witness to the racism which governs and stains our world in this day and age. And many times I think to myself, these movements that call for equality of different races and different ethnicities, if they were to seek inspiration from the actions of Imam Hussain on the day of Karbala, if people in power were to seek inspiration from the political lessons of governance for which Imam Hussain sacrificed his pure and blessed life, the world would indeed be a much more pleasant place to live on, to be a much more pleasant place to live in. Number 3, from the lessons that we have and the inspirations or the reasons for the revolution, why Imam Hussain stood up in the revolution. And these reasons stand up to be lessons for you and I, serve to be inspiration for you and I. History has recorded, ladies and gentlemen, that as Imam Hussain was leaving the blessed land of Mecca, or before he was placed under siege within the desert plains of Karbala, he had left his hometown Medina for the fear of being executed within the mosque of the Holy Prophet. He then moved to the blessed city of Mecca, but the Umayyad dynasty pursued him even in Mecca, and they had planned to assassinate him during the spiritual season of Hajj, as a result of which Imam Hussain left the city of Mecca. He was then intercepted by an army, a contingency that was dispatched by the ruling forces. And history has preserved for us that this contingency that came to intercept Imam Hussain as he approached the land of Iraq, this contingency of close to 2,000 men, warriors who were part and parcel of the dynasty of the time. You could think of them as the special branches that served within the army of the dynasty. And as they intercepted Imam Hussain, history has preserved for us that these men or this army had run out of a water supply. Within the desert environment, in the peak of the summer heat, men who are coming against this revolutionary path to intercept him, the army itself has run out of water. And when they came and they counted Imam Hussain, they themselves were, as history mentions, at the brink of death due to the intense thirst which they were subject to. They had run out of water supplies. The leader of the army made a massive miscalculation in terms of the surface area that needed to be covered in order to intercept Imam Hussain, and as a result of that, they had a shortage of the water supply. They underestimated the amount of water that they had to carry. As they intercepted Imam Hussain, history records for us that Imam Hussain looked at them and saw how they were at the brink of death due to this intense thirst. Imam Hussain commanded his family members and his companions to utilize the entire water supply that they themselves possessed in order to quench the thirst of the army. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and ponder over the statement that I have just made for you. You have the army of an oppressive regime that is coming to intercept a man who has stood up as a revolutionary, who is viewed as an opposition to the government. He is traveling with his 72 loyal companions, his women and his children. They are intercepted in a desert. The army has actually come to aggravate and to provoke them into acts of violence. And yet you find over here that Imam Hussain gives up his entire water supply to quench the thirst of this army. And I ask you, hand on heart, where have you seen such magnanimous acts of generosity in human history? Such that if you were to narrate this for a majority of the people, I would not be surprised if they would discount this as fairy tales or a tale that could only happen in the faraway world of utopia. The reality is that we have had majestic men like these walk on the surface of this earth. He quenched their entire thirst, quenched the thirst of the enemy. History even has it that one of the companions of Imam Hussain even said to Imam Hussain, "O Master, if we were to engage this army that is at the brink of death, they are at their weakest at the moment. If we are to engage them in an act of war, and we would defeat them, there is absolutely no doubt, given the fact that they are short on a water supply, if we are to attack them right now, we would be able to defeat them, and we would be able to send a strong message to the ruling powers that we, even though we are 72 men as revolutionaries, we have enough power and enough strength to counter an entire brigade and an entire army. Such a victory would perhaps put the ruling dynasty on the back foot. Such a victory would perhaps win us greater support from the widely indifferent public. It would give them a motivational boost to join our ranks. Such a victory would go a long way for us." Imam Hussain lovingly smiled at his companions and he said to them, "I am not here for a worldly victory. I am not here to score a short-lived victory, particularly if it comes at the expense of the values and the principles for which I stand." The values and the principles for which Imam Hussain stood up for, he lived his entire life by rejecting and opposing the manipulation of the weak and the manipulation of those who are in a position of weakness. If you were to use this scale and compare this to what happens even in current day politics, in current day warfare, have a look. It is always about exploitation, the manipulation of the weak, exploitation of the weak. Imam Hussain, in his eternal revolution, had no room for exploitation, even exploiting the weakness of the enemy. in his divine books was seen as a divine grave sin in the divine law of the Lord. No to exploitation. If these values of Imam Hussain were to be embraced by the leaders of the world, by the vast majority of the masses, ladies and gentlemen, we would not be living in a world economy that is governed and that thrives on the exploitation of the weak. If you were to go on, and I'm very cognizant of my time racing against me, the last thing that I would like to say to you is that Imam Hussain, in terms of the values and the principles for which he stood up for, one of the things Imam Hussain did is that he revived the conscience of man. And this is perhaps the biggest gift given to mankind through the revolution and the sacrifice of Imam Hussain. For if you find yourself indulged in a spiraling life of shallow, egoistic individualism, if you find yourself in a life that is built around superficialism and exploitation, if you find yourself indifferent to the oppression and the poverty that governs the world we live in, if you find yourself void of a purpose in life, then look no further than to the revolution and the sacrifice of Imam Hussain. For I sit in front of you today, and as a closing statement, I sit in front of you today, and I say to you with full conviction from the bottom of my heart, the geopolitical problems that we see that dominate the world today, social and moral vices that have stained human behavior in this day and age, the economic exploitations to which the world thrives on in this day and age, the solution to all these problems can be found from within the values and the principles for which Imam Hussain sacrificed his life. And it becomes essential, based on this, for us to examine. It becomes essential for us to examine, to study, to implement, and to spread the magnanimous teachings of the revolutions, the principles for which Imam Hussain sacrificed his life. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the Imam Hussain Global Conference. And I hope that your time within this conference is one that lightens up your life, and you go on to lighten up the lives of the people that are around you. And I wish each and every one of you nothing less than peace, love, and prosperity. And with this, I would like to end by saying Salamun alaikum and peace be upon you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aditya, streaming engineer, for making this session happen again. I know you've been working on a bunch of sessions. So I really appreciate all of your effort, and welcome everybody to this session at the Hussain Global Conference, where we're going to be discussing the impact of pilgrimage on the Iraqi economy, or what we call ziyarat on the Iraqi economy. If you look between 2010 to 2020, which is 10 years, most statistics will indicate that Iraq's revenue depended almost 99% of its foreign exports was oil. And 85% of its government revenues came through oil and that unrelated industries. Tourism, believe it or not, still accounts for a very small amount in Iraq's overall economic returns. Now, that's what the stats are saying, and there are multiple papers that have been published to this topic. And at the end of this session, I'll actually point you to some links that you can get on ResearchGate, for example, that tries to understand the Iraqi economy and why tourism is still not that prominent. Iraq, as all of you know, has gone through 3 major economic blockades and is slowly starting to recover, and the pandemic has had some impact on it. And in today's session, what we're going to do is we're going to talk to 2 individuals who have led a group recently to Iraq for the first 10 days of Muharram, and we're going to get their perspectives. Now, remember, none of us are economists, or none of us are trade experts per se, but we know a thing or two because we were there and have been there quite a few times. And we're going to peer into what is the impact of our spending on the local economy. And what is the impact of our movements into Iraq on local tourism? My name is Ali Hirji, and I'll be your moderator for this session. And without further ado, I'm going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves. We'll start off first because, of course, respect and other elders first. So we'll start with Muhammad Ali Arshad. Muhammad, how are you? Good to see you again. Muhammad Ali, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about your involvement with Karwan-e-Bab al-Hawaj, and what do you do to pay for those fancy cars?
Assalamu alaikum, Ali, and thank you for inviting me to this session. It's quite an honor actually to be a panelist with yourself and with Farjad. So a little bit about myself before we get into, because now you talked about cars, right? So I work for a company called Microsoft. I am in sales. I've always been in sales, and if any of you guys know about sales, then you do end up driving Jaguars. So that says a little bit about what I do on a day-to-day basis, which also kind of dovetails into what got us into the whole Karwan-e-Bab al-Hawaj thing. So first time I went to Iraq was in 1997. I was in my teens. My dad took me. It was during Saddam's era, so it was a totally different view of what Iraq was at that time. So we performed ziyarat over there. After that, we had I went back in 2010, and then after 2010, I've been privileged to visit quite often afterwards, right? Especially after the fall of the ISIS, basically, in Iraq. So that basically opened up a whole new door, and we used to visit with different Karwans coming from Pakistan, typically, because that is where most of the Urdu-speaking Karwans come from. Then the pandemic hit. And during the pandemic, there were no caravans coming from Pakistan. Last year, 2 years ago, in 2020, was the first year that I did not visit, but quite a few of my friends did go for Arba'in Ziyarat. However, there wasn't a caravan coming from Pakistan. So 60, 70 individuals basically boarded a plane with no idea of what they're going to do when they're going to land.
Wow.
But because of the contacts that we had established over the past, by the time they landed in Iraq, everything was taken care of, right? And we'll get into how that happens when we talk a little bit more. So that was 2020. 2021, that's when we're like, okay, you know what? Maybe we don't have to go and join a caravan coming from Pakistan and set our schedules up according to their schedule and hope that our dates align with their dates and all of those things. So 2021, we went with one caravan. And then in 2022, this year, basically what started off as, I think, and Farjad might be able to shed more light into it, but I think it was like maybe 10 or 11 families who went together last year. We all decided that, you know what, this year, we're just going to do our thing. We're going to have our families go together. We'll have enough people for maybe a bus and so on and so forth. And then when we started contacting the locals over there, we realized that, no, we need more than a bus to be able to even have negotiations with the locals on hotels, travel, buses, visas, and all of those things. And that's how we got into the whole Caravan of Bab al-Hawaj.
Absolutely. And I'll just add very quickly to this is that not only was your experience, I mean, that going from 1997, then 2010, that's 13 years. And that takes, the fall of the Saddam regime, some of the local political instabilities. But what is also very interesting is 2009, 2010 was that time when, we heard whispers of some sort of a pandemic. Do you remember swine flu?
Yeah.
And swine flu in 2009, because I had gone to Syria at that time, was a thing, and we were seeing scanning happening, but it didn't really come to prominence. And I really want to tap into and talk a little bit about how the pandemic changed things. So thank you for that, Mohammed. A great introduction. And I know you mentioned that Farjad was at the helm of Caravan Bab al-Hawaj, so I won't waste any more time. And Farjad, please tell our audience, what is it that you do that keeps you going on a day-to-day basis, and why Caravan Bab al-Hawaj, Farjad?
So firstly, once again, thank you, and thanks I want to thank the members who have organized this entire idea of introducing different parts of our society who are contributing towards this idea of Hussain Global, that how everyone coming in from a different background is contributing towards a bigger goal. So yeah, my name is Farjad Abbas, and what I do for a living is I'm a software consultant. I've done multiple contracts with different kinds of industries, whether it's e-commerce or financial institutions. So yeah, that's something that I've been doing for quite a while now. In terms of what triggered me and Muhammad Ali and one more group leader, Hussain, who's not on this call at the moment, but the idea behind what Muhammad Ali mentioned, that the idea of involving everyone who is part of our journey, including especially our families, because it becomes very hard for all of us to actually go from here and join Qaflas from Pakistan because of a number of reasons. Firstly, it's the dates. Secondly, it's our commute, our logistics. Like, for us to travel for more than 25 to 30 hours to get to a destination, and then even then not meeting the timelines for what those caravans were coming from Pakistan. So that was also one of the reasons why don't we make a group of our own, and that way we will have the power to change the plan here and there, and make the entire trip very flexible to what our needs are.
Yeah,
that's first thing. The other thing is mindset. That's one of the key things that I've noticed in my past travel experiences. Every country or every single community has a different mindset who are living in different kinds of countries, whether if it's Pakistani community living in Canada, US, Pakistan, anywhere else. So why don't we travel with the ones where it matches our mindset? And communication gap is another thing that we can reduce in terms of the Zaireen who are traveling within the same qafla.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was initially the idea was Muhammad Ali pretty much covered most of it, but this was these were one of the key things that motivated us to come up with a group. And funny thing is that it wasn't just Canadians who joined us. You know, we had people join us from UK. We had people joined us from US, Houston, Texas, Austin, Texas, and in UK, some people joined us from I think Manchester. And in Canada, we have people joined us from Edmonton and Vancouver. So yeah, we actually advertised our Karbala Bawalawaj poster intros on local TV channels like Heather TV, Time TV, and then that's how people found out about a caravan that's specifically made in Canada, and they're taking a group of Zairenes from Canada to Iraq. And I started planning this back in February. Yeah. And we were supposed to go in early August to July. I think I've talked to you about this, Ali. Like I've started planning in terms of getting the tickets, because last year when I took the qafla with another group leader, we were able to get the group block tickets that actually saved us quite a lot of money from Turkish Airlines. Like I had 80 tickets, where everyone can be on the same flight and then we can go on. This year, the biggest issue was getting cheaper flights. We had to travel with 2 layovers. And even then, when I bought my own ticket in April, it costed me 1,400 Canadian dollars. That same ticket, one of the lady who also went with us bought that ticket 2 weeks before our departure for $2,400. And that was with 2 layovers. The point that I'm trying to make is this year, after this year, a lot of the airlines are covering up for their losses for what happened in the past 2 years because of this COVID virus. So what the idea about this was, this year I decided that, I think because it's the first time that we're going to be handling such a big caravan, we had over 100 people. What we decided was that, let's plan this out to the very smallest detail of it, so that we don't face these issues. Because me and Muhammad Ali have been traveling for quite some time, so we knew all the edge cases that we had to cover. So we'll talk more about it once we get into this. But the one last thing, why did I name it Karbala Bawalawaj? So last year, my late dad, he actually gave he was very involved in the media personality. So like he had to get a card, like a license kind of card, done from the Haram of Imam Hussain and Imam Maula Abbas. So that kind of card is basically like treated like a license, that we have the license to hold majalis, make muakkibs, do julus. Basically, if you have that card, you're like a boss. You can do whatever you want. So I got that made for myself, and my dad got it made for me actually. So I was sitting in a room with the director of Maula Abbas, and he said, "What do you want to name your organization?" Right? And then he was saying, "Don't give me regular names that this guy, like this caravan, all that. Give me a proper name." I don't know why, but for some reason, like right at that moment, I was like Bawalawaj, and he loved it. He was like, "That's actually unique, and it's prominent. It's associated to Maula Abbas, and there's a lot of deep thinking to it." I don't know why that name came into my mind, I'll be honest, but it's just that I hold the lamp of Maula Abbas, so I'm very attached to it in that sense. So I just thought about that name, and then I was like, you know what, let's stick with it. Because my license is also under the organization of Bawalawaj, that's why I named my caravan as Bawalawaj too. Because if I get into any issues, I'll be able to use my license, which is under the same organization as Bawalawaj, and then we won't have any kind of deals. Alhamdulillah, everything went smooth, and I'm guessing it's because of the name. Maula helped us out throughout the entire journey, and that was good.
And I think it's super important that you've mentioned this, because not just should we be looking at the economic part of things, but also from a policy and procedure perspective, there are certain things that you need to understand really well that are particular to Iraq, that if you don't understand it, it may to the naked eye seem very restrictive. Very simple example that I can bring up is we were there on the 10th of Muharram on Ashura. You have an open privilege to do zanjir, to practice self-flagellation. But that shifts dramatically in Arba'in. And to the naked eye, for us sitting in our cultural zones, that can seem a little restrictive. But once you're there and you realize the policies and procedures that are native to Iraq, it's really important. And I really like this point you made up, you suggested on culture. and you want to try and be close to your, as much as you want to explore other things, because the reality is when you travel 25 to 30 hours from Canada, you are looking sometimes, you do want a pancake and Nutella for breakfast. You do want to find a Tim Hortons brew somewhere. And when you have a kafla that comes from your own, you can, believe it or not, you find a lot of those things in Iraq. So excellent, great introductions for Jad and Mohammed. I want to dive now deep into the economic impact of things. We've got about 20 minutes and we've got a couple of topics to run over. So let's blaze through as much as we can and give our audience a couple of nuggets to think about. Mohammed, I want to start off with you because, you've mentioned, and, I say it with all due respect, you've been going for Ziyarat much more earlier than a few of us, thanks to your seniority in age. Let's put it kindly that way. But Mohammed, you mentioned that when you're there are a couple of people on the ground that you need to have connections with. Now, you mentioned transportation, you mentioned logistics. Can you help our audience understand what local resources you need to tap into when you are planning one of these trips?
Sure. And I think there's multiple ways that different caravans use, or different tour organizers, as they're called, use to actually plan this, right? So some people would actually take individual contacts from hotels, from transportation companies, from visa organizers, or as they're called, kafils, that actually organize the visas. And then from here, they'll have conversations individually with each of them, negotiate with them, and then put a package together. Others like us, what we do is, there are individuals on the ground in Karbala, or not in Iraq in general. They call themselves tour organizers or tour operators or Ziyarat organizers. What they're doing is they're almost like a travel agent, but just on the ground. And what they arrange, they'll have contacts with different transportation companies for buses. They'll have a bunch of hotels that they're already in contact with, working with them. They'll even have their own chefs, cooks, and all of those things. And what they would do is basically have all of the coordination done. And what we're doing is, so for example, with our kafla, we were just talking to one individual in Iraq, right? And he's actually from a Pakistani background. He's a Pakistani that also holds a residence in Iraq. So he would be the one that would arrange everything. So he basically gave us airport to airport. That's his package. The cool thing about it is, what he did was he gave us an individual breakdown. Buses are going to cost you this much. Hotels are going to cost you this much. Meals are going to cost you this much. Visas are going to cost you this much, which gave us enough autonomy and flexibility to say, why don't you go with this hotel instead of this hotel so that we can save a few dollars, right? Yeah. Or, for example, in Karbala, let's actually, because we're going to spend the most time in Karbala, why don't we take an extra 50 yards from the haram, but get a hotel that's decent enough that people are not gonna basically have some trouble, right? So these individuals, like this person, he would have 6 or 7 hotels on panel, if you want to call it, right, who he's already negotiated rates with. He's also talking to, probably, I think this time he was handling maybe 4 or 5 different caravans, right? Yeah. And each caravan's carrying about 100 individuals. So he has a better buying power as well. When he's going to a hotel, he's saying, or even to a transport company, he's saying, hey, look, I need 10 buses, right? Whereas if me as an individual, I'm going to go to them, I'm going to say, hey, I need 1 or 2 buses. Can you give me a rate, right? So he gets better pricing. He also has more pull with the transport company. To give you an example, actually, one of the things that happened last year, and we experienced a similar thing this year as well. Last year, we went to Samarra. And when we reached Samarra, the bus broke down.
Been there. And there's no
Right.
CA. I know the feeling.
Samarra is like what 3 hours away from any of the major centers, right? So Baghdad or Najaf or whatnot. So the bus broke down when we reached there. We went into Samarra, we completed our ziyarat and everything, and we came back out. By the time we came back out, we had to sit for about maybe half an hour, and there was a new bus there already.
Yep.
Right. So while we are doing our ziyarat, this guy is doing all of the running around, figuring out, okay, who do I contact? Where do I get another bus? And all of those things. This year is totally different because A, everyone went for ziyarat.
Yeah.
B, it was 50 degrees, right? So when we left Najaf for Karbala, it was supposed to be 50 degrees, and then with the humidity, it was supposed to be like 55 or whatnot. By the time we reached Musayyab, even though the bus's AC was supposedly working, you would put your hand on it and you'd get cold air, but the bus was scorching hot just because of the heat.
Okay.
We called him and we told him the same thing, and he said, look, there's a lot of heat right now. Why don't you guys go inside Musayyab? If you guys can stay in the shrine for the next 3 hours, I'll have a bus for you. If you can't, get on the bus, come directly to Karbala, and we'll figure out what we need to do the next day.
Yep.
Right. So when you have someone and he's been doing it for years, so he has all of this experience, right? So he can do this. My own experience is this is much more simpler. Now, what are the other individuals, right? So we need to have a Maulana contact over there, right? You can take a Maulana with yourself, right?
I thought that was supposed to be you. Never mind. I thought you were the Maulana for this caravan.
No, we had this person who signed up to be like the English Maulana, and then he just ran away with someone else. Right?
Well, you know what?
Hinting at me because I looked for the cheapest price. Fair enough. I have been outed. But anyways, yes, please, back to topic.
Yes. So, but like we would talk to those people. Then we would have the transport companies. Then the other individuals that come into contact with the Qafla when we're on the ground are so this person, he's the Pakistani, but he would have Iraqi contacts that will come to the airport to make sure that we get our visas processed and everything, and we're out the door. He would have guides that would be in the bus with us wherever we're going. They would actually be the Iraqis that are in the bus, so that if we stop at a checkpoint or anything of that sort, they're the ones that are communicating with the local authorities. Plus, if we need to arrange food or anything of that sort, they would be the ones that take care of things, right? So those are the local Iraqi guides that are hired as well.
Yeah, there's the guides, and I was making some notes besides the guides, and then there's the cooks, and you'll find an Iraqi cook cooking nihari for you, which is always very interesting, but then that has to be accounted for. But I think what's also super, super important is to also realize is that in the midst of all of this, besides drivers, cooks, local guides, you also then have to think about the impact ziyarat has on the cars and the buses that are being imported into Iraq. Obviously, we spoke about oil earlier on, but then there's also the other part of all of this, which is security. And security is a massive spend during these periods in a place like Iraq. And I want to just work with that a little bit. And Farjad, I want to bring you to this conversation. And, as I said, it's an organic discussion. I did get some questions from some folks prior to us having this chat. And Farjad, I want to put you on the spot here. And when I talked about this thing of spend, one of the things that we see is that we end up carrying a lot of cash while going into Iraq. And the primary currency, for reasons that we all know post-World War II, is the US dollar. Farjad, did you try at all, or did you see if there was any way in which you could reduce the amount of cash that you were carrying, and whether you could do anything from a digital perspective? Was there any opportunity to tap into Western Union or any Iraqi money exchanges or centralized treasuries, Farjad?
So one of the things that I would want to talk about is when we're booking these hotels, as Mohammed Ali mentioned, that we have these tour guides or these tour operators. So I've been in touch with them I was in touch with them for like 3 to 4 months prior to our visit to Karbala. I, in fact, sent a deposit of close to $10,000 before we even got there, 2 months prior to before we even got there, so that we can book those hotels and we would have a peace of mind. This year, there was, I shouldn't say this live, but there was biddings on hotels. That's how crazy it was, that people like caravan owners were going on, and let's say if I liked a hotel, I'm saying, you know what, I want this hotel for $30 per bed per night. The other person would come and be like, you know what, I'll take it for 35. So there was bidding going on literally on top of that. So for us to avoid that, what we did is that we gave a deposit of close to 8 to 10,000 US dollars so that we can have the hotels booked beforehand for these number of beds for Ghazman, Najaf, and Karbala. Now, the reason why we did that is so that, you know, firstly, we would have the money secured to that point. But back to your original question, because we have no idea of what could potentially happen while we're getting closer towards our departure date, there were approximately 6 to 7 people who dropped last minute due to health issues, due to, you know, whatever issues there were. Because of that, we didn't want to take any advanced booking fees beforehand, because we don't know for sure if they were going to travel or not. If they are not, if they decide not to go in a very last minute notice, it's, you know, it's their problem, because then they would have to pay penalty on their tickets and everything else, right? The reason why we have to carry that much cash is so that, you know, let's say in our case, we kept it at 625 US dollars for the ground package. You know, this is the ground package fees that you have to put, and then 77 US dollars was the visa fee. So per person, you're carrying $700, which is required. That's something that we have to pay. So yes, unfortunately, you have to protect that money by yourself, and you have to carry it. What we did was that instead of us, you know, collecting all of that money and keeping it by ourselves, we told all the Zaireen that, you know what, keep that money yourself, because it's best protected that way. When we reach to certain cities, we will then ask you that, you know what, fine, give us whatever the ground packages are, so that we can take that money and then pay the hotel fees, the transportation costs, whatnot, whatever it is. And then pretty much we would take that money and pay the tour operator in most cases, instead of paying the hotels directly. So what we would do is that instead of collecting it from everyone, of all the 100 people, we would collect it from, let's say, 30 to 40 people, have enough cash on us in that hotel, because that's the most protected place. It's not like there's no crime there. There's crime everywhere. You know, somebody can easily steal you, or someone can easily, like, how should I say, you know, rob you. It's a very high possibility. So we take that money and then, you know, get that thing done, sort of like pay the hotels and whatever right away on the spot. So that, yes, it gets scary to a point that you're carrying so much cash, and, you know, what if, you know, things go south? What would you do then? So we had to do that in Ghazman, Najaf, and Karbala. But yes, that's a risk that you can take. No, you cannot use Western Union or crypto or any of that. It's because, you know, Iraq is still living in a war zone kind of period. You have been there yourself. You can see, like, the destruction there. Economically wise, yes, they're getting better, but not the parts of Karbala and Najaf. They are heavily, heavily dependent on Zaire. I'll tell you a story. 2020, I'm standing outside my Karbala hotel. I see these kids and youngsters talking, and they were intense. They were like, man, this is bad. Only 40,000 Zaireens from all over the globe were allowed to come that year. 40,000, that's it. 5,000 per country, right? So I remember myself, what Muhammad Ali was mentioning in 2020 when I went on Arba'in. A day before our flight, we got the visa. We had to get the PCR. Now, we're new to all of this, right? COVID just hit us. It's at the peak. Now we're wondering, okay, how are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? Okay, we decided, okay, you know, let's get that hotel. Let's just join that small group for a bit. And then, you know, we were figuring things out as we were going, which was our very first qafla. Not named, but a very experimental qafla that we did. And then that's how we started learning these things. Anyways, the point is, because there were not a lot of foreigners coming for ziyarat, Ayatollah Sistani actually made an announcement to all the Iraqis around the country to come and visit Karbala during the Arba'in. So that was the only year when we saw majority of the Iraq or Iraqi Shias were present, even Sunnis, even Christians. They came to visit Karbala and they did the Mashi as a Iraqi, not as a specific set. So because so what those kids were talking about was, man, what's gonna happen to our economy? How are we gonna, how am I gonna, how, like, my business is going back, stuff like that they were saying. And then my Iraqi friend was standing there, so you translated that for me, that they're complaining about, Zari not coming. One of the kid actually, or young guy, he actually told his friends that, don't worry, Zareen inshallah will come. That's a very big statement to say. Yeah. That Iraq is actually heavily dependent on Zareen. For all the factors that we discussed in the past 20 minutes about the transportation, hotel, if you really start to think about money-wise, there's millions of Zairins who are coming every year. They're spending like thousands of dollars on Sabil, on hotels, on transportations, on tour guides, on volunteers, who help us out. And also on the same side, beggars, beggars who are on the street, they're getting money from there too. It's because, the Iraqi locals are not in the best shape for them to help out other people. So it's the Zairine who come in and then who help out all these people. And because of that, it boosts the Iraqi economy. You won't believe me when I tell you this. Imam Hussein's haram, Imam Abbas's haram, they have offered financial help to the Iraqi government, that if they ever get into a point where they need money or financial help, talk to us. That's how much donation they get from all over the globe. And that also comes down to when, Zarin like us, who go there every year. So this is the reason why we tell everyone to please go on Ziyar, also for your sake, but for the sake of people who are living there, managing these things. So it's a collaborative effort.
Absolutely, Farjad. And there's a level of economic independence that comes into the country when we spend. Yep. Some people always ask me, and we all know this very well, that one of, it's a historical fact, one of Saddam's beefs with the US was exactly this, that why do we always have to trade in US dollars? Yeah. And the reality is that we feel the pain with the conversion rates, but we spend, and it trickles down to many layers. One very neat observation that someone once made is that, when you do those spendings, ultimately multiple layers benefit from it. But then also what it does is that it feeds into the education system, potentially feeds into infrastructure, which is a topic that I want to talk. We have about 8 to 10 minutes left, and I just want to talk a little bit about this infrastructure piece. Now, Mohammed, obviously you are with the champion of all infrastructure and hardware and software provider, Microsoft. And of course, you know a thing or two about IT infrastructure. Mohammed, when you're there, it's not difficult to get a cell phone. It's not difficult to get hooked onto a data plan. So it tells you that there is wireless infrastructure in place. Our Roam Like Home plans tend to operate pretty efficiently, depending on which provider you're on, and you get a decent network range. Mohammed, when you look at the infrastructure and the fact that there's no digital remittances, and the fact that there's no, for example, easy pay or tap and pay, and you don't need to carry cash anywhere, one of the things that I heard somebody talk about, wouldn't it be nice if there's a Zairine tourist card which has money loaded in it, and you can tap it, and with the PIN you can pay, and you don't need to carry cash. Mohammed, do you think that there's an opportunity there from a digital perspective and economic perspective to really grow that digital footprint, or do you think there are other things at play which may negate that from happening?
So let me start with a little bit of numbers, actually, right?
Yep.
Because we were talking about Ziyarat, and then I'm going to move back into this one, right? So let's say when we, the official numbers, when we look at the official numbers, they say between 20 to 30 million Zairine visit Karbala for Arba'in on an annual basis, right? Let's, if we want to expand that to the entire year, 12 months, right? Would it be safe to say somewhere between 30 to 35 million people visit Karbala on an annual basis, right? So if we take the number 30 million, and let's say they spend about 2 weeks in Karbala, and on average, just on infrastructure, like I'm talking about food, lodging, and all of those things, right? $20 a day would be an average. So on average, an individual would spend about $350 just on basics. in ziyarat. Multiply that by 30 million, and we get 10 billion with a B.
Yeah.
Right. That's the bare minimum when we're saying that how much money is coming into Iraq on an annual basis. And all of this is coming in a cash perspective. Why is it cash only? Why is it US dollars only? Why isn't the infrastructure? And going back to your original point that Iraq is exporting about $10 billion worth of oil on a monthly basis, right? So yes, Ziyarat is only maybe a 12th of what their annual revenues are, but it is a significant portion. Why isn't there infrastructure? When you look at the roads, when you look at the check posts, when you look at all of the infrastructure that supports this whole tourism industry, and let's call it what it is, right? It's a tourism industry. You go to these hot sites like the Ziyarat sites. All of the investment that you're seeing in the Ziyarat sites are being invested by the shrines themselves, or the locals themselves. What's missing is the government.
Interesting point, yeah.
Right. I'm not going to get too political in this conversation, but it's a third world country, right? And we've heard about the uprisings that occur on a regular basis over there, right? Corruption, right? How much of the revenues that are being generated through tourism and oil is actually coming back into those programs, right? Recycling. We talk about recycling every year, right? Why don't we, there's been these great initiatives, right? Go green Karbala, go green Iraq, right?
Yeah.
But for me to fill up this refillable bottle, I still have to buy plastic bottles, right? So I'm not actually solving the problem, because I'm getting those plastic bottles, I'm filling this up, and I'm like, okay, I'm going green, right?
Yeah.
There is no mineral water that I can just fill up from
tap,
right? Because those are government infrastructure, right? There is no government investment, there is no government infrastructure, which takes you back to, okay, what's the backbone of foreign remittance? It is the national banks, right? Those banks, they're not interested in creating those connections, because they're like, hey, do we really want all of this remittance coming in, or do we want this hard cash, US dollars, paper cash coming into the country, right? All of these Zyrene, again, going back to those numbers, right? These Zyrene are bringing in $10 billion in paper money into Iraq.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Right. And that's the answer to that question. Why aren't we seeing all of those infrastructure investments? Why aren't we seeing all of those infrastructure growing? And it goes not just beyond that. One of those who are in our group, he was running low on cash, and he said, so I found out about an ATM that might be supported by my Canadian bank. And I said, okay, so where is it? And he said, I have to take a taxi that takes me 10 minutes away from town. That's where the ATM is, right? So anyways, that Zohar never went, right? Because we advised him against it. We said, A, we don't know where that ATM is. B, we don't know who's going to be around that ATM. So when you withdraw cash, we don't know if you're going to actually end up coming back
with it. Yeah.
Number 3, the minute you put your Canadian bank's debit card in that machine, we don't know what the Canadian bank's going to do to your account.
Yeah. There are a lot of repercussions. Yeah, absolutely.
So, and that's why digitization is not occurring, right? Like even the remittance that we're sending, the only way you can send money right now in Iraq, the only official way, there's always money laundering everywhere, right? But the only official way to send money to Iraq is Western Union, right? Yep. And even when we do send through Western Union, even though Western Union is not is like the most illegal way to send money, because there is very little tracking to it. We still have to prove to Western Union that this money is not going for you know,
Less activities, yeah.
exactly. So those are, those are the hurdles, right? And it
No,
starts again from the government, right? Even though
yeah.
we're not Iraqis, we're not supposed to be talking about politics in Iraq, but hey, it impacts us.
No, it's, and I agree. And, and to be as diplomatic as possible, it is for the Iraqi state to determine their political will. But yes, stability in government and consistency to some degree, or social programs, right, make a very, very powerful impact on how you can run social structures, financial structures, so on and so forth. And it's a very valid point. So thank you for bringing that up. And I know it'll trigger a lot of questions. I know we've got about 4 minutes left, and I just want to ask each of you, just for the next, I'm going to ask you 2 questions each, or rather 1 question each, and just a quick 60-second response. Is Farjad, at the start when you introduced yourself, you made reference to your marhum dad. It's hard to believe that it's now coming close to, what is it, probably 8 months now since he passed in Karbala itself. Farjad, one of the things that your father was very focused on was, and yes, giving free food, free water, but your father was also interested in social programs. Your father had a keen eye on what can we do for the locals. Farjad, what's the future looking like for the work that you're continuing for your father? Are you planning any social programs, any initiatives that you'd like to get our audience aware of? And Farjad, somebody had to do it, and you're on mute.
So, yeah, no, I haven't really thought about it for myself. I was never into this field in terms of organizing social media programs. Social events, yes, I've done a lot, and I've organized them myself too. But in terms of doing it on a media platform, that's not something I've thought about. But yeah, I feel like that's not the only way. We can contribute towards. You know what? Why don't I just talk about this? I met this person. His name is Arshad, and Arshad Bhai is actually one of the key members in helping out a lot of the Pakistani citizens and who are illegally staying in Karbala. So, there's a mosque there that he actually runs and helps out a lot of the people, not just the Pakistanis, also the Iraqi local ones. What he has done is that he's working on one of the initiatives that Mohammed Ali mentioned in terms of, green, go green, or green water or waste management, and also setting up mosques and places like shelters, so that people who are not able to afford hotels, or people who come on a very, very limited budget from Pakistan and stuff like that, they can, instead of living in expensive and lavish hotels, they will live under those shelters for their stay during their ziyarah. So one of the things that I was working on with him, or planning on starting to work on it, is basically host fundraisers, talk to business communities, see what we could potentially do by living here in Canada and US, in North America, or even in Europe, so that we can at least, if nothing, financially support them, so that they can create hundreds of shelters like that, so that people of lower class communities, or even middle class communities, who want to come there for 8 to 10 day visit, why do they have to spend thousands of dollars just so that they can go in there? For many, that $200, it's probably a lot for a lot of those folks, and like it's probably their yearly saving that they have done, just so that they can reach Karbala. So in order to respect that, why we should work on these initiatives like the ones that Arshad Bhai is working on. And the project is, I think, almost done, and he's making those shelters in Karbala at the moment. From what I've heard, it will go into Najaf as well. So the idea is that, my plan is to, get in touch with him on a daily basis, so that we can host events here. And not just in Toronto and Canada, but events like these, so that, we can at least financially help them, so that we can actually help the needy ones, which can make their ziyarat much better. There's a lot to talk about, but I think we can start at least somewhere. And this would
absolutely. And while I was there this time for the 10 days, I became familiar with that co-op Faiz Panjatani that has stations out in Kazman, Najaf, and Karbala, and it's a pretty interesting, very interestingly put together initiative, which provides, especially the Zawars coming in from the western sides of the diasporas in the west, giving them some of the amenities that they require at a bit of an affordable rate.
Yes.
So, valid points. And I think that ties me into my last question. Mohammad Ali, I'll give you 30 seconds just to talk very quickly about this. Mohammad Ali, you've always had a keen eye on investments, so on and so forth. While you've been there all these times, have you ever looked into how we could even support the real estate economy in Iraq, and maybe looking at how other things could come up where you can drive more involvement of Zawars within the local economy? Any thoughts on that, Mo?
So yeah, and I've done a lot of research into this already, right? So one of the key things with regards to real estate, as any other country in the Middle East, Iraq is also a Middle Eastern country, right? Non-locals cannot buy land or buy property, real estate as is, right? But there are ways to purchase property, and it is basically the best way to do it is through the madrasas and through the harams, right? So the Haram of Amir al-Mu'mineen owns a lot of land around it, right? And there's a lot of residential land that is around it. You can actually partner with them to purchase, right? The significance or the condition that they put on it, it's not actually a purchase, it's a lease, right? It's a 99-year lease, which can be terminated by the Haram at any given time, right? So if the Haram needs the land back, they will terminate the lease, right? Yeah, so those are the only real options right now. At one point, there was a project that came out in Karbala where people were buying luxury apartments. I have my own thing about luxury in Karbala, right? But hey, to each their own. Not sure how that project ended up. I did go visit it in 2021. So it is a lavish apartment community that's about a 20-minute drive from the Haram area of Karbala. So it's in the city, and foreigners are allowed to own property over there, right? Has real estate grown? No, it's stagnant in Iraq. I've seen that for what year is it? 2022, right? So for the past 12 years, it's been the same, right? There hasn't been any growth to real estate in the Karbala and Najaf Ziyarat regions. You get into town in Najaf or Karbala, it's a different story. It's like any other city, right? It's a metro city, but then you don't have the luxury of partnering with the Haram or partnering with the locals to buy it.
Absolutely. No, very valid points. And Mohammed and Farjad, we've come to the top of the hour, so we do have to put a pin on this. But for me, the whole objective was to just get people thinking about these topics, right? Recently, and yes, Mohammed and Farjad, sometimes I do sit inside for the majlises, contrary to what you all have been spreading it to other people. I joke, but in the few majlises that I've been inside, and recently, Sheikh Abbas Panju at Bathurst, he was talking about the relationship of water and vilayat and the importance of understanding water as a human right. And one of the things he's been talking about is, if you look at water supplies outside of the Zawar areas, sometimes 3 to 4 hours a day maximum, even in this kind of heat, there are infrastructure issues. And he was pointing out that for us, we go to Iraq with this particular mentality from a spiritual standpoint. But it's very important for us to realize that when we leave and when we come back, that little gap that's there, or that extensive gap of 9 to 8 months, people are actually living there. People have to earn their daily living over there, have to earn their bread over there, just like we do when we come back to Toronto. So I think it's very important to get ourselves into that mindset, to start thinking about what can we do to ensure more sustainability when it comes to existence in Iraq, when it comes to the Zawar areas, and so on and so forth. So I thank you for having this discussion. It can be a little uncomfortable, but I thank you for being good sports and carrying on with these discussions. Farjad and Mohammed, not just on behalf of the Hussain Global Conference, but also on behalf of the community in Toronto, thank you for everything that you did for everybody in Iraq. I won't forget how you came through when we needed some assistance as well. And truth be told, you never even came back with an invoice for that. So I really appreciate that. I would expect an invoice from folks from Microsoft and software engineers, but I didn't get it, which tells you about how beautiful Karbala is for our relations. So Mohammed, Farjad, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For your time. And to our audience, thank you for tuning in. I hope that this discussion triggered a couple of topics in your mind, which you may want to go deeper into. I will share some links to some research papers on economics in Iraq, which I encourage you to read. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers. Take care.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Fellow brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Peace be upon you. Thank you for joining us today. I have a special guest, Baturwaza, with me today, and we're going to be discussing assessing the risk of Lady Zainab, assessing the risk of Lady Zainab's actions beyond Karbala. Batur, thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. And before we perhaps get into the wider discussion, I think it would be nice for the audience to hear a bit about yourself.
Salam Mirtaza, thank you so much for asking me and giving me the opportunity to speak to you and some of the people that are participating in this conference. So a little bit about myself. I'm passionate about risk management and risk theory. I've studied it for quite a few years, and I've also had the opportunity to work in policymaking quite a lot. And my initial few years were in the Home Office's Gender, Sex, Race Equality Unit, where we looked specifically at how there are differences in terms of gender and how that affects people's policies, their decision making. And so I wanted to kind of draw on some of the experience that I have and look at some of Lady Zainab's actions in Karbala from the lens of both risk management and gender studies.
Fantastic. So thank you for that outline. I guess we've got this conference going on for 2 days, and time is quite restrictive. So without further ado, I think we'll move across to the main topic, which again, reminding the audience, is assessing risk, Lady Zainab's actions beyond Karbala.
Great, thank you. So, like you said, we're short in time, so I'm going to try to do a whistle-stop tour of strategic risk management and trying to understand what the key strategic risks were for Hazrat Zainab, kind of looking at it from today's lens as well, and kind of just what a thought leader she was at her, in the time, and how that can influence us right now. Coming back to some of the elements of her approach, and then finally, obviously, we look at these things through the lens of what does that mean for us today, and kind of what can we do differently in our lives. So those are kind of the 5 main topics that I'm going to try to cover in our discussion today. Okay, let's look a little bit at the historical context. In 17th century AD, Zainab bint Ali, obviously the daughter of Hazrat Ali, the first Imam of Islam, was and the granddaughter of the Prophet. She was in the plains of Karbala, having faced devastating losses in her family, and her family, the children and the women and the Imam that were remaining, were being forced out of their tents. And one way that the enemies were doing this was burning their tents. And she asked the Imam of the time, Imam Zain al-Abidin, what should we do? Should we stay in the tent and risk losing our lives, or should we leave the tents? We don't have any each other's, and risk the indignity of that situation. And the Imam says to her, the most important thing according to Islam is to save our lives. And so with that, she rounds up the women and the children, and they exit these burning tents. And I remember reading this as a child, and as emotive as it was and as emotional as it made me feel, I didn't fully at that point understand the relevance of this story as to how I couldn't conceive how this was even a risk issue, how somebody would even ask the question, do we stay alive or do we burn? And then I remember in 2002, an article that I read about how 15 young girls perished in a fire in their school in Mecca, Saudi Arabia. And the main reason for those 15 young girls losing their lives, and there were another 50 girls who were injured, is because this religious state police at the time prevented the girls leaving the building. They actually stopped them from leaving it physically, and they stopped the rescuers trying to rescue the girls because the girls did not have their chadars. And I thought that this example really well illustrates, tragically perhaps, but very effectively, how there is no universal approach. There's no one human way of assessing what risk is, and what is a priority to one person in terms of risk might not be a priority to another. There's also a lot of studies done on how at times of crisis, people's assessment abilities can be very, very different. Some people react to stressful situations in a different way than others do. And therefore, I really want to look at Hazrat Zainab's stance and her approach and some of the statements that she made to understand a little bit more about risk management from a feminist perspective. Okay, so before I talk about Hazrat Zainab's perspective and what we can see from that, let's really quickly cover what exactly is strategic risk management. Now, you see every successful company, every successful individual, and states as well, have a really good approach to strategic risk management. And they're systematic in recognizing, well, maybe I should go on to the next slide. If I go on to the next slide, I think I can illustrate it with a point in the interest of time. So in order to manage your risks, there's kind of a logical step process that you need to pursue. Firstly, risk identification. And here I'm using an example of Imam Hussein's actions because they are obviously tangential to what Hazrat Zainab does in the future. So first things first, we identify a risk, and Imam Hussain identifies a risk, which is Islam at his time is being distorted, and the religion of his grandfather is under threat. So this was his core risk. So first things first, in strategic risk management, you have risk identification. Second step, you understand the cause of the risk. And in this case, Imam Hussain attributes what's going on. And of course, remember, there are loads of risks and there are loads of reasons, but we're looking at just one simple step process so that if an individual decides to carry out the exercise themselves, you can think about how you do it, and you would do it line by line. And the second one is the cause of the risk. So Imam attributes the main cause of the risk being that the political leadership is tyrannical, they are corrupt, and they do what they want to do. And this is, causing huge risks for what will happen to Islam in the future and what it would look like. And so that leads me to thirdly, what is the effect or the impact of the risk? And Imam says that, if he doesn't do anything, people will lose hope and the true religion of Islam will be forgotten. And then finally and fourthly, once you've worked out, what your risk is, what the cause is, what the effect is, it's quite simple to then decide, well, what is your response going to be? And it's at that point that Imam Hussain decides that he's going to stand up against Yazid and, if necessary, sacrifice everything in order to save Islam. So let's move on to the next slide. Right. Imam Hussain says, the aim of my revolution is to reform society and revive the true teachings of Islam. This leads us to, therefore, in order to make this aim a success, what are Hazrat Zainab's strategic aims and strategic risks? Let's go on to the next slide. And I think the easiest way of summarizing the core risks, of course, there were many, many risks, but her core risk was that the revolution that her brother had started should be successful. And anything that could cause that to be less successful was a risk for her. And the way she identified those risks were, there were probably four key categories. Number one, that deletion, and that is the the message that Imam Hussain was proposing about being able to stand up for tyranny, about supporting the true principles of Islam would just be forgotten. I mean, we all remember that at the time Karbala was not a city center in any sense. It was about 70 kilometers or miles. I have to get back to you on that one, from Kufa. So it was almost a barren place, and it could have been very easy for a battle to take place there, and people actually forget that anything had happened at all. There have been hundreds and thousands of battles in history that resulted in exactly the same fate, especially in remote areas like that. So the first risk that Hussain needed to take into account is a complete deletion of the message, and that people would not know it had even happened. Secondly, we've got disregard. So people might have known that something happened in the plains of Karbala, but they could easily choose to forget it. I know that there are some famous scholars who write about what is a significant difference between Ghadir and Karbala, and they say that the fact is that Hazrat Ali did not have a sister like Zainab to remind everybody of Ghadir in the same way. So people could have recognized that the events in Karbala took place, but decided that, okay, that happened, that was the past, and we can move on. The state was trying its best to sort of turn the entire event into a political disagreement between two leaders, which had a negative outcome for the Imam. So the entire thing could have been disregarded that way. Thirdly, the message could have been diluted. So everything that Imam stood for in terms of promoting personal freedoms, in terms of standing up against tyranny, could have been, in some ways, the message could have moved from those core themes to becoming something completely different. For example, it could have been that Yazid's political machine was very much arguing that Imam Hussain just wanted to cause dissent. He just wanted to cause problems for the emir of the time. So there was a lot of attempts to dilute the message and turn it into something that people would not have understood. So this was also a key risk for Hazrat Zainab. And then distortion is very similar to diluting it. So diluting is when you make something seem less important than it is, and distorting it is when you make it about something that it's not. So these were all strategic risks that Hazrat Zainab had to face when she was considering how to message the story of Karbala. Can we move on to the next slide, please?
Yeah, I mean, just before we move on, so the strategy you presented here, looking at the 4 key areas, they're only looking at it from Bibi Zainab's perspective.
Absolutely.
On the night of Sham Ghariba, for example, when Bibi Zainab takes on the role of several different characters, so she takes on the role of Hazrat Abbas alayhi salam, doing the safeguarding the camp, and she takes on the leadership role from for Imam Zain al-Abidin, for example. So from that perspective, what risk did she have to look at and take into consideration from these different roles? Because normally, obviously, when we're looking at strategy, when we're looking at risk and strategy within a business, we look at it with one overarching goal, and perhaps from one role perspective. Whereas obviously for Bibi Zainab, when she's now taken on this mantle post the sacrifice and then Sham Ghariba, what elements of strategy did she have to take on and understand from the different roles she took on that evening?
Okay, so definitely she had a very multivariate approach to how she handled risk. And I'm not sure, maybe the second slide touches on it slightly. Is it called risk ownership? Let's see if I remember correctly. No. Okay, so there was a risk ownership slide, which probably will come a bit later. That's fine. So, you're right. When all the battles had been finished and finalized, and she was left alone protecting the women and children of the camp, there's a very famous couplet where she has an asa or a stick, and somebody walks towards her and she says, don't do not come closer. I'm enough to protect this family. And there she's showing, again, a stick historically is not a weapon. It is a defensive tool. But she's making a very bold statement there that I, with this defensive tool, am enough to protect the physical, or protect the family against any sort of physical risk. Equally, when she makes decisions with Imam Zain al-Abidin, there's some key decisions that she makes. For example, when Yazid says to the Imam, and says, way in the future that, we want you to return to Medina, Imam says very clearly that I need to talk to my aunt in order to determine how and when we go, showing very much how she is part of the decision-making process and part of the strategic decision-making process. So Hazrat Zainab takes on different roles at different points, but primarily, I think what I'm trying to argue here is that her core function was the messaging of Karbala and supporting her brother's aim of making sure that this message is not forgotten. She has to take on many other points. At some point, I think I want to come back to the risk ownership side, and I think I'll be able to illustrate what I'm saying a little bit better, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, so now we have gender studies and risk. Okay, and I think this is important. Okay, here we have risk ownership. I knew it was coming at some point. And Hazrat Zainab was very cognizant of kind of where her responsibilities lie directly, where she has to lead and where she has to contribute. One clear example is, obviously Hazrat Zainab is an expert when it comes to Quranic studies, and she knows that when it comes to saving the lives of the imam or saving imamate, that is something that God has clearly stated in the Quran, that imamate is going to be around till the end of time. And therefore, although she plays a complementary role in protecting the life of the imam, we know for a fact there are several examples when she throws herself on the imam to stop anybody being able to attack him. That is not her core strategic risk. That risk is owned by Allah, and obviously Allah has no risk because Allah is powerful over everything. It's something that she kind of knows that she facilitates, but it's not her responsibility. Does that make sense? So
if we looked at it from a racy chart in a sense, responsible.
Exactly. She is not responsible for that. That Allah has taken the responsibility for imamate, and I think it's a really important thing when we're looking at our risk management strategy in our own life to understand which risks we own and which ones we facilitate or contribute. Secondly, again, when it comes to decision making, that is something, coming back to the example of the burning tents, Hazrat Zainab was a brilliant decision maker. She could have very easily herself said, no, you know what, we're going to save our lives and we're going to exit the tent despite the fact that we do not have our chadars. She doesn't do that. She goes to the imam and she asks him to make that decision. And by doing so, she's demonstrating when it comes to these kind of things, it's not about her opinion. It is very much Islamic tenet or Islamic philosophy. And therefore, it is the imam that's making that decision, which is life is more important, the most important thing. This has ramifications for women in gender studies to date. We look at things where there are wars going on right now, and families kill their children, they kill their women because they'd rather preserve their honor than have them, subjected to what enemy forces might do to them. So if Hazrat Zainab had taken that action herself, it would have been a gray area, was it? But because Imam Zain al-Abidin was asked to make that decision, it shows very clearly that this is an Islamic stance, that preserving human life is the most important thing. So Hazrat Zainab is very cognizant of kind of where and how she needs to make sure the right risk owner is identified, and her core focus is on promoting the message of Imam Hussain. Okay.
So do we think that if perhaps Bibi Zainab was removed from the equation of the risk management from this perspective, and we removed her from the equation, and it was Imam Zain al-Abidin in her place, what are your thoughts around what would have how things would potentially materialize from that perspective?
Okay.
Especially given the fact that obviously previously you've mentioned, you know, the four strategic risks that she had in terms of dilution and deletion, etc. So if we remove Bibi Zainab from the equation in its entirety and she's not part of the decision making process, then how could things materialize differently?
Okay, well, that's a huge hypothetical question, and I don't think we can conceive what Karbala would be like without Bibi Zainab and her strategic leadership and her risk management. But I just want to give one example. Again, coming back to when Yazid informs Imam Zain al-Abidin that as prisoners they're going to be released and that they should leave for Medina. Imam says, when he asks Bibi Zainab what we should do, she gives a message, which is that we as a family have not had the chance to mourn our beloved martyrs, and we want to do that. And we want to do that here in Damascus. And she sets out these conditions where Yazid has to give her like a large domestic residence where they hold the first majlis. And it's Bibi Zainab that gives the first majlis or holds the first majlis, and it's Imam Zain al-Abidin who sits and he listens, but it's the women of Banu Hashim, of the other tribes who come and listen to the majlis. And I think that's a really, really important point where, again, Imam is also suggesting that when it comes to message transmission and getting the key facts of Karbala across, it is the women that play an instrumental role in this. And it was, again, the women who listen to the majlis who go in and inform their families of what have happened, and, you know, the revolution starts. So I think that to underplay any of Hazrat Zainab's role would be a big mistake. Of course, God forbid, if Hazrat Zainab was not there, Imam Zain al-Abidin would have pivoted his approach. He equally gave some really, really fundamentally challenging speeches in Sham, and, you know, of course, in Yazid's Darbar, in Kufa. But what you see, it's almost like a tag team where we have Hazrat Zainab's speech, and again, she covers kind of the importance of the Ahl Bayt, the tragedy in terms of what has happened to them, the unjustness of the situation, how, you know, they have not done anything to the people who have done this to them. And Imam Zain al-Abidin echoes these points. So it's very much a complementary message. There's no difference, I would say, in the messaging. But again, loads of studies, if you look at psychology right now, tell us that when it comes to message transmission, women tend to be a bit more effective at it. You know, there's psychology studies that show that people remember a message more if they hear it in a woman's voice versus a guy's voice. Maybe that's why your sat-navs are often in a girl's voice. There's other messages about the fact that, you know, if a woman hears something, she'll tell 20 people, whereas if a guy hears a message, she'll tell 2 or 3. So there's a lot of reasons why we're reliant specifically on Hazrat Zainab in making this messaging so effective so quickly. And maybe we can move on to the... Go on, sorry, it's like...
It probably leans quite to the point that, you know, effective leadership is understanding your strengths and weaknesses, and understanding which plays in any organization perhaps potentially will, you know, have the ability to drive you forward in the best and most appropriate manner. And I guess, you know, one of the key things in this conference itself is understanding what we can learn from Karbala in the modern world and in the modern day, and, you know, understanding those key relationships and how you play off relationships and strength is probably what we can learn in our day-to-day lives as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Play to your strengths. Okay, so let's now look a little bit at attitudes to risk. And current risk theory kind of categorizes people into 3 camps. Risk seekers, those are people who enjoy taking risks. Those are the kids who, like, you know, I don't know, jumping off bungee jumping things, I don't even know what they're called, or motorcycle racing, or, you know, people who actively enjoy pursuing high risk activities. Then you have people who are risk neutral, and they're pretty good at assessing the pros and cons of a risk and do it without kind of perhaps letting some of their own personal emotional biases affect their decisions. And then you have people who are risk averse. They don't like uncertainty, and therefore they will actively avoid risks. And an interesting thing in economic theory is that actually we don't have, like, the world is not neatly divided into 33% of each. People are more likely to be either risk seekers or risk averse. And then the smallest category is actually people who are risk neutral, which is very interesting because for many other things, you find that that most people center towards the average, and therefore you'd expect to find people who are more risk neutral, but that is simply not the case. Okay.
So where do we see Bibi Zainab's actions on this spectrum?
Let's take a look at some of her quotes and kind of see where we would put her. But before we do that, I want to look at what risk and gender studies say. So traditionally, I mean, now if you look at a lot of academic theory, the whole notion of gender is challenged. People will be like, there is no such thing as gender. But if we look at traditional studies, there's a lot of comparison between how men and women view risk. And most of the studies suggest that women are much less likely to take risks than men. They have a heightened sense of fear, and because of that, they're more likely to be risk averse. And also, they're more sensitive to pressured situations. So if a woman is kind of risk averse when there's no pressure, she's more likely towards being even more frightened or even less likely to do something under a high pressured situation. Now, these are the traditional studies. We have some more recent studies which say things like, actually, in the past, those gender differences were overemphasized. And what you're finding is that gender is not as important as we thought previously. Things like your age, things like your socio-demographic group, kind of even whether you're a night person or a day person, all affects risk perhaps as much as gender does. And secondly, more women are risk neutral than men. And therefore, when it comes to making good decisions, as a majority, women are perhaps a little bit better at making decisions when not under stress. And thirdly, that one of the reasons why women are risk averse is that if women do take risky decisions, they're more likely to suffer the consequences for it than men. I mean, those studies are usually around economic theory and in the boardroom. So looking at, say, the Fortune 500 companies, there's not that many women leaders. But if a woman leader has made a risky decision and it's gone wrong, she's more likely to get fired than the guy leader. So actually, there's more negative consequences for women of making riskier decisions than men, because publicly people are less likely to accept it. Okay, let's move on. Unless you have any questions, Irthi, do you want to move on to the next slide?
Yeah, we'll move on to the next slide. Yeah.
Okay, so what we have here is an example, and I think a couple of my slides have gone missing from the point where I sent them to you to when we've got it, but I want to talk about this study example, and it's a very, very recent one. So despite the fact that recent studies are saying women are not as risk averse, there's still a lot of body of evidence out there that says that they are slightly more nervous when there's a panic situation. And I think I'm only bringing this up not to put women down, because that would never be my purpose, but just to make us understand the greatness of Hazrat Zainab. There's nobody that's faced a bigger crisis than her. And yet, despite that, her ability to be risk neutral, which we'll go on to discuss later, is absolutely astounding. So one of the biggest studies that we've had recently on risk was people's responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in America, they demonstrated that based on feedback, that women were more likely to be nervous about COVID-19 than men, despite the fact that they actually suffered slightly less consequences. They were more likely to take precaution, more likely to, do social distancing and have a greater sense of kind of what the social consequences were of the pandemic. So even now, despite us being, hundreds and hundreds of years into the future, and we're saying gender is a neutral concept, there is still a huge kind of bias when you look in large case studies of women being more risk averse. And I just wanted to mention that because I want to go on to look at what Hussain has done. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. Here is a quote. So when Hussain enters Yazid's court, you can imagine it's over 20 days of tireless, merciless journeying. And she has these vulnerable children with her, and what people were expecting would be quite a pitiful sight. Instead, she, in her body language, in her speech, is very, very confident, so much so that Yazid is completely baffled, and he asks the question to the whole court, who is this arrogant woman? And people are so frightened of Yazid, nobody wants to answer the question. And Hussain says to him, why are you asking them? Ask me, I'll tell you who I am. I am Muhammad's granddaughter. I'm Fatima's daughter. And I think this one scene really encapsulates how much agency Hazrat Zainab has, how she, despite being in the most vulnerable situation that she could be in, is able to talk for herself and is able and is reminding Yazid that I don't need anybody else to answer for me. And yeah, so it's giving you a flavor of what is not at all risk averse. If she was, she would have let somebody else answer for her. So let's move on to the next slide. Okay, and I think what's very important is that Hazrat Zainab's risk approach is one that was definitely not into risk. You don't see her insulting Yazid or anybody. She's very responsive in what she says. So if he says something, anything that she says is factually based. So people who are prone to risk, they like to escalate the risk in a situation. Hazrat Zainab's language and her stance doesn't escalate the risk, and it doesn't de-escalate the risk. It is factually based. It has historical context, and based on those few things, we can see that it is quite risk neutral. I mean, having said that, it's very, 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 very brave, because her language is that where she's not trying to be popular at all. She's not trying to, like, you can understand when she is, being paraded in the bazaars and people are talking about her and talking about the fact that, that these are a bunch of rebels that have been captured by the Caliph of the time. She uses extremely strong language. She says you're an evil nation. She says that, you have no idea what's going to happen to you on the day of resurrection. But she doesn't try to play for public sympathy at all. She is very factual. I'm not sure if I'm actually being able to bring my, to really articulate fully what I'm trying to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is that most studies show us people who like risk sometimes are not necessarily very factual, because they are less likely to, they underplay the consequences of risky actions that they're taking. Hazrat Zainab fully understands the implications of the actions that she's taking. She knows that she's a prisoner. She knows that, as a prisoner, what she does or doesn't do will, if Yazid is unhappy with her, their conditions can be significantly worse. So she's fully cognizant of kind of her position. But despite that, she uses very proactive language, which is, again, not emotional. It is on her, as far as she's concerned, telling people exactly what happened, what is going to happen to them, and kind of the gravity of what they've done. It is very factual based, and therefore suggesting that she is quite risk neutral.
Do you think then? Sorry, you said that most people that are take risk, they're obviously driven by the emotion. And obviously the adrenaline that comes by taking that risk. So, when you take people that are into high risk activities like, train surfing and things like that, they're obviously driven by the adrenaline that comes out of that. So how does that differ, obviously, from Bibi Zainab's Bibi Zainab's approach in this?
Okay, so there's a number of differences. So firstly, you can see that so when Yazid was the first guy he was the first person to ask the question, who is this woman? And she responds. She responds to people when they call out against Imam Hussain. So, when people were kind of throwing stones at the head of the Imam and calling him bad things, she responds to that. You don't see her proactively herself first engaging in any kind of speech. She is answering their questions and their comments, and she keeps her answers and to specifically to what they're saying. So, if she's asked, how do you feel about the fact that our family has victory over your family, or that today Allah has granted us this victory over you, she responds specifically to that point. She refutes the point, but she doesn't then escalate it by saying, oh, and another thing, blah, 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 which tends to be what happens when you are risk seeking, because, you are running exactly on that adrenaline and you are not necessarily thinking about what you're saying. Whereas if you look at her speech patterns, they're really well constructed. They start with her, in one of the sermons, it starts with her talking about how great God is, how she sees just Allah's beauty. And then from there, she goes on into the merits of her family and the merits of martyrdom. It's a very, very structured response, specifically to the points that have been raised. There is, although what she says is very emotion evoking, it is not, it's not based on any kind of over heightened emotion. What she is saying is very, she's very much in control of her speech pattern. Just as Imam Zain al-Abidin is, despite how much they're being provoked. And you have to remember that they were provoked, one, by the fact that, they are in the court of their enemy. Two, they're being made to stand while while the enemy is reclining on these cushions. Three, they're being provoked by the visuals of the heads of their martyrs being, beaten. They're doing absolutely everything possible to provoke a reaction out of them that's uncontrolled, that is hysterical, that does not make sense. But in none of her responses does Hazrat Zainab rise to that, which shows to us, and she's extremely brave. She still calls him the worst of the worst. She's not in any way, she's saying, and again, same thing in Kufa, it's the people of Kufa. She's like, you've absolutely bought for yourselves the worst outcome on the day of judgment. She's not hiding anything, but equally she's doing it in a very structured manner.
Just in the interest of time, I think we'll
let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the next.
Move on to the next, and start to move to the end of the discussion.
Okay. Absolutely. So by God, again, her comment to Yazid, by God, you are a liar. By God, you are too lowly born. So in really small, simple sentences, she's encapsulating, one, that everything is about Allah, and she's using Allah as her witness. There is nobody more powerful than that. And secondly, confirming publicly that Yazid is a liar, and that actually, he's acting as if he is, the most powerful person, but actually he comes from a pretty low place in terms of his origins. Let's move on. So why is this important? And I think it is with a lot of pain that you consider when we have personalities like Hazrat Zainab and such amazing thought leaders, how we're kind of in a position right now in the Muslim world where women are very much at risk. If we look at there's numerous studies, and I think perhaps the presentation has a couple of links in it as well, as to where women are at most danger right now in the world. Out of the top 10 countries in 2022, 7 of them are countries with populations that are predominantly Muslim populations. It's only Central Africa and Ukraine, and I think where else? One more place, South Sudan, which are not Muslim countries, where women have really, really high risk, difficult, challenging lives. So let's move on to the next slide. And I think that brings me back to the first point. Hazrat Zainab's concept of her brother's revolution was not one that was time bound. That messaging is relevant for us today as well. You know, in order for Imam Hussein's message about true Islam to be remembered, I mean, I think that's something where on one side, you know, we see the majlises, we see the books, we see seminars like this taking place, and the message is one that, you know, if anything is expanding. But on one side, you have the expansion of that message. On the other side, we as individuals, just as Hazrat Zainab was a risk owner as part of that revolution, each one of us is a risk owner. You know, we need to contribute to that revolution in ways that we best know how. And I think, like you were saying, it's playing to our strengths and understanding what our personal risks are, and therefore what our risk approach is. Am I risk averse? Am I risk neutral? You know, kind of how do I approach things? What risks do I own as part of this revolution? Being able to contribute to it. What should I be doing? And I think that is something where we can look to Hazrat Zainab's example as an inspiration. And it shouldn't be a passive thing. Like, coming back to the fact that right now, you know, I think there was a United Nations report that came out a year or so ago, which said every few hours, at least 6 women are killed by people that know them. You know, the amount of poverty and you know, the amount of young girls that are not going to school, the amount of people that have, you know, just really, really horrific living conditions is increasing exponentially. And we as followers of Hazrat Zainab, you know, we need to take inspiration from her message, and in terms of how she looked after the young girls, and you know, kind of how she stood up to tyranny. And I think it's really important. My specific message would be to the women who are listening to this talk about what we need to be doing, and really trying to understand what Hazrat Zainab's legacy is for us, so we can support our sisters out there who are going through a really tough time.
Fantastic, thank you for that. I think just obviously a couple of questions that have come to mind from the discussion. So, what was the difference in Bibi Zainab's risk strategy and approach to risk between Karbala and Sham, and how did that shift? And
okay.
Where, if we can kind of identify a moment where it shifted.
So I think her, you know, she was very, very responsive. So in Karbala, you see the focus being on things like getting water to the children, the practical logistics of things. And, you know, of course, with Hazrat Abbas not being there anymore, like you said, she took over the logistics of who gets water and when. Of course, Yazid's army made sure that the supplies that they got was less than adequate. Equally, Hazrat Zainab was tending to the wounds. So it was all around kind of, how do I minimize loss of life? How do I make sure that we have enough people here who witnessed what went on to be able to transport us to Sham, to be able to, promote the message of the revolution that Imam Hussain started. So in Karbala, where there wasn't a huge audience, you don't see Hazrat Zainab being as vocal. She's very insular. She's trying to protect the psychological well-being of the young people that she's in charge of. Again, she's trying to motivate Imam Zain al-Abidin and you know, kind of help him get physically ready for what is going to be a 20-day plus tough journey. Then once you get to Sham, it becomes a lot more about letting the people know exactly what they have done and what the price they are going to pay for doing this. So telling, or even before that, you know, when she's at Kufa, you know, the message becomes, what you have done has absolutely ruined your lives. You think where our lives are ruined, our lives are absolutely fine. We're going to be okay. You need to think about how you're going to face my grandfather, the Prophet. You need to think about kind of the fact that in order to save, either make a bit of money or just to save your family or your personal security, you have let this happen to the Prophet's family. So it's all about messaging to them as to the gravity of what's happened. And then when it comes to Sham, it flips again, and the message becomes, well, actually, you think what you've done is really, really, really significant, but time is going to show what you've done accounts for nothing, because my family will continue to promote the message of Allah. My family has always been there for martyrdom. So you get how each time there's a shift of influence. So going to telling the general public what they've done is terrible, to telling Yazid what he's done is insignificant, and each time how she does that shows that, you know, her risk strategy is actually pretty much messaging the right thing at the right time, but that message has to change.
Absolutely. That was phenomenal. Thank you. I'm just in the interest of time now. We need to draw the session to a close. And thank you very much for this fantastic fantastic talk that you've given us this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Irtaza. You take care, and thank you for giving me the time and the opportunity to speak to you and everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, for joining. I hope you've been able to take some key things away from our discussion today. And inshallah, we'll look forward to joining you soon. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad wa ajal. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum to everyone who may be tuning into this short discussion on Islam and the environment. And it'll be Sister Zahra Ali Sayyid and myself in a conversation about what the Quran and Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam say about our duties towards the earth and what is man's destiny upon the earth and what we should be doing about the environment. Zahra Ali Sayyid has set up Green Pilgrim, which is trying to encourage us all to be more conscious about how we treat the places that we go for ziyarah, and to try to encourage greater respect for those places. She's trying to campaign about limiting the use of plastic cutlery and cups, specifically in Najaf and Karbala, and to encourage us to think about what it means to be a Muslim, what it means to be a follower of Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam in light of the teachings of the environment in Quran and Hadith. So I will welcome her to this discussion, but we will both be, inshallah, participating and hopefully trying to encourage everyone who's going for ziyarah to have a strategy for limiting their use of plastic. Assalamu alaikum, sister. Please give us your presentation and your knowledge.
Assalamu alaikum, sister. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk about the climate challenge and the plastic challenge that the climate change related plastic challenge that Iraq is facing right now. Today, like you said, we'll be discussing about Islamic environmentalism, what are the ethics of Ziyarat Imam Hussain alayhi salam in terms of environment responsibility. And also we'll talk about some facts related to climate change, how climate change is real and how Arbaeen March and our general, our religious tourism is contributing towards climate change.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is just, yeah. And I was going to say this is so interesting because I think after all of these years after the invasion of Iraq and everyone being so excited to be able to go back and do ziyarah, like now 20 years, almost 20 years after the invasion, it's now time we really start to kind of move forward and think about the impact that we are having in Iraq.
Absolutely. First, let's talk about climate change and how this is affecting the environment of Iraq in general. So we all know that climate change is real and it's hitting the planet faster than we expected, faster than the scientists predicted. And Iraq is no exception. So in fact, climate change related challenges are already visible in Iraq now. We are already looking at increase in average mean temperature of Iraq, which has increased in the past decade. We see that droughts have increased, the temperatures have increased drastically. We see that there are frequent dust storms in Iraq now. These are all results of climate change. The biggest issue that we see and observe in Iraq is of water shortages, because as you know, there is increased drought and Iraq is 40% desert. There's already water shortage there. The water salinity is quite high. And in addition to that, like you said, Iraq has suffered almost 30 years of suppressive dictatorship and invasions, military invasions, and there has been a lot of unrest, political unrest. Because of that, the country has not really developed many of its departments, for example, the waste management department or water management department. So the scientists are now suggesting that these challenges are expected to increase, and with water shortages, with high temperatures, with more dust storms, the agriculture sector of Iraq is going to suffer the most, which means that water resources are going to be difficult to manage, or they have been saying that there's going to be water poverty in Iraq very soon. Human health is going to be affected. The energy sector is going to be affected. The infrastructure of Iraq is going to be affected in general. The prolonged droughts are already being recorded, and their intensity is going to increase even more. So Iraq currently is currently facing a serious water shortage due to climate change, and there are many internal and external factors involved in it. So in Basra, for example, people do not have clean water to drink. And the fisher folk communities, which are located for centuries around the river Euphrates, are forced to move and relocate because the salinity of the water has increased so much that they don't find any fishes there anymore. So all of that is turning into a desert, which was once an agricultural land. So these are direct impact of climate change that people of Iraq are facing. Now, in terms of Arbaeen and our contribution, because when we go to Iraq, we should remember that Iraq is a war-torn country. It already has a lot of challenges of its own. But climate change-related challenges exist. Even if we come up with perfect mitigation policies and we make all sorts of arrangements, climate change is still going to affect Iraq. What is more tragic is that the two holy cities where we all gather each year to participate in world's largest gathering, Arbaeen, these are actually the lands of our Imam. They are very close to our hearts. And when we go there, we are asking for all our needs. We are looking at all this generosity of Iraqis who are offering us free food and accommodation, and they're taking care of us. But we forget that what are we doing for them and what are we leaving behind? So just because there is not enough fresh water available in the tap, we continue to buy packaged water there. And that's what the Iraqis are forced to do as well, because the fresh water supplies are heavily contaminated. And fourth largest pollutant is plastic waste. The research has been conducted. And the sad part is that because Iraq is still trying to recover from all the bitter past that it has been through, some of the local governments departments are not established, and they do have their own challenges. At the same time, they're trying to host this world's largest gathering, which comes with its own challenges. Waste management is one of the biggest challenge for the Iraqi government right now. Less than 40% waste is picked up. Most of the waste ends up in rivers, and some of it is burnt in the landfill, which again causes much more harm to the environment, to the ecology, to the health of local Iraqis. So this, in the end, I just want to highlight this fact that although we're going to the holy cities and we consider that, we're going there for healing, we're going there to solve all our problems, but we have to be realistic. Our holy cities are also facing this climate challenge, and the local communities are really suffering because of our irresponsible tourism practices. I think it would be lovely if you can also highlight some points related to our responsibility as pilgrims. What should be thinking? What should be the ethics of ziyarat in terms of environmental sustainability? Maybe. Yeah.
Inshallah, yes. When I started to read Quran 20 years ago, when I was coming into Islam, one of the first surahs that I read was Surah At-Takwir, Surah 81, and it was Abdul Basit of the Samad who was reciting it, and it made a huge impact on me. But it's so interesting because back then I was also interested in the environment. I have a kind of long-term amateur interest, we could say. And here, Surah At-Takwir, it commences by saying, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, when the sun is overthrown and when the stars fall and when the hills are moved away and when the camels with young are abandoned and when the wild beasts are herded together and when the seas rise. And when I read that line, when the seas rise, I thought, oh my goodness, this sounds like the predictions for climate change. Mm-hmm. And there are also other narrations and also ahadith that talk about Akhir Zaman, that talk about these signs of Akhir Zaman, which sound very like climate change and the destruction of our climate. I remember one scholar a long time ago, I don't have the actual hadith, but he said there is a hadith that said that in Akhir Zaman the rain will be acidic, so we will not be able to drink the rain anymore. And we see countless ayahs in the Quran that remind us that the earth does not belong to us. The heavens and the earth belong to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So they are an amana to us that, has been given to us, and we're going to be tested on how we conduct ourselves. Often when we think of our own conduct as Muslims, there's a lot of focus on the moral and ethical conduct between ourselves and perhaps sometimes towards people of other religions, but very little is said about our conduct towards the earth on which we are living. And there are ayahs in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, do you feel secure against the punishment of Allah if you are behaving in an oppressive manner on the earth? Do you feel that nothing is going to happen to you? And we see that the Quran has so many places where Allah demonstrates that when the people of a particular city were oppressive or they were arrogant. They considered themselves independent and they took for granted the blessings that Allah had given them. That was when he brought the punishment. There will be a dramatic punishment for those who abuse this amana. And then moving on to thinking about what it means to be a Shia, a follower of the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam, we have a narration from Imam Baqir alayhi salam where he says that the Shia is the one who follows our sunnah, is the one who obeys what is halal and what is haram. And the Shia is the one who doesn't just follow Ahlul Bayt, we follow Quran and Ahlul Bayt. So we have to study what the Quran says about what is our correct attitude to have on the earth. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, don't tread heavily on the earth. You can't, do you think that you can rend it? Do you think that you're so strong that you can break it? You're not. You're just this little human being. So it's constantly reminding us of how this life is temporary. Don't be greedy. Don't be inordinate. Like it says, eat and drink from that which Allah has given you, but do not be excessive in what you take from the good things that Allah has provided. So, but what I have found is that this is still kind of an unfashionable issue for some reason. People, they like the emotion, they like to feel, poor us, we are the oppressed Shia. But it's like, well, have some reflection on how you might be oppressing the earth that is bearing you, that's tolerating you. So we, for the sake of our future generations, because now, as you say, like, we're really witnessing the changes. I know people who are in African countries, they're saying that the wind is like fire. We have long-term drought in Iran, in Isfahan, the famous 33 arch bridge that always had a river flowing through it. That's been dry for the last few years. And maybe some people are not impacted, but as I heard in India and Pakistan this year, there were eagles falling out of the sky dead because of the intensity of the temperatures. So the earth is becoming uninhabitable.
Absolutely. Like you said earlier about the sea levels rising, this is the ultimate sign of climate change. And I was just reading a paper which suggests that even Iraq is going to be under influence of this, because when the waters from the Gulf are going to, the water is going to rise because of climate change, then Iraq is also going to suffer because of that. And just imagine if there's no water, there's shortage of water, we're burdening the fresh water resources, then how sustainable will our pilgrimage be?
Yes.
And what will we doing with the city of Imam Hussain alayhi salam? It's literally the property of Imam Hussain alayhi salam. Even if we forget about the rest of Iraq, and if we talk only about the holy cities, then as pilgrims, what is our responsibility? The accountability is really important, and being self-centered and just being focused on, getting something from the ziyarat, be it the spiritual satisfaction or the, just the charm of meeting so many people from around the world. People go there for all reasons, all good reasons also, but then we forget about our impact and how we are affecting our hosts, our Iraqi brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And I would just like to show two images quickly, just to give you an idea. When we look at Arbaeen pilgrimage, and in this first photo, you can see that people are marching towards Karbala with passion. They're holding flags, and these are the kind of images that we usually see on internet, and we feel really passionate about joining the Arbaeen pilgrimage. But in the second picture, you can see that once these people are passing by, and they have left this 50-mile highway, then they have left behind tons of plastic waste, and it literally looks like a carpet of plastic waste. And who picks this up? We don't do that. The local Iraqi communities do that. Individuals do that, and they use their hands to do this job for us. But this is our plastic waste. I do understand that the local authorities need to have better waste management plans, but we keep looking for opportunities to serve the holy cities. So this is our opportunity. You know, we must take care of our trash. Is something very basic. We don't do that in our own countries and cities that throw plastic wherever we want. So, you know, collectively, we are spending so much. We are spending billions of dollars just to serve food and to provide water and accommodation to pilgrims. We can, you know, set up our own waste management system maybe, or at least be responsible and dispose of our waste properly, you know?
Likewise, when I've been out there, I have seen garbage collectors. They don't have gloves.
Yeah,
they are using their own bare hands to clean up people's filth and dirt and rubbish. And we should not put a fellow mu'min in that position. We really need to have a greater consciousness of the impression that we make, because actually, you know, we don't want to be a source. We don't, in our conduct, we might think that we are really great doing our ziyarah, when in actual fact, someone from the outside who's having to clean up after us is looking at us and thinking, look at how dirty these people are. And that is such an embarrassment. Like, we don't want to, especially as foreigners, like you're supposed to have come from a country that is not war-torn, or you might not have been at least through what Iraq has been through. So your conduct is supposed to be a little bit better. And like you say, when people go to Iraq, they're thinking about what they can get from the place. But we should also think, as you say, about what we can do. What are some of the practical things you have in mind about how we can manage these environmental changes?
Plastic waste and plastic is a very huge global issue, and people are trying to find different ways to deal with it. In Iraq, we have limited resources. We do not have plastic alternatives. You know, even if we ask people to carry their own bottles, which is a very simple thing to do, and I've practiced this at least for 3-4 years, and then I started talking about it. I've seen that this is a very practical solution, and now communities and individuals are also practicing it. So firstly, something very basic that one can do is carry their own bottle. You can refill it on the way, and if you just calculate, in one day we consume maybe 8 or 10 cups of plastic, packaged water. We can easily avoid that. And these plastic cups will be there and pollute the planet, and especially the city of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, for 400 years if we don't do anything about it. So just imagine the long-term environmental impact of these plastic cups, which we just use for a minute and we throw it away. We can easily avoid that just by carrying a reusable bottle. Then this is something that an individual can do. Then if somebody is hosting a market, they can make sure that they have a proper waste management system in place. They are offering refill stations. They have water coolers available through which people can refill their water bottles maybe, or they can use maybe paper cups, which are less destructive. So also, if somebody has a business and can import goods, they can consider investing in a business which offers plastic alternatives to the public who is coming there, who's joining the march, and the local communities also. Then in terms of policy making, this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to work with the local authorities and different holy shrines of Iraq to come up with a policy and to bring them on one page. And because holy shrines can take care of waste and the policies within the holy shrines, but then the city also needs to contribute. And because the government is not stable in Iraq for so many years, so it is a very big challenge in itself. But imagine if only some of us, there were about 22 million pilgrims 2 years back for Arbaeen. So imagine if some of us start practicing this very basic solution to carry your own bottle. It can definitely be a positive impact. But we have to do so many different things to actually see Karbala and Najaf plastic free.
That would have a huge impact, because if you think about 22 million people and how many plastic cups each person is using, That's a huge number of cups. And if at least half of those people, 10, 11 million people, decided I'm going to just use my own, that would have such a massive impact. I noticed that with the molkibs, when people, sometimes it's difficult because they will already have the plastic cups with the drinks set up and they just hand it to you. So that's a bit tricky. I'm wondering whether we should be quite assertive in saying that I'm going to, I'm going to fill up my own cup with the tea, or how can we manage people who have already got all the cups set up and they just hand you that plastic cup? That's what I find difficult, because at the same time you don't want to be rude and say, oh no thank you.
Yeah, it is difficult because they are offering us something which is very pure and very clean for them. If you look at through their eyes, they're offering us best kind of water that they can provide us. So they are being generous. But yes, sometimes it is difficult to say no to them. But if you have your bottle in front of them, and it's just about how you talk to them, how you meet them and greet them, and how you make things smooth. I think they'd never mind doing this.
Yeah.
And in fact, they are quite happy, because I know some of the employees of the Holy Shrine, and they carry their own cups throughout the day, and they never use plastic cups, just because they think that it's rough, it's just wastage of resources, and you don't need to do that. They're not looking at it through the environmental perspective, but they look at it through the religious, spiritual perspective, that it's waste of resources, right? This is the beauty of our religion, literally. Secondly, there's good news that there are some initiatives in Iraq now. We're trying to set up recycling plants, because it is a difficult challenge to communicate with people coming from diverse cultures who speak different languages. They are from different educational backgrounds. So it's very difficult to communicate the idea to everyone, to educate them about what is plastic, why plastic is bad. But if you have a recycling plant in place, it solves some of the problems immediately. So we need a combination of solutions to tackle this problem. So we are hoping that from this year, we'll look at some initiatives from the Atba of Imam Ali alayhi salam also. They have some amazing plans, and we'll wait and see what they are going to do. They're very committed to educate people now about Islamic environmentalism and why it is important to think about your future and what is climate change in general. Because, in Iraq, most of the plastic is consumed by the local Iraqis also. And it is because they don't have a solution. They do not have an alternate. And also because they're not educated. This whole generation of Iraqis who never went to school because of the dictatorships and because of the imposed wars. So they do have a huge challenge of educating people as well. So we keep focusing on pilgrims who are coming from other parts of the world, who are educated, who know what is plastic, why this is bad. They know, they actually try to be eco-friendly when they're living in their own countries. But when they come to Iraq, they seem to forget about it. So we're just trying to remind what we can do as pilgrims.
Some people might think, oh, it doesn't matter, someone will clean it up. And I've heard that said a few times, sometimes in different occasions, not just in Iraq, where I've been sometimes somewhere and you go to clean and someone says, oh, don't worry, someone will do it. And I'm thinking, yeah, but, well, again, it's like you're putting that burden on someone else. And so if we all participate, I mean, this should be part of our spiritual practice. What is spirituality? Is it just to feel, like you say, that kind of lovely feeling of going in haram and doing our ziyarah and meeting other mu'mineen? Is this what our spirituality is? Or should we have, a more holistic view of what spirituality is? I did a short video once about how we should have a greater consciousness of the world in which we're living and be more spiritually in tune with it. And somebody, I don't think it was a Shia, but somebody commented underneath and said, this is pure shirk. And because it's become such a kind of alien idea to people, almost irrelevant, like, what on earth are you talking about this for? But it's this, you know, we have to think about, we like beauty, like every human being loves beauty. Like they go to the harams because the harams are beautiful and they feel that relief of the spirit. But we should make the whole of our ziyarah beautiful, like the whole way, all the way from Najaf to Karbala. There should be beauty for people to get that, at least to get that sense of comfort or solace or peace, let alone, you know, the impact on the environment.
Yeah.
You
Have you
would
ever
also-
seen that
yeah.
maqam Imam Zamana Jallahu Ta'ala Farajun at Wadi Salam? You know, you know, we believe that Imam comes to that location, and from there he walks towards the holy shrine of Amirul Mu'mineen alayhi salam. But if for a second you stand outside the gates of that maqam and you just look around, you'll see plastic waste. You'll see peels of oranges and, you know, plastic spoons and cups. And you start walking towards the holy shrine of Imam Ali alayhi salam, and all you will see is plastic. So I just sometimes wonder, do we really believe in these places? Do we really believe that our Imam comes here and he walks on these paths? Because if we do, we should be growing flowers here. We should be keeping these places clean. So it does gives me this very bitter feeling at times that we have become very self-centered when it comes to the ziyarat of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, and we have forgotten the ethics and etiquettes of the ziyarat. Because, you know, I also find it so beautiful that, you know, it's a well-known fact that one of the ethics of the visitation of Imam Hussain alayhi salam is to eat less meat. Yeah. And, you know, it is because of the spiritual reasons, but also if you look at it through the eyes of an environmentalist, you will see this is the most beautiful environmental practice that has been suggested, because eating meat more than you need is not only bad for your spirit, your body, but it's also bad for the environment, because it's the largest producer of carbon dioxide, you know, which contributes to climate change. So these are basic things, you know, taking care of others, thinking about the local communities, interacting with them, looking at what they need, and how are we contributing to the bigger problem. And I also think that we need to show a realistic picture of the ziyarats. We glorify the experience so much that people think that they are angels who are descending on the grounds of Arbaeen, and they are cleaning everything up for us and maintaining the cities. But these are real people we are talking about. They suffer because of our ways, because we ignore the fact that, you know, we are contributing to their problems, and which are not just going to go away after Arbaeen or once the trash is lifted. But as long as the plastic exists on these lands, it's going to kill wildlife, is going to make people unhealthy. It's going to make difficult for them to survive. So, yeah.
For people who may also be thinking about eating meat during these periods, when I have driven around Karbala, I noticed that the sheep are often grazing on bags of garbage.
Yes.
So actually the local sheep, some of the local sheep that will be slaughtered for the dinner pot, for the zawar, will have been grazing on people's plastic bags of leftover peelings and garbage. And this is the situation in Iraq. So that should be an incentive for people to reduce their meat. If you really want to think about where these sheep have been and what they've actually been eating, they will have definitely been eating bits and pieces of plastic as well. So that's going to be in their meat that the zawar are then going to consume as well.
Even all the fishes that we eat, I've never had meat or fish in Karbala especially, but I see people grill fish all the time, and it is a fact that fish, all of the fish that, you know, you're consuming in Iraq especially, has eaten microplastic, and so you are also eating that microplastic, and that microplastic was most probably left by somebody here in Iraq a few years back.
Yeah. I was so shocked to hear what you said about how the fish are dying in the Furat, in the Euphrates as well.
Yes.
There
was a report. there have been so many recent reports, video reports, and newspaper articles about it. Just, I think about 4 or 5 years back, all of the fish of River Euphrates was, they just died and they were floating on the surface of the river. So imagine these are fisher folk communities, they depend on fishing. So sustainable fishing and everything else also matters, but just imagine how polluted the rivers are already. And also above, if only we know that these rivers are so polluted, then people may stop floating those styrofoam sheets in River Euphrates near Maqam Imam Zamana. It has become a ritual that people float candles as if the other end is going to...
They're just going to evaporate at the other end.
Evaporate, or what's going to happen to them. Yeah. And they do it with so much respect. But I have traveled with a team of Al Jazeera, just trying to document what happens to the plastic that is left through these rituals in the stream of Furat. And we traced that stream and we went all the way out of the city and we found mountains of plastic waste. And the river was packed with plastic in a way that was hard to tell if it's land or if it's river. And people over there were burning plastic. So the date trees were also burnt. And there were people living there. There were even Khadimeen of Imam Hussain alayhi salam's haram who were living in that community. And one of the teenagers who were passing by, they stopped and they said, "What's the use of making this video? Nothing is going to change for us. This is going to be like this." It is absolutely tragic what we are doing to the holy cities. And it's also very sad that we don't want to face this bitter reality. We only want to look at the beautiful picture of the ziyarat, and we just forget about its environmental impact.
Yeah, and there's so many people, I get quite a few people writing to me saying, I want to do something for the Ahlul Bayt. And they're thinking of maybe some great political campaign or ideological campaign. And in actual fact, often it's the unseen service that is of much greater value. Someone may not see you picking up the garbage, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is going to see that. And if everybody just does a little bit of that, then that is what you can do for the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam.
Absolutely.
So we've just got a couple of minutes till the end. So I just wanted to wrap up by asking you how people can contact you. How can they be part of Green Pilgrim? How can they be in touch with you to get more information?
So we have a website called thegreenpilgrim.org. You can join us through that website. We are also present on social media, on Instagram and on Facebook. But the best way would be to reach out to us through an email or to sign up through our membership form on the website. We also have some free resources for the teachers who might want to do a lesson plan with their students about climate change or about sustainable tourism. We are also looking for volunteers all the time who can join our ambassadors in different regions. We are based in 5 continents. We have volunteers working in 5 continents. We are always looking for partners. So please feel free to reach out to us and share your ideas, and let's work together to make sure that this urbane, we reduce our plastic consumption, and together we find sustainable solutions to make our religious tourism more eco-friendly, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much. And we pray, inshallah, that this movement will spread, that people will become more conscious, and that we lift the hopelessness among the local Iraqi people who feel like, what's the point? I mean, that's terrible to be living in that environment and think, what's the point? Nothing's going to change. So we need to make things easier for people who have been through war and who are providing a service for the Zawar. And inshallah, all do our part. Thank you very much, sister. And thank you also for inviting me to host and to discuss as well. And I hope, inshallah, to see you again in other events and in other discussions, inshallah.
Inshallah, sister. It was absolutely a pleasure to have you during the discussion and to listen to your insights about Islamic perspective of environmentalism. And we should talk more about it in future, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you. And thank you everyone for watching and for listening. And I hope that it was informative and beneficial, and that inshallah you'll join the Green Pilgrim movement, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Today on the Imam Hussain Global Platform, it is an absolute honor for me, and my name is Hira Heather, and I'm a Toronto-based journalist, to be here in front of all of you and just to moderate this incredible topic that the team has curated, which is lessons of mental strength and resilience from Karbala. I believe that this is a topic which is very much relatable to every individual, every Shia, whoever watches it, because I think it comes very naturally that when we feel stress, when we are experiencing anxiety or enduring depression, automatically when we're thinking of who should we look up to in terms of inspiration, our minds wander off to Karbala. And that is exactly what we are going to be shedding light on today. And inshallah, this topic will undoubtedly help those, reach those who are in dire need of it. And it is an honor for me to introduce our exceptionally brilliant guest, Sister Barak Hussain. And mashallah, she is so well accomplished that it was very difficult for me to minimize her introduction as much as I could. But nevertheless, Barak Hussain is an Iraqi-Canadian registered psychotherapist who is practicing at the Health and Counseling Services at Carleton University Clinic in Ottawa, Canada. So let's bring her on board. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Barak. How are you?
Wa alaikum assalam. Alhamdulillah. How are you doing, sister?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing well. And today we are just going to be taking as much as knowledge from you to practically apply it into our own lives. And I know for a fact that I'm going to be watching this session ardently after it's done and taking down notes of whatever you have to tell us.
Inshallah, I could live up to that. Inshallah.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure. So we're going to dive right into our first question. Now, when we think of mental illness, health illnesses, and when we think of the struggles that we face with our mental health, there are times where we observe individuals who are very pious, they're practicing Shias. They will, mashallah, be reciting all of their ziyarat, their du'as. They will be performing their salatul tahajjud, and reciting the Quran. However, they do struggle with mental health issues such as depression, such as anxiety. And sometimes in our community, when an individual is showing signs of their mental health deteriorating, automatically we say, why aren't you praying enough? Or your connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is kind of lacking. Perhaps that's why. Or your faith is faltering, or there's a lack of spiritualism. So this is a topic that, yes, we have been speaking about, especially in our Shia community, mashallah, but I would love to have your insight on it. That is the deterioration of our mental health, a lack of spiritualism, or does it have to do with something that has kind of gone a little tad off track mentally and physically?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. These are great questions, and I'm so happy to see our Muslim community, especially our Shia community, delve into these topics. It's been a struggle getting mental health normalization out there the last few years, but I'd say it's been successful because now we hear the topic of mental health being discussed on the Mumbar, and you have scholars and sheikhs who are going after psychology and therapy degrees so that they can incorporate their spiritual and Islamic knowledge with therapy in order to serve our community. So this shows you how far we've come along the last few years, alhamdulillah. And I'm going to keep on with that struggle of getting that information out there and normalizing mental health. And so when we get to this question of is these mental health challenges, these struggles, is it because of a lack of spiritualism, or is there something deeper? So is it the egg or the chicken? I think it comes down to that as well. Bottom line is, when we look at mental health, it is similar to physical health. A lot of people separate the two when in fact they're all together. There's a whole connection of them: mind, body, heart, and soul, all together. Mind, body, heart, and soul. Yes, all four of them. We always tend to forget one of them, but that's just the idea. They're all in connection. And if one of these things are off in our lives, then it impacts everything else. If we look at the beautiful hadith of Imam Musa al-Kadhim alayhi salam, and I'm paraphrasing here, where he talks about dividing our time into four, or dividing our parts of our lives. 1 hour, and it's not in the literal sense of 1 hour, but section and time of our let's say 24 hours or the week or whatever, in the sense of 1 hour to God, for ibadah and worship, 1 hour to your family, right? 1 hour to your work, and 1 hour for yourself in which you do not commit sin. I think there are friends in there somewhere, friends and family. Yeah. So the idea here is when you have the division of the four, if you look at that, these are all of our dimension of wellness that modern psychology has just now come into doing this type of research to understanding all of the different dimensions of our lives. And there is this concept of the 8 dimensions of wellness, which covers all of what the Imam talked about into other layers. So financial, the spiritual, the physical, the environment, the work, and et cetera, et cetera. It's all encompassed in this hadith that talks about the 4 parts. So having this basic understanding now that our mental health is just as important as our physical health when it comes to this type of hadith, for example, it shows you that it's all about balance. If one of these things are off in our lives, of course, you're going to struggle and suffer and experience all sorts of things, which we don't have time now to get into. But I think our community, I believe, has reached a level of basic understanding, alhamdulillah, fundamental understanding of what are the impacts of, let's say, when we are struggling with our mental health, whether it's signs of depression, anxiety, whether personality, it all comes down to stress. When we don't take care of our stress, then we're going to see all of these different results that come out of it. So now that we have this bit of an understanding of it, of course, when we compare it to physical health, it is rather, let's say, that imbalance of chemicals in our brain and in our body. But it could also be because, let's say, you've had childhood trauma, or you're experiencing, let's say, a breakup, or you're experiencing a divorce, or you lose a job, or somebody dies. A loss of anything can cause some kind of grief, which is normal. What is not normal when it continues on and falling into depression. Right? So again, the egg or the chicken here, it's all interconnected, and it's about that balance. Now, let's look specifically about this lack of spirituality and faith, which contributes to your mental health. Again, let's say you're somebody who is of faith, inshallah, alhamdulillah, a follower of the Ahlul Bayt, inshallah, and you're doing, all the wajib and the mustahab. You're doing your prayers, you read Quran, you do du'as, you go to ziyarah, you do this, you do that, you engage in your community. All of a sudden, you're just not interested anymore. You're not engaged. You are not interested in the things that you once were very passionate and excited about, whether it's your work, your schoolwork, it's suffering. You're not engaged going to the mosque or things that once captured your interest. You're just not doing them anymore. Your hygiene is off. You're not eating well. You're not sleeping well, et cetera, et cetera. You're just feeling lethargic. Does that mean that you're not a person of faith? Well, what if it's a chemical imbalance? Does that mean there's something wrong with you in terms of your faith? Not at all. Again, when we look at physical health, somebody who has diabetes all of a sudden is fainting. Their sugar levels are just skyrocketing and they don't know what's going on. And they're praying and they're doing everything that person A is doing with their mental health. Does that mean that this person has a lack of faith or spirituality? No, of course not. It means they have a chemical imbalance with their insulin and glucose. They need the medication to create that balance in order to have a healthy lifestyle, which means they have to eat well, sleep well, manage their food and their medication, exercise, including other factors, the 8 dimensions of wellness and the dimensions that the Imam talked about. So let's bring it back together again. Does that mean you are weak of faith? No, it means that you were unwell. Just like you have a physical ailment, you have a mental or spiritual ailment. And we have treatment, and we have all sorts of strategies, coping tools, et cetera, that can help you from the spiritual, religious, as well as the psychological, which is why I get so passionate and excited about this topic, because it's a combination. When you put it all together, just like the Imam said, it's putting into balance everything into your life. And when you get to the point where you are not doing well, what do the Imams teach us? Ask those who know. Who are those people? Ask those who know. In this case, the experts in the field, the doctors, the psychiatrists, the psychologists, the psychotherapists, et cetera, et cetera. Of course, you want to go to the right person. So you could seek somebody, let's say, who has a similar background as you, who understands the culture, the faith, that can incorporate the same language, as well as the awareness of what is within your culture. I mean, if you go to a therapist, let's say, who has no training in Islam, no knowledge of Islam, no cultural competency, of course, you may not have the same language or connection. Sometimes people seek somebody completely different because they're afraid of confidentiality or secrets or judgment. Number one issue, judgment in our communities when it comes to that. Bottom line, it's not about lack of faith or spirituality. It doesn't mean you're not a good enough Muslim. It just means we need to get the right help, seek the right help, ask those who know, so that you can get a full holistic treatment. And I believe in the holistic, meaning, yes, you need to get the biological, meaning perhaps you need medication, right? Making sure that you have a whole healthy lifestyle. So making sure that eating, sleeping, exercise, and spirituality is all in balance. And studies have shown that. Studies have proven that time and time again. And what's exciting now in the last 10 to 15 years, it's slowly picking up in the Shia community, definitely in the other Muslim communities. There's been lots of research done on spirituality, well-being, and alhamdulillah, we're doing more and more research in our area, where a few years ago, and inshallah, we'll have the link for this, I did a research documentary on the impact of ziyarat, pilgrimage, of Arba'iniyah, and our well-being. And we looked at it from a psycho-spiritual perspective. We did it from a qualitative perspective, interviewing people on the ground, Muslims as well as people of other faith. And we did look at studies that talk about spirituality and well-being and the significant positive connection and impact of spirituality in our lives. So I really encourage you to watch this study, I guess, documentary, because I noticed a lot of young people who are entering into this field reached out and said, we actually want to do this research in our thesis, in our graduate studies. I'm like, let's do it, mashallah. So it's really exciting to see the interest in our communities and really bringing it down to the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam and their impact and their traditions on our well-being.
Very eloquently said. And I'm glad that you brought this up, that it's important to have individuals to reach out to who can relate to you on a cultural basis, or may it be on the same basis as your language. Of course, faith also plays a big part. So I'm glad that, Sister Barak, we have individuals like yourself who people can reach out to. Also, there's something which I always say, and it's not as eloquently as you have said it as a professional, but just a very basic ideology that this body that we have and this head that is attached onto it, it is a part of our body, right? So the brain, which is inside our head, just as our body can fall ill, so can our brain. So it's completely normal. You know how they say that it's okay to not be okay. So there should never be a sense of shame if you are struggling with your mental health. And coming down to this word of shame, there still is a stigma which is attached to people struggling with their mental health. And a big part of it is the concept of sabr, of patience in Islam, right? And this is something that sometimes we can even get caught off guard, that perhaps even we're saying this to other individuals, you know, if they're suffering, if they start to cry, or if they start to speak in a very heated way, we say, do sabr, you know, practice sabr, practice patience. However, we can say that there are ways of saying practice sabr, because we do not want it to morph into toxic positivity. We do not want individuals to start bottling up their emotions, because then we know what happens when they get built up, and then when they erupt like a volcano does. It's not all that great. So I just wanted to ask you to shed light on the fact that when we say that practice patience in Islam, when a hardship befalls us, how can we apply that to our lives in a scientific way as well? And of course, I would love to hear your thoughts on one individual from Karbala who practiced patience and who we can seek guidance from, especially when it comes down to expressing our grief, anxiety, and depression.
This is definitely a huge question, and I will do my best to answer it. So when it comes down to patience, from a psycho-spiritual perspective, I wanted to give this example before I get into it. I was actually watching this really evocative video that got to me from Sayyid Ali al-Talaqani. He's an incredible speaker who uses a lot of psychology to talk about human interactions, human pain, human everything. And I'm enthralled with how he brings in the psychology from the Ahl al-Bayt to our everyday practical lives. So I'll tell you what this, what he was talking about and the way he describes it. He says, have you ever had this feeling when the eyes doesn't tear, when you hold that tear, when it doesn't come down and you freeze your eye and you hold that pain in your heart here, hold it so tightly that you feel that you're choked, you cannot even breathe any air in? Have you ever experienced that? It is so brilliant in how he's talking about that you can't even take a breath without feeling pain, because what you have done here is that you have pushed all of that pain inside to not feel any emotion. This thing of holding our emotions, holding in your emotions tightly here and choking up like that and not feeling grief and feeling pain numbs you. It numbs you. When it numbs you, what happens? Your heart hardens. When your heart hardens, you start behaving in ways that's not yourself. You become rude. You become cruel. That softness takes away who you are. And like I said, I was so impacted by what he said. It really made me think about people around me, the work that I do, and how that's the opposite of patience. When you are dealing with a hardship, to hold down your emotions and block your emotions like that from feeling the pain and the stress around you, that blockage, that prevention of the tear, how it hardens the heart, that's not patience. That's actually causing more harm to yourself and to your loved ones. And so when we look at practicing patience, it's about acknowledgement of the situation, being aware of the situation, understanding what's happening, acknowledging, validating. Yes, this is hard. Yes, this is difficult. How do I deal and cope with this? So managing the challenges of such situations is going to make you or break you, right? And Sayyid Ali Talaqani says, when you do that, it's a fine line between a mental breakdown, very fine line between that breakdown and yourself. Right there, that shows you how holding back your emotions is not really being patient. And so being able, okay, to express your emotions, being aware of your emotions, first of all, being aware and recognizing, all right, validating, yeah, this is tough, this is difficult, absolutely, right? And then looking at how to seek support. Now, we know in our communities, especially when it comes to gender variances, and this is a general, I guess, stereotype, you could say, a generalization across all communities, not just our communities, but more so, I would say, within the diverse cultural communities, is that men are supposed to hold back their emotions, not to express their emotions, right? And we see the opposite with the Ahl Bayt, salam Allah alayhim. When the Prophet lost his child, when he lost Sayyidah Khadija, when he lost people in his life that were dear and near to him, he expressed grief. Men of all men, the king of all kings, expressed grief and tears. Imam Ali alayhi salam expressed his grief, knowing the story of what's going to happen to Sayyid al-Shuhada, right? Al-Abbas, al-Hussain, peace be upon them, we see how they expressed their grief. Imam Ali Sajjad, after Karbala, wept tears of blood, yet they still practiced patience. Their hearts never hardened. They expressed emotion. We need to raise a generation of men that are allowed, that can express their emotions without being punished and made fun of and ridiculed. So let's bring it now back to the general population. How do you express grief? How do you express all of this without necessarily feeling that you're losing faith? We're human. You're allowed. You're allowed to express your pain. It is safe to express your pain. But you got to find the safe spaces for it. And then I think we can create the safe spaces by, again, normalizing, validating, providing love, support, and compassion. We certainly do that when our friends and family lose a loved one, right? But then when people go through difficult situation, what do we say? Suck it up, get over it, let it go, let go of this relationship, let go of this work, let go of these people.
Not the answer. Tough love is never the answer.
No, that tough love can really get to that fine line that Saeed was talking about.
Oh, yes.
Right? Really... Of that mental breakdown. Absolutely. And then when somebody has that mental breakdown, what do we say? Oh, he's crazy. She's crazy. They've lost it. Then we start looking at them with strange eyes when we have been contributing to the problem of it. Sometimes tough love may be needed when we're looking at addictions, for example. That's a whole other topic. But when we're talking about our regular life struggles, yes, these difficulties are opportunities for growth, learning difficult lessons in life. When you are dealing with enormous amounts of stress for the first time, do you start cutting out the people that you love the most, that love you the most? What happens when you do? Then you feel you're alone. You keep it all inside here. You harden your heart. You start getting cruel. That tear doesn't come down. You hold it all in. You block it. You know, it takes so much effort to block something, the resistance. What happens after when you do this blockage? What happens? You're pushing, you're blocking, you're not letting it come to you. It can come and hit you unexpectedly. So this is why when you're facing difficult situations, there is a time absolutely where, you have to be tough. You have to kind of deal with it. This is what we talk about when we talk about survival mode. You're in survival mode. But then when people are reaching out to you, you tell them, hey, your behavior is hurting me. It's not childish of the other person to feel pain from their response. This person's accountable still, no matter what the stress is, no matter what the difficulty is. You have no right to be cruel and hurtful to others, especially the ones that love you the most and are reaching out, trying to help and support you. What you do here is you take a step back and you reflect. What's going on? Why do I feel this hurt? Why do I feel this anger? Why do I feel this resentment? Why do I feel this pain? Pain is meant, and anger and all these intense emotions are meant for you to see that something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something needs to change. But it doesn't mean you cut out the people who are there to support you and love you. It means you need to reach out, perhaps, talk to other people that you trust, change some things that are not going well in your life. Something's off. Reflect, listen, do that tafakkur and tadabbur that we learned so much about from our ulama and scholars, right? And look at how you can apply that from a psycho-spiritual perspective. I truly believe, and this sounds cliche, but when we talk about love here, and I'm not talking about romantic love, I'm talking about human love here, whether it is from your romantic partner, spouse, or whether it is from a parental love, a friendship love, a child, whomever. Love, in the end, here, when we talk about that compassion, that softness that was exemplified by the Ahlul Bayt, salam Allah alayhum, this softens our hearts. This allows us to come to that space of, you know what? Let's feel these tears. These tears soften safe spaces where people are truly there to lift you, to support you, and are there for you. And we see that exemplified with the Ahlul Bayt, salam Allah alayhim, when people turn to them for guidance, for advice, for support. They were amazing listeners. And of course, with their knowledge, they gave amazing solutions and strategies for people to cope with the difficulties, and whether it's family conflict, spousal conflict, friends, work, everything in life, right? Again, when we block and we numb, this hardens the heart because there's no tears softening our eyes and our heart, and that tightness here, like Sayyid al-Talaqani was saying, and how working with that softness in terms of awareness and reflection and reaching out to safe spaces and accepting the support and help that comes from your loved ones, this helps us deal and practice patience. Practicing patience doesn't mean you block your emotions. It means taking it in a way that you're capable of, safely, and using strategies, whether it's, working with exercise to get rid of stress hormones, whether it's art, whether it's creating sounds, pieces of paintings, poetry, writing, going for walks in the woods, getting in that oxygen that your body and your mind and heart and soul absolutely needs, connecting to something that can help here. This is patience. Patience is also what we learn about from a psychospiritual perspective. Tawakkul ala Allah, that dependence and that full piety in God. And I love how we learn about these things, but we don't really think about it from a psychological perspective. It's positive psychology if you think about it. When you truly put that tawakkul and dependence and reliance and belief and trust in God, that whatever happens to you, even as difficult and as bad as it is good for you. And we have it in Surah Al-Baqarah when we talk about Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Asa an takrahuna shay'un wa huwa khayrun lakum. And the opposite, Asa an tahabbuna shay'un wa huwa sharrun lakum. Verily you may love something, or rather hate something and it's good for you, and vice versa. You love it, but it's bad for you, right? And this I find, again, the brilliance of the positive psychology here is that when you put your mind to it in that way, this is where that patience comes in. Right? Tafa'alu bil khair tajidu. Prophetic tradition. Put out that positivity, right? Put it out there and you will find it. Again, the positive psychology. During times of difficulties, how do we practice another form? How do we practice patience, or another form to get to that? Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Inna ma'al usri yusra. Verily, with difficulties, there is ease. Some people say it wrongly. Inna ba'da al-usri. They say after difficulty. No, this is where patience comes in. It's not after the difficulty. It's incorrect. The Quran says, Inna ma'a, with difficulties, there is ease. With difficulties. This is patience. Because you are acknowledging with difficulties, that's acknowledgement, that's validation. There is ease, there's positivity in there. Where is the ease? The ease can come from the people that love you the most. The things that we need to change in our lifestyle is to not block and harden the heart, is to soften that heart. And you see how I'm speaking about this, because this is something I personally see in my life. I personally see this as a clinician, and I see this with people who come and seek the support. When you truly apply these concepts, and let's take it a step further now with Karbala. Sayyida Zainab Salam Allah alayha, who personally for me is the biggest role model of patience. And we all can learn from that. And all of us have our own connection with the beautiful lady in terms of how she exemplified this patience. How did she exemplify that with her words? I see nothing but beauty. In the trauma, in the terror that she experienced, and the women and what they witnessed. I need not repeat the story, but the trauma of what they witnessed. When she was mocked about what happened to her brother, her imam, and the family, what does she say in her defiance? I see nothing but beauty. This is the embodiment of patience, that in her trials of difficulty, she saw beauty in the sacrifice. That is the epitome of patience right there. This is what us as normal, regular people, when we turn to that and understand the challenges in our lives, what they're meant to give to us, nothing beats this. That her strength and resilience and how she practices her patience is that she saw nothing but beauty. And this is a lifelong lesson for us. And, why do we remember year after year and many times throughout the year this over and over again? Because Karbala is a university that we can apply at all levels of our lives, a school at all levels of our lives. This is one of the millions of lessons that we can learn. And to be able, for me as a clinician, to connect it that way, it is, I'm at loss of words now, but it's something to be inspired from. When we have our own challenges and difficulties, we don't turn to these figures. We are so stuck in our own challenges, we cannot look beyond the circle. Again, that's normal. But sometimes in the middle of a breakdown, or sometimes in the middle of something really difficult, Lady Zainab could come across our mind, or Imam Hussain, how he gave everything, including the blood of his 6-month-old infant, to awaken a sleeping consciousness of a nation that had gotten so gluttonous and treacherous and oppressive on so many levels. There was no way to awaken that except through this sacrifice and the trials they endured. And if you think about that and compare to your life, of course, a lot of people, and this from a mental health perspective, would say, well, what I'm going through is nothing compared to that. I can't compare myself. We're not saying to compare here. Your challenges are just as valid as anybody else's challenge according to what you're going through. However, we can draw inspiration from these stories, from the Ahlul Bayt, from other people who, let's say, stories are much more challenging than ours. This is not to invalidate your experience, but to understand that your experiences and your challenges and your trauma are just as valid. And we can use these inspirations and these stories around us to inspire us, to empower and motivate us, and give us patience when we think about their patience and learn about their patience, to inspire us to get stronger in our patience, inshallah.
Thank you so much for your wise words. And I'd just like to close our session. I wish that we could continue talking about this, that when we are talking about our mental health, our mental strength, and our resilience, and the fact that how are we meant to cope with all of these hardships that are bestowed upon each and every moment. In fact, it is said in multiple ahadith that if 40 days have passed and if nothing has kind of come in the middle of your happy-go-lucky life, something's wrong. Recheck your amal. That means that you're not being tested by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if within 40 days a hardship does befall you, the first thing that you should say is Alhamdulillah. The second thing that you must do is practice akhlaq, our mannerisms, because it's very easy that the instant a stressful situation comes forth or something discomforts us, we go on a raging rampant. It's
absolutely
awful, but a lot of individuals do this, and it affects not only their family, their partners, but everybody in their vicinity, in their workplace. It's the negative energy that's being emitted. So that's what our Ahlul Bayt, specifically, I would like to mention the women and children who were captivated barbarically, tortured mercilessly, and from Karbala all the way to Kufa and Halab and Mosul and then finally Sham. There was not a moment where anybody can say in history, and there are many anecdotes, much literature, where it is said that whenever they spoke, it was with such softness and such politeness that it seeped deep into our hearts. So that was practicing akhlaq. So if our Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam, and they're not infallible, the women and children, are they? It's only our 12 imams and of course our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Fatima Zahra salamullah alayha who are the infallibles. However, these women and children as young as 3 years old, like Bibi Sakina alayhi salam, she never expressed any kind of impoliteness. So we should take an example from them to, of course, keep in check our mannerisms. And secondly, to practice gratitude. I would like to link this to social media as well, because practicing gratitude and seeing the successes and happy moments in those tiny squares of other individuals' social media accounts, it tends to, tip off our sabr, affect our mental health. So it's very important to keep in check that what you are seeing, you don't know what just went on behind the scenes 5 minutes ago. It's extremely important to say, mashallah, they're happy. Let's look at what we have, practice our gratitude. And once you start counting your blessings, quite literally, you will feel a positive energy, which is not only entering within your own soul, but you will see it being expressed to your loved ones as well. Absolutely. And with that, I would like to close our session, and I would like to thank you, Sister Barak, for such an insightful discussion, which I'm sure that a lot of individuals will be benefiting from, inshallah. And to all our viewers who would like to follow Sister Barak, she is there on social media. Feel free to reach out to her. You will learn a lot through her account. And inshallah, if you have any personal questions, you can also reach out to her on her public account where she does provide her services as well, professionally, inshallah. And to all of those who are struggling with their mental health right now, you're not alone. There are a lot of people who are. But with our faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the power of the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam, inshallah, there are ways of overcoming it. Thank you to all of our viewers.
من هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الرحيم الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم القابض الباسط الخافض الرافع المعز المذل السميع البصير الحكم العدل اللطيف الخبير الحليم العظيم الغفور الشكور العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيت الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود المجيد الباعث الشهيد الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحصي المبدع المعيد المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الأول الآخر الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البر التواب المنتقم العفو الرؤوف مالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام المقسط الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير اللهم صل أفضل صلاة على أسعد مخلوقاتك سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوم
Many thanks, Aditya, for managing the stream across this conference. It is truly much appreciated. I really am in awe of how much time you're putting into this with the team and making this phenomenal conference come together. Thank you for all of your tech support and making sure that our green room was so easy to operate. This topic, I think it's my third topic at this conference, very grateful for that, is one that gets me to go back to my high school years. Now, I am dating myself a bit, but I did grow up in Dubai and I studied in the O-level system, the GCEs and the GCSEs. And I remember in English literature reading things like alliteration and similes and metaphors and John Keats and Edgar Allan Poe. I studied enough to pass, and I believe I passed, often failed my tests with flying colors, but I passed the final O-levels. But I never thought that I would apply some of these concepts to the narratives around Karbala. I never thought that I'd be thinking about similes and metaphors, especially in the English language, when it came to the mourning around Karbala and Azadari. More importantly, when I grew up, so this we're talking, the early 90s, from a poetry standpoint, although media had developed quite a bit in our communities, it was the Nadeem Sarwars of the world. And if you were lucky, you got a little bit of Hassan Sadiq. And we didn't really know who was a Rehan Azmi or who was a Sitte Jafar or any other names. Yes, we had heard murmurs of a Basim Karbalai. Remember, those were the days when Ziyarat in Iraq was a very different story, but not more than that. And that shape has changed quite a bit thanks to social media. But even before that, when the internet started, and again, I'm dating myself, when things like Real Player started and things like Napster started and websites like azadar.com, where they started to digitize Nohas, and now you got access to so much more. So today we're going to explore how poetry in honor of Karbala has grown and its impact. And more importantly than that, we'll learn from poets specifically how they have gone about building their craft when it comes to writing about the Ahlul Bayt and more specifically about Karbala. Poetry is not just a bunch of lines that you put together. There are some technicalities that go into that. There's a lot of learning and training that goes into it. And we're going to be exploring some of that in this session. You know, I remember one of my teachers once said, a poem is never finished. And today, it might be abandoned, but it's never finished. And poems are things that you keep adding on to. So today we're going to learn from these reciters, from these writers, how they've gone about building poetry around Karbala. I'm going to be extra well behaved in this session because my father-in-law is one of the guests as well. So hopefully this goes well. Wish me luck. There's a lot riding on this one. So with that, welcome everybody, and let's jump into the session. I'm going to start off with my father-in-law first, who I will consistently refer to as Baba. I have to. My wife is listening to this session. Lots riding on it, and we'll go on from there. Baba, if you can introduce yourself, and more importantly, tell our audience how you got involved in writing Urdu poetry on Karbala.
Okay, first thing first, my name is Akhtar Asif Zaidi from Pakistan. Of course, the Karachi is my city. When you are talking about how I got involved, this is the very first thing. This is absolutely true analysis I can put on. That very first thing catch me, it was Noha. When we start the Anjuman, we are going to do the Matam and, different Shabbadaris, different Majalis. So sometime, of course, because I was very young when I joined the Anjuman, so I had to either ask my dad, my mom, or maybe some elderly in our community or Anjuman, some meanings. And that's how I would say that the very first thing I wrote, I was, I think, 13 years old. So, of course, you are inexperienced, you don't know the rules, you don't know the law. Of course, the poetry, especially the Urdu poetry, you have to learn something. What is the kafiya, what is the radif, what is the bear, and there is so on and so on. And not too many people, even in this age, they are following it. I'm sorry to say that, but all over, I mean, I'm not just talking about the Canada, America, England. I'm talking about where this language was grown up, which is Pakistan and India. And people are not following those rules. They are just saying whatever they want to say. What is the attraction? Because if you are listening to the Maulanas, I mean, he can take the topic and he can take like 50 to 60 minutes, unless until it is not Rashid Turabi. I mean, he is going to give you tons of matter in one speech. But the other people's, I can say that if you read 6 verses from Mir Anis or Mirza Dabir, this entire 1 hour is not enough to explain those 6 verses. That's how you catch. And then it's attraction. When you are doing the matam, it's going on the rhythm and you are just following and then you catch something. Why people, while they are doing the matam, why they cry? Because they're getting the message of the poetry. And that's how, I mean, later on, I think I was in college when I started to go in mushairas and all that, but then I put everything aside and just committed to the poetry of the Karbala. Of course, I'm the author of 3 books now. and they are not like just you can read and throw it away. I mean, you have to ask people, ask me or ask anybody that what is the topic and how you are justifying your topic, what you choose. So do you want me to go any further, or let's
I
get
think
to
that
other people?
I think that's a good introduction, and I think there was many things that I could draw from there. But for our audience, one of the things I want you to pay attention to is, just for your benefit, for those that don't know the words, when my father-in-law said Anjuman, which refers to a group, like in the Arabic community, you'll have Shabab al-Mahdi, you may have seen different mawqibs, and Anjuman sort of takes that meaning. It's learning by doing, right? You go to these various programs, you go to these various centers, and then you start to learn as you do. You perform matam, or you start reading with somebody, and suddenly it clicks. What does this mean? And you ask those questions. And I think this is very, very critical. One of the things that I've been fortunate enough of spending some time with my father-in-law in terms of his writing is getting to see and listen to some of the speakers that have inspired him. I know my father-in-law mentioned Rashid Turabi, who's obviously no longer alive, but in current days, you have someone like a Dr. Salman Turabi, absolutely worthwhile listening, who will take one word and expand on it dramatically. So, Baba, thank you for that introduction. From you in Brampton, Mississauga, which is about 30 minutes from my house, I'm going to take a flight to the halal capital, at least what we know as the halal capital, to Michigan. Nuri, I know you're a very, very busy individual. I want to thank you. It's an honor for me to have you here, Nuri Sardar. I don't think you need to introduce yourself, but I'm still going to ask you as a formality. Introduce yourself to our audience and tell us your side of what got you interested in poetry around Karbala. Nuri?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. So I've been writing, alhamdulillah, poetry about the Ahl Bayt alayhim salam, in English specifically, since I was about 15 or 16, 17, I think it was. Really the reason I started was because I grew up enjoying specifically Arabic nohas, Arabic latmiyas, and I really, love the kind of it's funny because my Arabic back then wasn't that good, so I only understood bits and pieces of it. So my imagination would always piece together the parts I didn't understand, and I always wanted to write Arabic myself. But because my Arabic was so low, so bad, I thought, let me start writing in English. Let me see how it goes from there. Inshallah, when I learn Arabic one day, I can write in Arabic. And alhamdulillah, I realized that there really is a gap, in that kind of field of qasaid when it comes to English, be it spoken poetry you can read, or poetry even recited in the majlis, in the gatherings. I think all of us, mashallah, grew up in different communities hearing nohas, latmiya, marsiyas in Urdu, in Farsi, in Arabic, and it's beautiful. You can't touch them. You can't touch that. What they can reach. But sometimes it's like, I want the same way I can appreciate an amazing qasida in Arabic, or the way a reciter can recite it, I would like someone who doesn't understand Arabic to appreciate it. The same way, we can appreciate Urdu nohas. I want someone who doesn't understand Urdu to appreciate the weight of those words.
Yeah.
So I think that's why I kind of found myself in this place where, I'm writing, alhamdulillah, English, reciting spoken word, or writing for reciters, and very blessed to do so. And really just kind of trying to offer a glimpse into the rich heritage that we have as Shia, from Arabic, from Urdu, from Farsi, Turkish, even all these beautiful languages in English, which is very hard because English is a very stale language. It's very hard to express yourself the same way you can in Urdu and Arabic. And I would never claim to be the best at all. I'm just someone who really writes off the bat the same way. I'm really attracted by the old school Iraqi poets who used to write from Hussain in the 60s and 70s, living in Karbala and Basra and these locations. And their poetry was, very deep, but also somewhat, street level conversation. It was simple. It's called Shabi poetry. It's the same way you kind of talk. So I haven't, studied classical poetry. There are poets that are much better than me. There are poets that are much more professional than me. But what I do is, I try and, implement the same kind of styles that I hear and enjoy in terms of, the way qasaid are spoken into English. And that's essentially what I do, alhamdulillah, with the blessing of Ahl Bayt alayhim salam.
Nuri, thank you so much for that. And, when you were speaking, it reminded me of something my mom would always tell me, is that when you're listening to something, listen to what's not being said, or you're reading something, listen to what's not being written. In essence, she was telling me, look for the gaps, and those gaps of which you can find an opportunity to fill. And I think that gap you found, where there's an opportunity in the diaspora to use the English language, very powerful. You've acted on it, but you've also touched on two other things, which I'm sure we will come up with later on in the discussion. This aspect of learning and teaching yourself. Actually, I did solicit some questions on social media, and there have been some questions around how do we formally institute the learning of poetry. So that's one question which we'll come out to later. And then I really enjoyed the references to poets in Iraq. And maybe I'll go to all of you and ask this question later on about how does a place, or let's say living in Karachi versus Toronto, or living in Michigan versus Karbala, how does that impact your writing? So we'll come to all of that. Thank you for allowing me to do that trailer and that teaser, Nouri. Again, thank you for joining us, and I'll come back to you very, very shortly. And last but not the least, I'll take another flight or board Ridawi's personal jet and see him somewhere in the west end of Ontario. Ridawi is a good friend from my university years. We got talking a little bit about poetry way back when in 2009, 2010. He gifted me an Aqiq ring, but then we never really stayed in touch. But we always watched each other on Instagram, and today we got an excuse to get connected, and I'm really grateful to the team at Hussain Global for making this happen. Ridawi, you come from a rich heritage of poetry and poets. Could you tell our audience a little bit about yourself, what you do, and why poetry? What attracted you to it? Ridawi.
Assalamu alaikum, Ali. Thanks for inviting me here, and it's an honor to be amongst people such as Dr. Asif Saab and Nouri here. These are great poets. I'm not anyone that's up to their caliber. I am a student in this field, so I do appreciate you, bringing me on with these two. My, I guess, sort of endeavor in poetry started at the age of 5 when I started reciting rubaiyat in mehfils. I was born in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, and coming from a family of poets, at a young age, I started to recite. My dad was the one that sort of guided me towards, reciting rubaiyat and I guess shairi and all. So our family has a tradition of marsiya writing. My grandfather was Maulana Nasim Rowi Sahab, Danishmand. He was a massive, I guess, scholar and writer of Urdu marsiya. He also composed in Farsi and somewhat in Arabic as well. So it was from his writings and from his, I guess, teachings and from my dad's sort of constant motivation that I started to recite shairi. And then I've, endeavored a bit, and I started to read more of ghazaliyat and stuff as well, and I got interested in that as well. But I guess at the core of all of my understanding and all of my sort of passion with poetry, it always came back to the Ahlul Bayt, right? It was something that was very constant, in our house. We did majalises and we went to gatherings, even though in Saudi Arabia at that time, and even now, so things were quite restrictive and you weren't allowed to practice openly. But with sort of that, I would say, intellectual and poetic inheritance that I got, being the 7th generation of poets praising the Ahlul Bayt in our family, it was somewhat of a reason for me to say, you know what, I'll write other poetry as well, but I'll always carry the Ahlul Bayt with me. So that's something that I carry close to my heart, close to my soul. And of course, that's a gift that I hope to pass on to my future generations as well, because, it's somewhat of a family trait. And it's the way that you can, I guess, say things about the Ahlul Bayt using Urdu poetry. I find that to be very eloquent and to be very expressive. That's, I guess, kind of why I've been involved in Urdu poetry about the Ahlul Bayt since that time, since that young age. But that's pretty much me. I'm not sure if that's ample or if you want me to elaborate a bit more, but
no, that's very, very, very useful. And I really like the thing that you said at the start, right? That you're still a student of this craft. And as the sixth Imam says, I believe so, to teach is to learn. So, you know what, as a student, you continue, and you've taught other people as well, but you're consistently in that space of learning. I really appreciate that humbleness. I know your brother is also very active in this space as well. So hopefully someday we can have a conversation with him as well. Very good introductions, gentlemen. You went into a lot of detail as well and gave me a lot of material to work with and actually answered most of those questions that I shared in our group. So I'm going to work with this as I can and see where we land over the next 35 to 40 minutes. Nouri, I want to start off with you, and then I'll go to my father-in-law and go back to Ridavi. Nouri, you've kind of agreed with my father-in-law where you've mentioned that, this is whether you're writing in English or any language, but let's stick with English. When you're writing about Karbala in English, there's still some technicalities you have to follow. You've got to study certain patterns. You've got to study the rules, so to speak. Nouri, how did you familiarize yourself with the rules around English poetry? Did you do anything or did it just happen to flow?
So I think that's the most interesting thing about my journey is that I haven't, what I write follows a lot of the same, rules that you'll find, for example, in Urdu and Arabic poetry, rules of, for example, Qafiya and Meet and stuff like that. And of course, they might have different terms in English poetry. But I think, the reason I'm so adamant about saying that I don't consider myself to be anywhere near the best or the most professional is because, again, I'm always more, inclined toward that kind of stand up in the mosque and recite from your heart kind of poetry, as opposed to, write something, that can be published in a textbook. Not that there's anything wrong with the other side, but that's personally, what kind of, sits with me best more. And again, like we find ourselves, especially when it comes to English poetry in a time where, even though it's been about maybe 10, 15, 20 years of people writing English poetry, the first Noha album to be recited in English for Imam Hussain was, I believe, made in London in 1993 or 95 by a group of brothers, one of whom is Nazim Ali. And after that, you had different people who started reciting Nohas in English. Names we can mention are Sheikh Osama Attar, Sayyid Ali Khalkhali, a few others that I might be missing as well. These are really the first people to come forward and say, let's start reciting in Arabic or, in English. But again, they usually follow the same like Arabic kind of style of recitation, the English, the Urdu style of recitation. And there are people who have come forward and really tried to change that, try to challenge that. So, for example, you can find now people who are almost singing for Imam Hussain. And I think that's something very interesting to look at, because essentially when you look at the Iraqi kind of way of reciting or the Pakistani way of reciting, it's very similar to the kind of way, obviously I know there's separate conversations, but it's similar to the way Iraqis might sing, same kind of, voice, similar to the way Pakistanis might sing. It's the same kind of, tone that you use. And that's something really that needs to be explored in English. I feel like it's not something that can be pushed. I feel like culture is really like a flow of people. You can't guide it. It will kind of happen automatically. So I think as we see more and more people grow up in our communities here in the West, yearning to express themselves in English, they will create these own kind of formats and rules that we must follow. And again, I'm very adamant about saying that I don't make the rules. Like English poetry, when it comes to Ahl Bayt, is a relatively new thing in comparison to other languages. But I do what I think suits me. I don't believe that everyone who writes in English should follow my style, which is why I'm always very adamant that anyone who gets up to and wants to write, it's good to look up to others. It's good to be inspired by others, but it's important to always write in a way that suits you best. In a world where we have, for example, the way you can rap and the whole like spoken word style of poetry, it's all about free flow. It's all about rhyming. Whereas, for example, if you look at classical English poetry, the rules can be very different, and there's so many different styles of English poetry you can also implement. So I think there is no set. It's not like Pakistani or Iraqi or Farsi where there's a set rule. There's set rules to follow. I have set rules that I follow, but I do not believe that they should be incumbent on others. And I really think it's up to people who come forward now and in the future, who slowly begin to discover these things for themselves, who might be more learned than me, who might have more impact than my words ever could. And you see a few already. Mashallah, there's a good friend of mine, Tahir Adil, amazing poet, mashallah. Like, he's published in journals and published all over the world, and he's an example of someone who really follows the rules of English poetry and writes English poetry to a professional standard. And I always think you're going to have this spectrum of poets, of English poets. And ultimately, I think it's about also surrendering to the fact that this is not mine or yours or the brothers here. It's not any of us. It's not our movement to control.
the king of this movement, his name is Imam Hussain, and he decides where it goes, and he decides who goes up, he decides to go down. All we can do is try our best to serve and hope that our words are accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Very powerful. And I think it's very critical that we recognize that, yes, English poetry is still at its, when it comes to Imam Hussain and Karbala, at a very infancy stage, still growing. But I think you made a very vital point that, yeah, English has now made the narrative of Karbala more accessible. More people are hearing about it. More people are attempting to write about it, which is a good thing. But more importantly, you mentioned a friend of yours who's been published. Once we start to follow some of these rules that might be there, then it allows us to add to the English literature corpus that exists. Agha Shahid Ali, for example, Muharram in Srinagar is a very good example of a poem that I remember studying when I took an elective course in South Asian Studies. And there could be more, and we have an opportunity to contribute to that corpus of literature. So thank you for that, Nuri. Nuri, I want to take what you mentioned about the age of poetry in the English language and Nohas in the English language being very young, and go back to my father-in-law, because when it comes to the Urdu language has been, and Nohas in the Urdu language date back way, way beyond any of us can even remember, which is where I want to ask him is that, Baba, why is it so important when you write Nohas in Urdu? Especially you've been very insistent that we follow the rules, the syntax, etc. that exist. What does that bring to a Noha, to a poem? Can you help us understand?
The thing is that everything in your life, you have a path. I mean, supposedly you are really, really tired. You can sleep in the couch in the living room or the family room, but that's not the place you can always sleep. So there is a specific place for specific things, right? So that's how. Okay, if you go old age, still there is a debate on that who is the first Urdu poet. Either it's Wali Dakkani or Quli Qutub Shah. And what is my opinion about that? The Quli Qutub is the first one. But then Amir Khusro is coming in between, and there was no Urdu poetry. Urdu was, now still people are saying, and even sometimes I say that too, that Urdu is a very rich language. Although this is not the truth, because Urdu is carrying Arabic, Farsi, Turkish, and 90% of the words from the Hindi. The Hindi has the boundaries. I mean, when you use the word which is originally from the Hindi Zaban, Hindi, then you cannot put, okay, let me, because there is a technical thing is coming now. Izafat. What is the Izafat? Shere Khuda. Okay, everybody understands Shere Khuda. I'm talking about Hazrat Ali. So Sher is a Farsi, Khuda is Farsi.
Yeah.
It's not Arabic. So you put a little line in which is called Zir. So Sher Khuda, that is the Izafat. It makes the language, the sentence, the word beautiful, because as you use so many izafats, it makes the poetry beautiful. What is the thing is that the chaukat, okay, no, forget about this is the very technical word. Hat. Everybody knows what the hat is. I just said daste khuda, dast, hat. Yad in Arabic, hat, hand. Daste Khuda, again I'm talking about Hazrat Ali. Did you ever heard Hath hai Khuda? No. Why not? Because Hath is a Hindi word. So you cannot join one word to the other with the izafat. Connection. Okay, so Urdu poetry, especially when you are talking about the, of course, the Wali Dakkani was Shia, Quli Qutub Shah was Shia, Mir Taqi Mir was Shia. I mean, I'm talking about the first generation of the Urdu poetry. Marsiya was only 4 lines, one ban called 4 lines. Now, it came to, why I'm giving you this detail. Rafi Soda is the inventor of the 6 verses of one ban, and then Mir Anis Mirza Dabir follow it. So we are going on that. There are so many things. Salam, then Manqabat, the Qasida, Rubai, he just mentioned about the Rubaiyat, Qata. There is When you say rubai, that means you are talking about the 4 lines. I mean, you start the topic and finish it within the 4 lines, which is called rubai. They have the specific meters of it. Then qata, then salam. Salam means that in the beginning you are talking about the fazail of Mola, and then the masaib added on. So this is salam. Manqabat, there is no masaib share. There is nothing like you are going to cry over it. Qasida, 100% madha. There is nothing else. So there are so many things. That's what I said, you know, these days, whoever is writing, I'm not saying entire population of the poets are not reading. Of course they are reading, but very, very few of them who read, who knows what is the difference between the Katha and the Rubai, what is the difference between the Salam and the Noha, what is the difference between the Qasida. So there is a process. I mean, this kid, he just said that he is learning, he is a student. I'm 68. I'm a student too. I'm still learning. I cannot focus it because if I go my right, my left, you are going to find the dictionary of Urdu and then 3 sitting in front of me. Now, in this age, after writing all these things, whenever I started, I have the dictionary sitting there. I want to check the word, if it is coming from the Farsi, it is coming from the Arabic, it is coming from, because I want to use the connections between the 2 words.
Makes sense.
Okay, am I talking too much or what?
No. This is perfect, and I think that word at the end, the connection piece, is very important. And I've always believed that poetry is like a painting that speaks, but there's
Of course it is. Yeah.
There's tools and techniques that go into that, right? And you know, it's interesting to hear you, but at the same time hear Nuri, where Nuri has spoken about the English language still at its infancy, but Urdu has a lot of literature behind it, a lot of tools and technicalities. And I want to talk a little bit later on about how we can train to get better at these things. So thank you for that. You've answered a lot of questions for me. Keep on talking, make my life easier so I don't need to say anything more. Ridawi, I want to come back to you now. So Ridawi, you mentioned, you know, your family heritage and all of this, your grandfather, your brother, etc. This was a question that I got on social media, and I'm going to throw you off a little bit by asking it to you randomly.
No,
and that is, when you're writing, you know, you're familiar with some of the meters that was just referenced, etc. How do you pick your topics? How do you decide what I'm going to write on today? How do you find that one element of Karbala that you want to focus in on? Ridawi?
You know what? I think it's not something that you choose. It's something that you feel and it comes to you, right? It's not that you're going to decide that, you know, today I'm going to write Masaib of Hazrat Ali Azhar, or today I'm going to write the Masaib of Hazrat Ali Akbar. It's just that when you feel something moving inside of you and you want to say it, the words kind of start to flow, right? And I mean, Sahab has elaborated quite greatly on how the meter and rhyme and sort of the flow of Shairi works. And, you know, he said things that are well beyond my level of understanding as well, obviously. But he's absolutely right in the way that he says that, you know, you must follow the format, right? So while you feel what is meant to come to you, you have to take that and then put it into words and sort of confine it within these bounds and these borders, right? So the topic really isn't chosen by you. It's what you experience, it's what you feel. And then, so at least that's how it works for me. I don't really sit down and say, today I'm going to write about this. It's just I sit down and whatever starts to come to me, I just start writing. And that's what occurs. Usually it's going to be a line that'll come to me. It could be that I hear a word, or I could hear a sentence, and then it'll evoke some feeling in me. And then from that feeling, I will get some kind of inspiration. And from that inspiration, I will take and I will write a line. And then from that line, I will elaborate and I would fit it into a meter, into a rhyme, the qafiyah and the radif and the bahr. And then from there, I will elaborate and turn it into either a ghazal or a manqabat or a band or something of that nature. So at least that's how it works for me.
Very useful, and I think you've elaborated on the fact that content is important, but context is key as well. Where you are, what your life situation is at a particular time, all influences what you choose to write about. Now, all of you, the questions that we had scripted, you've all kind of answered them, minus the closing questions. So I am going to go with some of the assistance that I got on social media. And if these questions don't make sense, we can skip over them. We've got about 15 odd minutes left. Nouri, I want to bring you back into the conversation. You know, Nouri, you got my mind thinking about geography and place when we write. Nouri, if this is not too forward, have you experienced a difference when you're writing, let's say, I know you've been to Karbala very often. Do you experience a difference when you're writing in Karbala versus writing, let's say, somewhere in North America or the UK? How does place impact the way in which you write about Karbala, or does it have any impact?
Actually, I don't think it does, oddly enough. It's a quite interesting question. I think obviously when you go to Karbala, or even just Karbala, every place you go to always has, you know, some sort of impact on your kind of mental state, your emotional state. Prime example, going to Karbala, you know, you feel, you know, spiritually energized. If you go to, you know, a beautiful scenic place with mountains and, you know, oceans, you know, it's also going to have an impact on you. So it really just depends on, you know, more so on the experiences that you have rather than where you are, for me personally anyway. So for example, I can travel and come back to Michigan, but the impact of that travel might, you know, push me to be writing more, or push me to be thinking about writing more, or for example, whether I be here or for example in London or whatever. So it's definitely an interesting question. Personally, I feel like when I travel, I definitely write a lot. When I'm flying, or you know, when I'm on the train or something, I guess maybe has more time to think. And interestingly, I find myself writing less these past few years, concurrent with, you know, our kind of addiction to being on our phones and being addicted to screens. Which is really a sad thing. And, you know, unfortunately, it's something I'm trying to break away from. The idea of sharing poetry should never overtake the idea of writing poetry. I think I kind of had like a bit of a light bulb moment a few months ago when, you know, I realized like, oh, it's a good thing, almost every milad, every wafat, but almost all the time I'm rushing to post something on Instagram. I need to write a poem, I need to write a couplet, post on Instagram. But I thought to myself, I was like, if you really want your poem to last, rather than posting on Instagram, write a book, compile a book, another book. You know, I think because it will last longer than, you know, Instagram, which will probably last another 10, 15, 20 years. A book can last forever. So I think, you know, rethinking where, I know it's a bit of a tangent, but rethinking, you know, the most impactful way to write that poetry and what we should be dedicating our time to, especially in this age where we have no time. It's very difficult to find time. And any poet will tell you, he needs time mentally to write a poem, even though the poem itself will take 10, 15, 20 minutes, half an hour, the time it takes, the capacity mentally, you must be, you know, mentally free. You must have capacity mentally to write it, which is why for a long time, for a few years, I was finding it very difficult to write for reciters. I was saying reciters no, because I was as busy then as I am now, but mentally I was very busy. And it's very difficult. It was very difficult for me to kind of compartmentalize my work, you know, my home time, my free time, and, you know, this time for writing poetry. So I know it's a bit of a tangent, but I think basically what I'm trying to say is that I personally, it doesn't depend on where I am, but it's always going to be, you know, life itself is always going to impact your poetry in ways you can't imagine. Be those good experiences, bad experiences, travels, things you might see, the blessing of God, the glory of God, wherever it may be. And I think that extends to every poet and every creative, even in any field.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And no, I would agree with you that wherever you are, inspiration can hit you differently. I mean, I don't write much, but the one thing that I can say is that depending on where you find yourself, what you hear people talking about, what stimuli is around you, all gets you to see things in a different light. Looking at the shrines on your phone versus being there in person definitely has an impact. And I think to each their own when it comes to how a particular place impacts them when they start to put an idea to pen. So thank you for that, Nouri. No tangents there. Very, very useful. And I love that reference to social media. I know that there are sessions in this conference talking about social media and its impact on the Hussaini movement. And I think you've got us to think a little bit about the negativity of social media as well. So thank you for that, Nouri. I'll go back to my father-in-law because he referenced the fact that I know he's written 3 books. They're written in very intense Urdu, so I myself have not read them. I, by birth, am an East African, but I can read a little bit of basic Urdu, and that's about it. And even Google can't help me when it comes to my father-in-law's book. So I'm kind of stuck. But I want to ask him this question is, with the books that you've written, I was there at a couple of the launches, albeit virtually, the audience tends to be mostly the seniors of our community. How, and yes, we have youngsters that are writing poetry about Karbala, and we've seen that happen, but not all of them tend to go into these technicalities. If a youngster today listening wants to start writing Urdu poetry for Karbala, for Imam Hussain, and wants to start learning, where do I get started from? Wants the technicalities, where should they be going?
Very first thing, they should read. Okay, these days, it's because of the electronic media, it's very easy to listen. I mean, there is, if you want to hear Sache Bhai, or if you want to hear anybody from India, Pakistan, wherever, even Canada and America, listen. If you don't have time to read, listen. Then you are going to get into the thoughts. Like this poet, and he used these words for Janabe Abul Fazl Abbas. Okay, I'm going to find a different way, maybe conveying the same message, but I'm using the different words, different letters, different meters. So very first thing, and now I can admire, I can put the name, I mean, I'm going to take names, which is Sajid Ali. Just a couple of days ago, there was a majlis at Nayyar's place. Yep. So he came late. By the time he was late, when he arrived, Kalim Zafar was reading. So his name was called. What Sajid Ali says, this is my Ustad. He used the word Ustad. After Ustad, I'm not going to read. People insist, the program, whoever, I think Haider Abbas was running the program, he insists, but he didn't. I mean, this is what you call training, or maybe this is what the right word for it. You admire somebody and you admit that he is your teacher. You are not going to, this is the custom in our community, in our language, in our literature. I mean, everybody was, whoever, suppose Ghalib, so his student was the Hali, was very famous Hali. So Hali cannot go after Ghalib. Same example. I mean, I was really happy when I heard that Sajid Ali said, no, I'm not going to read after Kalim Zafar because he's my Ustad. So you, electronic media, you use books, you listen, whatever, you get involved in it. And once you decided to go for, if you write, suppose like a few verses, you write. So in this case, Sajid Ali, if he writes something, he can call Kalim Zafar and ask him that what is wrong with these words, if there is a problem with the beher or maybe the pronunciation. It's a very important thing in Urdu poetry, even Arabic. Very important. I mean, there is a word called sheher dar sheher. Okay. But usually, I mean, basically, if you talk to in our community, the women, they say, Shahr. Darad ho raha hai. No, darad is not the word. Dard is the word. So these are the technicalities. I mean, your pronunciation is very important factor in the poetry. Very important. Because it can take you, okay, the word was dard, and you wrote darad. So what happened? That you are out of the meter, because we have to specify the word and then you off the meter, which is, of course, the one mistake, one pronunciation mistake can take you out of the poetry completely. Yeah. And whoever, I mean, Dr. Hilal Naqvi these days in Canada, he is going to the majalis, he is listening. So what is the impression? I mean, he is not going to talk publicly about that, but because I am close to him, he discusses. So these are the things, I mean, these kids, they are educated, they are working force, they are family members. So if you decide to go as a poet, so this is a field, it's an education. I mean, you have to read, you have to make a decision that you are going to just write, and so many people in your group can read it and you become a big poet or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So these are the things.
No, I agree with you. And again, I'm not contradicting what Nuria said, but contrasting it. There's a cultural element. Culture is a design for living, and I think the ethics that you learn when you are able to write with these meters, etc., translates into how we also respond to the different rituals around Karbala. I think it's very, very important that, for example, through this we also learn the ethics of how you go in for a majlis, how you respect some of the shire. I remember recently being in Karbala, and one of the things when one of the groups was going is that they would put the flag, or what we call the alam, in front of them, and nobody walks in front of the flag. Everybody walks behind it. It's these little things that teach you respect. It's these little things that humble you. And that's why, for example, when I go to Redavi, and back home, when the teacher would walk into the classroom, you would stand up.
Stand up, yeah.
And the teacher may be, and excuse me for saying this, maybe dumb as a brick, but it's the teacher, and you are going to get up. So there's that element that it teaches you respect, it teaches you humility. So I agree with you, and thank you for sharing that. Ridawi, I want to bring you into the conversation. We have exactly 10 minutes left, and I have a few more questions for Nuri as well, and then the closing discussion. Ridawi, one of the things that you had an impact on, and this goes back to our days at York University, where I'm also finishing my PhDs. Oh, I keep saying that, but yes, I'm nearly at the end of it. Leave me alone. Everybody asking me when am I going to be done? I will be done soon. But Ridawi, one of the things that has happened because of your writing is that you found a lot of popular media. And I'm being very respectful when I see this. I've seen Qawwali composers, I've seen musicians starting to interact with you about your poetry. And it's opened up the Karbala narrative to different spaces. Can you comment, like work with Shanice Jan Muhammad, so on and so forth? Can you comment a little bit about how what you're writing has opened up the Karbala narrative to groups that you never thought would be interested?
Well, you know what? That's an ideology that I owe to Jalaluddin Rumi. Rumi gave me some ideas at a very young age about what it means to be Sufistic in your ideologies. And I found that a lot of the sort of Muslim population that exists, they were further away from the concepts that were taught by the Ahlul Bayt and the praise of the Ahlul Bayt. Just because of the sort of dogma and the sort of, stigma that was with traditional Urdu poetry in regards to the Ahlul Bayt, right? So, but we have people that have sort of bridged that gap. You have people like, Nusrat Ali Khan Sahab, that brought a huge impact on how Urdu poetry normalized or was normalized to the masses of Muslims in the South Asian communities, where you have such kalams as Shah Saware Karbala ki Shah Sawari ko salam, right? So something like that he brought it into the mainstream media. He brought it into the mainstream sort of domain where it was being played in every household. And people realize that, this is a normal form of poetry that can be accepted and recited and appreciated. Because he or people of that realm brought Hussain into the house of people where he was not there before. Yeah. Right? So it opened up people into realizing that, this is something that we can connect with, that we can associate with, that we can experience. And I guess that's always what my poetry has tried to do. It's always tried to sort of appeal to that crowd of individuals that may not have the knowledge or may not have that, sort of upbringing or that, ability to know the etiquettes of, appreciating the Ahlul Bayt or praising the Ahlul Bayt or understanding their values. And bring them closer to these values by writing things that, hint at the teachings, but also, for those that know, they're quite visible, and for those that don't, it hints at them, and then slowly they can start reading more and more and sort of dive in. So I would say my poetry is more of an entry point for people to enter into understanding poetry. And then, of course, you would go towards masters like Akhtar Asif Saab, and you've got Dr. Hilal, you've got Zamin Jafri Saab, you've got Kaleem Zafar Saab, and Ashraf Hussain. These are all masters that we have available in the GTA that you can always refer to. And to touch back on Akhtar Asif Saab's input, he's absolutely right that you do need a master or an ustad to be able to learn these things, right? For me, I never really had an ustad as such, except for my dad, who's not a poet, but he has been the guiding hand, so to speak. But it's due to his influences as well that I dove towards this Sufistic form of writing, and that's what I do.
Oh, fair enough. And in some of the productions that you have, I've seen it. You've utilized the technicalities of social media to add a little bit of rhyme to it, to add a bit of sound to it. So those are all interesting influences. But I also think that from how your work has taken, or how some of the engagements we've had has taken Karbala into popular narratives. If you look at Zain Zohib, the Qawwali artist, some of their recent productions, you look at what's come out of Coke Studio, "Ae Rahe Haq Ke Shahido," and how it was the part with Amjad Sabri. But then there have also been certain movies in both in Hindi, in Urdu, but also in English that have now adapted a little bit to the Karbala narrative. Although I don't necessarily buy into the overall vision. So a book like The Taqwa Course is another good, interesting example, albeit controversial. Speaking of tune, tone, and rhythm, Nuri, this was a question I got actually from my uncle who's in the UK. And he said, I'm curious to know, when you write in English, and Nuri, this is specific for you, while you're writing, do you have a tune and a rhythm in your mind, or do you just let it flow and see whoever makes a tune to it to recite it? How does that little process or pedagogy work for you, Nuri?
Yeah, 95% of what I write is the tune. Literally, it'll be, for example, a know-how Latmi I'm listening to, and I just want to literally just write something in the same kind of tune, even though I never really share that tune. Usually because it's always shared as a written form of poetry, or for example, I recite it as spoken word poems. People won't really know. Or for example, if a reciter does tend to pick it up and use it, usually what they'll do is they put their own tune onto it because they don't want to be too similar to the tunes that are famous. But I would say 90-95% of what I write are written to tune. But again, like I differentiate what I write between qasaid and spoken word free flow poetry. So if I consider it to be a qasida, if you just take a quick look at it, if you can see it's written to meter, for example, 11 syllables per line, there's a bridge, there's a chorus, standard format for any qasida in any language. If you can see that visually, okay, this is a qasida, and you can put a tune to it. But if it's free flow poetry, spoken word, not that I claim to be an expert in it, but so I did, for example, this year a short series called Muharram Sessions, which is where I took 5 themes related to Ashura: loneliness, faith, greed. From the other side was another one as well, and a few others. And basically, wrote like a very abstract or quite abstract spoken word pieces that were basically free for spoken word poetry. That obviously wasn't written to tune. But 90%, 95% of what I do, literally, just, I just came back to Michigan on the plane now. I was listening to a qasida that I really liked from Basim Kabbalai, which majority of my stuff are written to his tunes, and I just started writing, something to that same tune. Even though I shared it on Instagram, just today, there will be no note of the tune. No one will know unless they ask or try to find out. But pretty much everything I write is written to, some form of tune. Just so if a reciter does want to, pick it up at some point and recite, they can.
Absolutely, very, very useful things, and I guess it also comes down to, as you said, that with the English language and writing out Karbala, it's still a little bit of a tabula rasa, a bit of an open slate. People are still defining the craft, and you're defining how you're doing it, and you will continue to share that, and every other writer is going to come up with their own methodologies, and eventually a time will come. I do believe this, even though we may not necessarily see eye to eye. A time may come where certain processes will become a part of the English language as well. At least I feel so, but let's see where time takes us. Now we've got another 5 minutes, and I want to come to the closing question. There were a couple of other questions I got on social media, one asking whether poetry writing and reciting should be part of madrasa curriculum, so on and so forth. A lot of great questions. Keep them coming. I know the Hussain Global Conference will have other iterations of this conference as well, so hopefully we can get to some of those questions then. Nuri, since we were with you, I'll go to you, Ridavi, and then we'll give the closing comments to my father-in-law. Nuri, on the hot seat, can you tell us one line, whether you've written or somebody else has written, about Karbala that from a poetic standpoint that has had a particular impact on you? One short line, if you can tell us, and why.
Yeah, there's actually this poem that I was talking about that I wrote on the plane just now. I wrote something that I really like the sound of, and really it was just about those we all mourn Imam Hussain, all of us do, but I feel like and maybe this might be my insanity, but I feel like there's a certain type of servant of Imam Hussain that is a bit, I wouldn't say love Imam Hussain more, but you can tell they're always full of sorrow. They're always willing to go the extra mile. They'll give everything they have toward Imam Hussain. And just kind of about that kind of servant, the words I wrote was sorrow is far from a worthy word. Sorrow is far from a worthy word. In them you shall find ruptured their eardrums, because they have heard his cries. What flows is not tears or blood, but love. They give, but never enough. If God did not hold their hearts, they'll die. No amount of tears shall ever help them in sufficing their sorrow upon him, and yet each tear is their salvation, the most blessed of all creation. No, you may never understand them, but know that time itself, it fights with their limbs to stop them from running to aid him. How blessed are his lovers. So these were some lines that I really kind of spoke to me. And it was one of those few times where I was feeling, a way of love that I couldn't express, and I managed to express it in this full qasida, alhamdulillah. So that's something I'm very happy with.
And I think, when you said that, when you used the word insanity earlier on, right? I think when it comes to Karbala and Imam Hussain, maybe not everybody subscribes to this, but insanity is the only form of sanity you know of. And believe me, if you've ever been, this was my first year where my father-in-law, my mother-in-law took us to Karbala for Ashura, and the 10th of Muharram, sitting there, at the time of Fajr and beyond, you realize what that insanity truly means. It's something truly profound. So Nuri, thank you very much for sharing that with us. For those of you that follow him on Instagram, you can read that entire script, I believe, or at least parts of that poem on his Instagram. Mr. Ridavi, hot seat on to you now. A line about Karbala, whether in Urdu, English, French, Italian, I don't know, you speak a lot of languages, something that has impacted you and why. I'll give you 2 minutes.
You know what? I'll recite something that I wrote a while ago about Hazrat Abbas Alamdar, and I'll forward it to Dr. Asif Saab as Bator Islah, because obviously I haven't shown this to anybody, but ab hai, so I'm going to read it, and I felt it would be appropriate for this moment. So it's a few lines, but it's not very long, so I'll keep it short.
I believe you. Let's go.
So it's अब क्या करूं बयान मैं हस्ती यजीद की, अब क्या करूं बयान मैं हस्ती यजीद की, जाहिर था कुफ्र बाद परस्ती यजीद की, जाहिर था कुफ्र बाद परस्ती यजीद की, फिरौन के तबाह को दरियाए नील था, फिरौन के तबाह को दरियाए नील था, मौत हो गई थी उससे भी सस्ती यजीद की, मौत हो गई थी उससे भी सस्ती यजीद की, अब्बास ने फुरात को चुल्लू में ले लिया, अब्बास ने फुरात को चुल्लू में ले लिया, चुल्लू में गर्क हो गई हस्ती यजीद की, चुल्लू में गर्क हो गई हस्ती यजीद. So that was just my emotions about Hazrat Abbas, and I guess the concept of how he conquered Furat and he took the water of Furat into his hands. And for me, that moment, captures the essence of Karbala and the essence of loyalty. And I guess that's what I wanted to state in this, that, that the tyrant Yazid was destroyed the moment he took that water into his hand at the Abbas. That's just my
very, very profound and timely, Ridavi. I'll tell you why. Someone had asked me while because I was Instagramming quite a lot, because, well, as Nuri said, that's what today's spoiled generation does. Everywhere you go, you Instagram. So I was Instagramming a little of my pictures, and somebody asked me, so why do you mourn these characters? They went to war and they died. And then I said something about Hazrat Abbas. I was like, if it was he went, he fought, he died, that's war. What did you expect? Someone's gonna survive, someone's gonna die. The thing with Abbas is that we mourn him not because he died. We mourn him because his pain was upon losing the water for those children. And he went without any swords, without the intention to fight. Shows you the level to which Yazid stooped. So I think, very, very powerful. I'm not going to comment on the Urdu grammatics over there or the syntax over there. I'll leave that for you and my father-in-law. I know in keeping with the tradition, he will speak to you separately about that, because that's how that's how a teacher trains you. So we'll leave that at that. But Ridawi, as always, nice to have you. And now to my father-in-law. You have about a couple of minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. Give us a short line about Karbala in Urdu, I suppose, that has impacted you and your writing.
Okay, since he just talked about the Janab Abbas, so I'm going to give you one share only, and it is related to Janab Abbas. So sometime, any kind of poetry, sometimes you talk to the poet and he said, I'm proud of this writing. One noha, one qasida, one share, whatever. So because it's so deep, I'm saying it in my words, I shouldn't be, but because I'm going to explain it. Burida dast dua ki asas rakhaya. Burida dast means that he has no arm, his arm being cut. So burida dast dua ki asas rakhaya, wafa sarisht tha, kuze mein pyas rakhaya. Now, listen to this. Burida das Janab Abbas. Everybody knows that. Dua ki asas rakhaya. I'm using two meanings. First, Hazrat Ali prayed to born Janab Abbas. So this is one dua. Second is that when you go to Karbala, you reach to the Maqbara Janab Abbas and you ask duas. Do this, do that, do that. So dua ki asas rakhaya. Asas means the foundation. तो बुरीदा 10 था, लेकिन उसने दुआ की asas अपने बाप की तरफ से भी रखी और कौम के लिए अपने लिए रखी. Now come to this last words, which is the wafa sarisht tha, kuze mein pyas rakhaya. He couldn't get the water because he was so fond of Janabe Sakina, so he had to bring something to her piala, bowl, or glass, whatever you say. But he couldn't make it there. He couldn't bring the water because it was all done. So what he put in her bowl or glass, what? Wafa sarish tha, kuze mein pyas rakhaya. So which pyas, which thirst? Is it Janabe Sakina's thirst, Janabe Ali Asghar thirst, or his own? His own thirst he put in her glass because he couldn't bring the water. So he was thirsty. He was into the water. He filled that mashkiza with the water, but he didn't drink it. He did not drink the water. So what he did, because he couldn't make it to the khama of Bibi Sakina, so his thirst, he put it there because he was the wafa sarish. All right. So this is, I don't know if I explain it good or not, but as I said, these things are rich. So
absolutely. No, I mean, for me and Hamad, to at least me to an extent, I understood the Urdu. I know Hamad, the Ridawi did, but I see Nouri nodding as well. So I feel like he also captured the meaning of what you said. And it is indeed quite powerful when you think about how do you fill a glass or a flask with your own thirst. It's hope. It's what we call ummeed, and so much more. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. If there's one thing that I can tell to our audience is, one of my teachers in English literature who passed away, she got me interested in reading Jane Austen and got me into reading. One thing she would always say to our class is, if you can't be a poet, be the poem. And what she meant by that was that if you can't write, appreciate those that do. And I think it's so important now that we realize that for someone like myself who's more into the matam side of things, I realize now why it's important for us to be inside when somebody's reading a Marcia or a Salam, or when somebody's reading a few lines of poetry, and at the very least to show some appreciation, because in these words you're able to a couple of drops, you can fill an entire ocean of emotions and thoughts. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for your time. To our audience, the next few sessions will be run on Hussain.global, and if you have any comments, drop them on social media. If I made any mistakes, I do apologize. I probably did. And I do apologize for coughing a few times as well. It was my father-in-law that was supposed to be coughing, but it spread to me over Zoom, which is an interesting scientific concept, which we will have to examine. Gentlemen, once again, thank you so much. I appreciate all of your time. That's enough from my side, and I'll
Thank
see
you.
you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Ali.
Okay, hello to everyone, and thank you for having me. Can you show the first slide, please? Okay. What I'm going to present is a fruit of a multi-year study about Shia communities in Italy. And I conducted this study from from November 2016 to 2020. And I conducted the study through observations and semi-structured interviews conducted in different Italian cities. I intend to show how and why a certain campaign was launched in Italy and how it changed the traditional narratives about the Karbala tragedy in Italy. The qualitative methods of data gathering were directly applied in those years and in 13 Italian cities, where 89 Shias of different nationalities were interviewed. And Arba'in, the days of Arba'in and Ashura, besides the martyrdom of other Karbala tragedy protagonists, were the best ecumenical moments to observe and interact with Shia mourners. Besides that, I was also part of the campaign about which I'm gonna talk about. And this campaign was a campaign launched in 2014 by an Iranian PhD student of Polytechnic University of Milan. As you can see in this map, the hub of the Shia communities, where I have put the green spots, is in Lombardy, which is a northern Italian region. It is due to job and academic opportunities that basically all Muslim migrants prefer to go to this region. But as you can see, there are also other communities in other regions. The issue is that the main part of the research was conducted in this region, where you can see most spots is Lombardy. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is the ritual of Battenti. It is a ritual which takes place in one of the southern regions of Italy. We do not have such rituals in northern regions, and the result is that the concentration of Shia groups in Lombardy is accompanied by a wider cultural gap, because Catholicism, or the main religion of Italy, is watered down in northern regions like Lombardy. So in these parts of Italy, I mean, in northern regions, the culture of procession and even self-flagellation that you can see, for instance, in Sant Anastasia in these photos, are quite inexistent in northern regions. Therefore, Shias have to deal with a wider cultural gap in Lombardy, comparing to the southern regions, such as Calabria, Campania, and Sicily. Next slide, please. The main thesis of the article that I'm going to present is that the acculturation process, including culture learning, culture conflict, and culture shedding among Shias occurs not only due to the encounter of Shias with the alt group, namely non-Shias and non-Muslims, but also through their encounter with other Shias. Acculturation is therefore a twofold process that engages both within and without in-group. Muharram and Safar are the best moments for the study of Shia acculturation processes in the European context because they provide Shias with the possibility of encountering the other and discovering the self. The day of Ashura in particular elicits Shia's reverence and collaboration, the usual calendarical adjustment, which is understood as the main coping strategies of Muslims in the West, due to the importance of Ashura, is not applied to this day. For instance, I can remember in 2018, even though Ashura had occurred in a Thursday, it didn't impede all Shias that come from different Italian cities together in front of the main train station of Milan. And they did the procession despite the fact that Thursday in Italy and in whole Europe is a work day. The self-discovery, Ashura is not applied. The self-discovery is not possible without the other, and it is a sociological fact. This opportunity is particularly precious. I mean, the opportunity of self-discovery is precious for Iranians who come into contact with other Shias and also and especially with Sunnis, sometimes for the very first time. Because as you know, Iran is almost entirely composed of Shia population. Many Iranian interviews referred that only in Italy they had started to discover the peculiarities of Shiism. For instance, an Iranian housewife in Milan narrated that she had never heard about Piruz Nahavandi. And she said that while she was attending an Italian lesson in Milan, she had encountered a Sunni woman, and the Sunni woman had asked her whether she knew Piruz Nahavandi, who had murdered, according to the Sunni woman, Omar, the second caliph. And the Sunni woman also had asked her whether the grave of Piruz Nahavandi is a pilgrimage spot in Iran. The woman said that I had never heard the name of this guy and I didn't know about him. But due to this question, I started to conduct a study about Piruz Nahavandi. And it is interesting to know that it was not only the case of Iranians. We know that Lebanon is a quite multi-confessional country. However, I had narratives of this kind also from Lebanese. For instance, a Lebanese girl told me that she was a student in Lebanon, in Turin, and she said that only in Italy she had started to study books of Ayatollah Khomeini, Imam Musa Sad, and Abdul Hamid Muhajir. I asked her if these books were not available in her country, and she said no. But the issue was that when I came to Italy, I started to feel the need to understand more about Shiism and Sunnism. and the problems of Islam, because she said that from Italy, I started to perceive my country as a very distant space. The next slide, please. The Shia population in Italy is composed of these 4 nationalities. As you can see, first of all, they are Pakistanis. They are very numerous and they are very devout. Most of the worship places are filled with Pakistanis, and many of them are established by them. After that, we have Iranians, and then Lebanese and Afghans. Other components, national components of Shias in Italy are from a few of them. I mean, we have a few Azerbaijanis, we have few people from Latin America, North Africa, who are converted from Sunnism to Shiism, or from Catholicism or other branches of Christianism to Shiism. Italian converts are very low in number. They are more or less around 2% of Shia population in Italy, but they are very active and militant. Next slide, please. The first contact of the Italian peninsula with the Islamic culture occurred in Sicily, where I am currently based. There were 2 dynasties. First of all, they were Aghlabids, who were Sunnis, and they governed the island, the biggest island of the Mediterranean Sea in the 9th and 10th century. After them, Kalbids arrived. They were vassals of Fatimids, and they were Shias, they were Ismaili Shias, and it is said that they had brought some customs and some rituals of Shias into this island. And it was the first contact of the Italian peninsula with the Islamic culture. Next slide. Encountering the other, namely non-Muslims and non-Shias, triggers the development of coping strategies. The Shia-born and even converts appeal to these strategies. I mean, they, as I said, as I mentioned some examples, Shias start to obtain information about themselves, about their religion. They obtain information about their own culture and about their history. They rationalize their religion. I mean, they remove the components, those components of their religion that they are not explainable through rational mind and through rational language to others. And then they adopt a sort of selective approach towards their religion. In this way, they become creative and they remove those components of their religion that cannot be understood by outsiders. Next slide. She has found the courage to do the processions in Italy quite late. I mean, comparing to other European countries like the UK and, for instance, France, that had quite a strong colonial background. In Italy, a Pakistani interviewees referred that in 2008, they found the courage to launch some processions. I mean, on the public land to do mourning for Imam Hussain. In the 19th, they had still to go to London to participate in processions. In Italy, the first processions in 2008 occurred in Milan, then Brescia, Turin, Carpi, Rome, and Legnano. When Muharram is approaching, debates on how to commemorate the Karbala tragedy fill the Shia online communities, because I am also part of the online communities and I observe these debates on how to commemorate it. Um, in Italy, processions work as a sort of double-edged sword. Besides offering identity and a sense of continuity to Shias, the processions become suitable terrain for sectarian debates, sarcastic comments, and even attacks against Shias. Next slide. As you can see in this slide and also other two slides that I have put to show the invisibility of the Shia worship places, can you show also the other next? Yeah, these two, yeah, also the next photo, yeah. These are the photos that I have put to show as an example that actually the buildings that Shias use in Italy for their gathering places are completely invisible to outsiders, and there isn't any aspect of these buildings that make them distinguishable from their adjacent buildings. And the Shias are usually invisible, as I said. The Italian Shia worship halls are indistinguishable, yeah, in these ways, yeah. During other periods of the year, it is impossible to find a website or the contact of Shias, their phone numbers, their websites, etc. And the Muslim umbrella organizations usually do not insert Shia gathering places within the list of their so-called mosques. Actually, in Italy, due to some legal issues, we do not have real mosques. And what we have are some gathering places, garages that are called mosques. By the way, these Muslim umbrella organizations usually do not insert Shia worship places. So for a researcher like me, when I started my study in 2016, there wasn't any suitable method, there was any easy method to trace these places of gathering. And I found them through informal methods and words of mouth. Through processions, Shia borns obtain self-esteem. Converts, Italian converts, I mean, by difference, do not need such an instrument for improving their opinion of themselves. Moreover, converts consider processions as useless and even brutal in the public sphere. They prefer to limit their public presence to the contemporary and universally advocated cases, like the cases of Syrians and Palestinians. Next slide, please. Yes. This one is the American anthropologist Roy Rappaport, and he believed that the form and the content of rituals were inseparable and interdependent. Not any form is suitable to any content and vice versa. Based on his idea, based on the idea of Roy Rappaport, I asked myself, when in Italy, due to the legal problems that we have for processions, we observed a mutation in the form of processions, due to political reasons, when we have these mutations, can we expect a change also in the content of processions and mournings of Shias? Next slide. Before answering the question, which I'm going to answer at the end of this presentation, let's look at the process through which a myth is born. When a cultural symbol is born, we are in front of a process of mythopoiesis. This is as you can see in this slide, this is a process composed of three phases. First of all, a historical event, usually of a traumatic nature, is detached from its historical context. Then this historical event that becomes the historicized is transformed in archetype. Then it is converted in symbol. In this way, the episode is dehistoricized and will become the universal representation of a cultural complex. People then would identify themselves with those symbols. Symbols communicate with people in a synthetic and a short manner. They involve emotions in a semi-aware manner without engaging intellectual capacities. Symbols urge people to act without complicated verbalizations. Next slide. Imam Hussain has become the archetype of the right man, a symbol used in Iran since the constitutional revolution for social mobilization against his presumed enemies. The figure of Imam Hussain has adopted itself to various occasions, and not just in Iran. I've read about cases of this kind also during the history of Iraq. Imam Hussain has become a multivocal symbol and has been representing different realities. Thus, it seems to be a floating significance with a fixed meaning. In the existing eulogies for the protagonist of the Karbala tragedy, no one refers to historical realities and no one participates in the commemorative rituals to gain knowledge about the historical event, but to gain thawab. It is obvious that no one would go to a mourning ceremony to like a lesson of history to gain information about Imam Hussain. It is actually the nature of the mourning ceremony that is a terrain, a place, a venue for gaining thawab, and people looks at these ceremonies in this way. Next slide. According to my observations, two factors condition the approach of Shias towards the Karbala tragedy in Italy. And one of these factors is the age of people. The other is the reasons of immigration. I'm obviously talking about Shia borns and not converts in this case. These two factors, the age and the reason of immigration, determine the level of receptivity towards the new ritual forms. Those who immigrate for manual works and commerce are more interested in economic profit and has limited relationship with the European context. Studies show that the strong economic interest reduce the cultural interest of immigrants for their new context. Conversely, those who immigrate for academic activities are more open to cultural offers of the host context. The well-educated travelers show more cultural involvement with the host context. Pakistan has entered into agreement with Italy regarding the recruitment of workers as part of the decree on entry flows from non-EU countries. This agreement has encouraged many Pakistani workers to find their way in the Apennine Peninsula. Indeed, almost all of my Pakistani interviewees had come to Italy, men as workers, and then they had applied for family reunification regime, and through that they had brought their families. Whereas not just based on my study, but also other available studies on the number and situation of immigrants in Italy, Iranians choose Italy mainly for pursuing academic career. Pakistanis have a strong desire of expressing their emotions through processions. This strong desire has made procession almost exclusively a Pakistani affair, even in other European countries. For instance, I've seen that even Sunni Pakistanis participate in the Shia processions, and they even hold processions for episodes related to the life of the Prophet, for instance, the martyrdom or the demise of the Prophet, for instance. The procession, which is one of the expressive instruments of the traditional Shiism, has demotic and repetitive language. It loves performance and depends on local languages. The language and the way of being of the traditional Shiism is not comprehensible to outsiders. To decode the codes of the traditional Shiism, the person needs to have lived that reality. For instance, on the 16th of September 2018, I participated in a procession organized for Ali Asghar. I participated in this procession in Brescia, which is a city in Lombardy, and I saw that there was a trolley, and on this trolley a cradle was positioned, and women who had their desire already realized would bring apples, money, and baby clothes, and other women who had some desires to be realized would take from those items. And this exchange of the sacred was quite familiar for me, who come from the Shia background, but it was not for outsiders. Or another example that comes to my mind occurred in Milan, when I participated in an Iranian ritual, which is called Sofre Nasri. And this ritual has Zoroastrian roots, by the way. And I can remember that on that day, I was accompanied by an Italian Catholic girl. And we went in this ceremony, and there were many ritual elements. For instance, candles. It was a tablecloth extended on the floor, and there were small Qurans and a small mafati and duas, and fruits and other objects. I can remember that the Italian Catholic girl cannot relate with them, but also an Italian convert, a woman converted to Shiism, who had come to participate in the ceremony, could not understand those elements. And it shows that the relationship of Shias with the elements of their ritual is much related and linked to their cultures instead of religion. So a change of religion, a shift in the religion of people cannot make them understand the meaning of those very deeply culturally linked elements. Therefore, the language of I mentioned these two examples to say that the language of the traditional Shiism is very much linked to the culture of participants. And because of that, it is not satisfactory for those Shias that for different reasons want to communicate, want to relate with their with outsiders. I mean, with non-Muslims or non-Shias. Students who are willing to relate to the host context, therefore, preferred another method of commemorating the Karbala tragedy. Next slide. The traditional Shiism is concerned with gaining otherworldly reward or sawab. It does not care about verbalizing its behavior in order to engage outsiders. Whereas some Shias who intend to relate with their host context use this historical anecdote to dialogue with outsiders. In 2014, for instance, an Iranian PhD student of the Polytechnic University of Milan launched a campaign, which at that time did not have any clear name. The then nameless movement was formed with the scope of giving information about Imam Hussain and his vicissitudes to European non-Muslims. Students would move besides mourners and distribute leaflets, and I myself am part of this campaign. Students wanted to found something different from the well-known campaigns such as Who is Hussain or the 10th Day, which offer various and differing social services. The Iranian students wanted to concentrate on the Karbala tragedy and to target exclusively non-Muslims. They called their movement with different names. It was once called Ashura and even Who is Hussain. They did not have clear ideas, initially they did not have clear ideas on the nature of their activities. Students in different European countries and from dissimilar religious backgrounds joined the movement. They are from Bahraini, Pakistani, Iraqi, Iranian, and Afghan origins. In Italy, they walk besides processions and distribute pamphlets and other materials such as water bottle. And during the pandemic, they also distributed the mask, face mask, for instance, or hand washes or sanitizers for hands, for instance. They distributed water bottle that symbolizes the first protagonist of the tragedy, the Karbala tragedy. Whereas in Bradford, for instance, given the strong presence of Pakistanis, the students have preferred to distribute materials within some open air structures such as stands, instead of walking besides the processions. In Bradford, for instance, one of my interviews said that in presence of Pakistanis who already know about this historical episode, they decided to seek other venues for finding non-Muslims. Whereas in the Italian cities, without processions, the distribution of pamphlets would have not created any curiosity among outsiders. This campaign has recently found a name. The students currently call it Ashura Worldwide. It has a logo and it is present on different social media platforms. Next slide, please. As I said, I'm a member of this campaign, and these are some photos of this campaign. Each year, a while before Muharram, a Telegram group is formed and some PDF booklets of instruction in Persian and English are published for volunteers. Students are emphatically asked to keep some important points in mind. They should minimize the tragedy details as much as they can, lest confusing non-Muslims. The Karbala tragedy, with all its antagonists and protagonists, should be limited to its central hero, namely Imam Hussain. The Arabic names should be removed. The only date to remember is 680. No hint to the Shia-Sunni rift should be dropped. Only the pure Islam, in quotes, should be introduced. Hussain was a peacemaker. Once in their leaflets, Imam Hussain was even compared to Gandhi, and another time with Jesus Christ. Hussain is presented as the one who fought for establishing justice. In 2014 and the years after that, students used the Syrian crisis to present Shiism as an alternative to the Sunni jihadism and violence. In this way, she has created a suitable terrain to share what they could share, where they could share the cause of their sufferance with Europeans. Because as you know, for instance, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, wherever Shias, also in Iraq, wherever Shias are under the domain of the majority Sunni population, we have had in the history, we have had episodes of persecution and torture and killing of, for instance, Shias. So Shia students in this case used the Syrian crisis to show to talk and relate with outsiders and say that we are actually on the same boat. We are suffering from the same cause, which is violence and extremism. In their narratives, in the narratives of students, injustice was not what Umayyads inflicted upon Imam Hussain and his family, but the harm of the Islamic fundamentalism, which casually in those years was represented by Sunni Muslims. Next slide. This approach, I mean, the approach of students to the Karbala tragedy causes an inversion of the mythopoiesis process. In other words, the myth returns to its historical nature, as you can see in these three phases. Next slide. As you can see in this slide, the element that has become a myth, and as I try to explain it, in the narrative of students tend to be to its historical place, but it is simplified, and it has become easy to understand for outsiders and non-Muslims. Next slide. Here I presented the reasons why two different ways of commemorating the Karbala tragedy have emerged in Italy. These rituals in Italy provide Shias with a series of both opportunities and challenges that work as catalysts of change. Firstly, since Shiism in Italy, like Islam in general, is multi-ethnic, in ecumenical moments, the ethnic peculiarities cannot but surface. Italy, as you can understand, looking at the geographical position of this peninsula, is considered the port of Europe. It is near North Africa, and it is also near the Asian parts of the Mediterranean basin, where, for instance, Lebanese are based. Both because of this and more importantly, because of the absence of a strong colonial background, which is present, for instance, in the case of the France and the UK, we do not have that strong relationship of this country with one single ethnicity or nationality. And it is why Islam and also Shiism in Italy is a multi-ethnic and multinational reality. So it is why in an occasion like, for instance, procession or mourning ceremonies, we are in front of the encounter between different nationalities, different Shias, different Muslims. So these processions actually present opportunities of knowing the self and the other. The Italian public sphere, as a result of this ecumenical presence, become a stage for confrontation between two antithetical methods of commemorating the Karbala tragedy. The first method, as a result of this encounter, and as I said, as Shias a while before Muharram start to talk about how to commemorate this tragedy, two antithetical methods of commemorating emerge. The first method adapts Ashura to the demands of the host society, sacrificing symbolic elements of the message in favor of verbal ones. It is the method of students, obviously. Whereas the second and the more traditional method remained attached to its conventional instruments, partly to compensate for its usual lack of visibility. As I said, Shias are usually invisible in this peninsula. So traditional Shias use processions to gain self-esteem and to gain visibility. Apart from Italy's contributions to the mutation of the rituals, there was also an unwanted but important impetus for change, the rise of Sunni extremism in those years. That unexpectedly benefited the students as they managed to define themselves as counterexamples to terrorism. In Iran's contemporary history, Ashura was exploited as a catalyst for political mobilization in difficult moments of revolution and war. In those moments, Imam Hussain became a paradigm of a just man, employed to denounce his counterexamples who was once Shah and then Saddam Hussein. In Italy, justice is not what the Umayyads deprived the third Imam of, but European peace jeopardized by Sunni extremism. This new signified of justice offered by the young Shias was a common terrain to engage with a relatively hostile context. In Rome, the absence of procession and what could capture the public's attention, because in Lombardy we had processions, but in Rome it was not present. So Iranian students became creative and linked their campaign to the International Day of Peace. The desire to be perceived as messengers of peace inevitably distanced students from the traditional ritual symbols that evoked battlefield, soldiers, and bloodshed. On the day of Ashura, students in different European cities were given white shawls and were asked to preferably avoid black clothing. And also this one was one of the novelties and new elements that Italy offered to students. I mean, wearing white clothes instead of black clothes. Thereby, zanjir and means of self-flagellation were replaced by pamphlets, flowers, and water bottles. It was understood that histrionic expression methods in Italy would raise the chance of sectarian attacks against Shias, whereas the need for universal credibility was met with rational and sober behavior. Returning to Rappaport's theory, the American anthropologist that I showed at first, and the question that I asked at first, what happens to these rituals in Italy does not only consist of the emergence of new presentation patterns and new presentation methods, new languages and physical gestures, but also the birth of a new concept of justice. This new definition of justice is traceable in how Iranian students narrate the martyrdom of Imam Hussain to outsiders. They de-dramatize, historicize, and simplify the event. As I said, in the preparative meetings and encounters before the processions, before the campaign, Ashura Worldwide campaign, we are asked to simplify the event. So Imam Hussain is compared to universally known symbols like Gandhi and Jesus Christ to be more easily comprehensible to non-Muslims. Thank you. I have finished it.
Hussain,
Salams everyone, and welcome to today's show with me, Zainab Merchant, also known as Zainab Wrights, and my dear friend Huda Garib. Today's session is titled Ashura, a Motivational Force for Activism. I am an activist myself. I'm a writer and editor-in-chief of TMJ News Network. I'm super honored to be here today. Not just because Huda's a really good friend of mine, but she is a brilliant mind, and I can't wait myself to hear what she has to say about this topic. Introducing Huda. Huda is a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto. Her research focuses on the role of emotions and beliefs in mobilizing and maintaining social justice behavior. She completed her undergraduate and master's degrees in health promotion and worked as a health promotion specialist before pursuing her PhD. Today, Huda will be sharing some preliminary findings from her PhD research and will expand on it to help develop a better understanding of why the majalis of Imam Hussain have been such an influential force for activism and social movements. I personally grew up with the majalis of Imam Hussain affecting my own life and leading me towards activism. I think that it's such a beautiful way to connect faith with action. It's a personal inspiration of mine, and I'm really looking forward to today. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Huda.
Thank you so much, Zainab, for the introduction, and thank you to the Hussain Global team for giving us this platform today to be able to engage in some important discussion around the motivational force of Ashura. I'm really looking forward to sharing some findings from my PhD research. You know, if you told me about a year ago that I'd be speaking about this topic so soon, I don't know if I would have quite believed you. And that's because my PhD research is not about Ashura or Imam Hussain, but it was Ashura and Imam Hussain that inspired me to take this career path. So what I want to do today is share my PhD research findings and use these findings to explain why the story of Imam Hussain and Sayyidah Zainab are so influential. But first, I want to share with you how I went from being a health promotion specialist to studying social movement and activism. And I think this will provide some context for our analysis of Ashura. So about 7 years ago, I was completing my master's in health promotion, and I was researching whether health advertisements targeted people's emotions or like whether they were effective at motivating people to sit less and be more active. And in general, you know, I really enjoyed studying how our emotions influence which behaviors we engage in and which we don't. And so you can imagine how this focus at the time, which was, you know, emotions and health advertising, was sort of a far cry. It was very distant from the topic of Ashura as an inspiration for social movements. But you know what happens when you start like digging deep and reading about a particular topic, you know, you start to see it everywhere and you make connections to it everywhere. Well, I was seeing how important emotions were in the practices surrounding Ashura and the story of Imam Hussain and Sayyidah Zainab. You know, we spend 10 days and nights at the least engaging in practices that involve a lot of emotion. You know, mourning, crying, empathy, grief, love, like all of these are so central. And then on top of that, we have hadiths from the Prophet and Imams about the value of shedding tears for Imam Hussain and the fire that burns inside the lovers of Hussain for his tragedy. And, you know, the Imams encouraging majalis of mourning and remembering the story of Imam Hussain. And then we hear stories about how the Prophet cried for the tragedy of Imam Hussain when Imam Hussain was still a child, as did Sayyidah Fatima. And so hearing all of this and seeing this, I couldn't discount the importance and centrality of emotion in this important practice. And so these questions started coming up in my mind of, what is the purpose of this mourning? Why such an emphasis on emotion in one of the most important occasions of the year? And does this emotion have anything to do with the inspirational force of Ashura? And I think these are really important questions, especially given the stigma around emotions in society in general, but also, you know, when it comes to religious beliefs. You know, typically in religious discussions, it's the intellect that's emphasized, and we tend to shy away from emotion. But here we see emotion is actually promoted and encouraged, you know, so much so that the tears for Imam Hussain are like a pathway to heaven, you know, one of the biggest rewards. So why is that the case? Why not simply intellectualize Karbala and analyze it purely from a quote unquote logical perspective? Why do we tell stories and put on plays and write eulogies that are meant to move our emotions? What effect does this have on our psychology and on our behavior? And so I had all these questions, but as a health promotion specialist and not an Islamic sciences student, doing this research for me felt like a faraway dream. But subhanAllah, one day, I was sitting in my office, probably supposed to be writing my master's thesis, but instead I was watching The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, which for people who don't know is a satirical news show. And so this was about 2014, 2015, around the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement in the US. And Jon Stewart had a segment about police brutality in the United States. And in this segment, he would talk about some heavy and disturbing content, and then he would follow this up with a joke. And this is typical of satirical news shows. It's their style. But for me, this brought up the question in my mind of it seemed almost contradictory. One moment the audience is made to feel anger and sadness about an injustice. And then the next moment we hear a joke about the same topic. So to me, I was like, where does this leave us psychologically? Does the laughter cancel out the anger? Does it increase it? What effect does this have on our desire to do something about this injustice that we're hearing? And so this began my journey transitioning from being a health promotion specialist to a researcher of activism and emotion. And I began reading about the effects of satire and political action. And this led me to reading about emotions and social movements and collective action, eventually leading me to pursue this PhD on the emotional effects of activism, or the effects of emotion on activism. And alhamdulillah, I was able to make that transition between the fields, and how that happened is a story for another day. But all praise goes back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the tawfiq to do that. Because going from having no background in a topic to doing a PhD in it, in order to understand the secret of Imam Hussain, I think that's Imam Hussain's blessing. So I'm grateful for that. And so now I want to get into the research. So as Zainab said, it's ongoing. So I'm going to be presenting 3 preliminary findings today. First, I wanted to sort of present, my guiding research questions. What is it that I'm trying to find out in my research? So in my PhD research, I wanted to know which emotions and thoughts play a role in motivating activists to take up activism, and which emotions and thoughts contribute to them continuing to be activists and not leave their activism. And second, I wanted to know which emotions and characteristics activists associated with the important sort of actors in their issue. So these being the victims of the injustice, the perpetrators, and those who were resisting the injustice. So what they thought of them and how they felt about them, and how these emotions and thoughts shaped motivation to continue to be activists. And so in order to sort of find this out, I conducted what we call life history interviews with activists, where I asked them about their journey into activism, why they started, what moved them into starting, and the emotions and thoughts that they experienced during these important moments in their journey. And so my focus in particular was on activists who did work in Palestinian solidarity, as well as Indigenous rights in Canada, and or Turtle Island, which is the Indigenous name for Canada and the United States. And so far, I've spoken to 8 activists, 5 who are Palestinian solidarity activists, 1 that focuses on Indigenous rights, and 2 that do work in both areas. And the length of involvement ranges from 1 to 2 years to decades of involvement. So it's a really, really amazing range that I have, alhamdulillah. And so I wish I could share everything I've learned, but we'd probably be here for hours. So I'm going to share a few key points and relate those back to Ashura. So the first point, most activists that I talked to were people of faith across the Abrahamic faiths. One participant who grew up in a Christian household now takes Indigenous spiritualities as her guide, and another participant who isn't religious anymore, but acknowledges that her values are likely influenced by her Christian upbringing. And so they all spoke about how their faith influenced their involvement in activism. And in particular, they spoke about the influence of religious figures, stories of resistance and activism by figures such as Jesus, and then verses in holy books that emphasize standing up against injustice. So first, touching on narratives about holy figures. These narratives were an inspiration to many, and they provided a framework, essentially, for how to act and do the right thing in the face of injustice. One participant went as far as calling Jesus an activist, and another, he was a church minister, and he was in his 80s, and he had been active in the Palestinian cause and other causes for decades. He said to me that there are times when he experiences, these moments where he wonders if there's any point in continuing the work that he does. And he said that these moments last very short, they're a very short amount of time, but sometimes they do come up. And he said that the sense that this work is in line with God's character and purpose, there's nothing more worthwhile than that for him. And that's what keeps him going in this work. He used the word sustains. That's what sustains him in this work. And so being people of faith and taking holy figures as role models, these activists, they looked up to their role models and they aspired to act as they did. And so when we have holy figures who, through their words and through the way that they lived their lives, promote standing up for and helping oppressed people, these activists felt a responsibility to do the same. And so what does this mean in the context of Imam Hussain and Sayyidah Zainab's story? So the power of the narrative of Ashura comes from the personification of the values of Islam that we see through the stances of Imam Hussain and Sayyidah Zainab. When we take these figures as role models and guides, we wish to be as they were. And the stories we hear during Ashura are in part about how to firmly and courageously stand up against the oppressor. And so the various stances that Imam Hussain, his companions, and his family took, and the way that they behaved, serve as an inspiration, but also a guide on how we should sort of face oppression and corruption in society. And the power of stories in particular is that they go an extra step in communicating our faith. It's one thing for us to hear our values sort of communicated to us, and it's another to see them acted out. And hearing the story of Imam Hussain helps us to practically see what it means to stand up for corruption, no matter the cost. And so I just wanted to make a note here before moving on to the second motivational factor. When I started my study, I had no intention to ask about faith in particular. And that's because I didn't think it was something that would be that common. And it wasn't in my research questions. And so it was interesting because all my participants really, when they were describing their journey, faith just kept coming up as a factor, as a motivational factor. And so because of my underlying interest in Ashura, it just motivated me to keep asking them whenever they mentioned it and sort of dig into that. And so it was a great coincidence, but it worked out to my benefit because I get to do this analysis, alhamdulillah. Now, the second point, this might be my favorite research finding so far, but really the second motivational factor that was mentioned by almost every one of my participants was the steadfastness and persistence that they saw from the victims, and in particular in the face of hardship. So those who were involved in Palestinian solidarity activism spoke so highly of the steadfastness of Palestinians in their persistence, not only for freedom, but persistence in keeping hope for a better future. And these participants were so inspired by that, and they felt love and respect and admiration for these victims. And many felt that, the hardships that they had to deal with as activists were so minuscule in comparison to what the victims suffered through. And yet these victims didn't give up hope or the fight for their rights. And so they felt, what was their excuse for giving up their activism? And that helped to sort of maintain their activism. There was one activist who told me, she got emotional when she was saying this. She said, Palestinians are essentially in the belly of the beast, and yet they're putting everything on the line. And she gave the example of Muhammad al-Kurd from Sheikh Jarrah, who was speaking on American channels and on campuses, and often to people who don't understand him or agree with him and might not even like him. Yet he's so confident, he doesn't let anyone stand in his way, and he doesn't back down. And she was so inspired by that. She was even moved to tears just thinking about it and speaking about it. And then the Christian minister who I'd mentioned, he spoke about how Jesus knew that what he was doing by standing up to the religious figures of his time, that it was going to cost him his life, but he didn't retract or run away. And that was an inspiration to that participant. And so I just mentioned that this might have been my favorite research finding so far. And in addition to it being just so beautiful, such a beautiful point, I think it's so relevant to Imam Hussain. The activists I spoke to were motivated by the sheer steadfastness of the victims and the resistance despite hardship. And so the question is there anyone in history who has shown more steadfastness and resistance in the face of extreme hardship than Imam Hussain and Sayyidah Zainab? And Imam Hassan, he already answered this 1,000 years ago, over 1,000 years ago, when he said, La yawm ka yawmaka ya Aba Abdullah. There is no day like your day, O Hussain, O Aba Abdullah. And he said this to Imam Hussain when Imam Hussain was crying over him when he saw that he was poisoned and dying. And so I don't think anyone can deny the truth of that statement. Thirst, hunger, injuries all over his body, witnessing his older son cut up and his baby slaughtered, watching his nephew who was in his care, twitching on the ground, he couldn't do anything to take his pain away, being backstabbed and attacked by the people who called him to aid them, driven from his home, witnessing the slaughtering of his household and companions, and knowing that the women and children of his family would be taken prisoners and abused. All of this on the shoulders of one man, happening in the matter of hours, and yet never in a single moment did he back down, but he remained just steadfast until the very end. And I mean, do I even begin with Sayyidah Zainab? I think my point is clear there. And so Imam Hussain, just like Sayyidah Zainab, they've inspired generations upon generations, despite facing the greatest hardships anyone can face without backing down. He gave no excuses, and people fell in love with him because of his bravery and steadfastness, and his dedication to his message and to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we're activists are inspired to persevere. We're all inspired to persevere and to give, to make the world a better place despite the hardships, because the struggles will only ever amount to a small portion of his struggle. And so the last point I wanted to touch on is the mind-heart duality. So when people hear about this research about the influence of emotion on Ashura, they said, should we really be focusing on emotion? Shouldn't there be an intellectual basis instead? Isn't that more important? And I think the right answer to that is that each has its own place, and we need to understand the role of each in order to take advantage of each. What my research has shown is that some emotions may be very important for moving people in the moment, such as anger or feeling shocked or empowered, while other emotions, such as love or feeling of respect or affection, help people to maintain activism over time. But what most of my participants, if not all of them, have told me so far is that the main reason that they maintain their activism is because of their values and beliefs. They spoke about feeling that they have of responsibility as a Muslim, a Jew, a follower of Jesus, or simply someone who believes in the importance of justice. They feel they have a responsibility to stand up for those who are treated unjustly. And so the values that someone holds are crucial for their participation in activism, particularly when these values promote collective well-being rather than individualism. And so when it comes to the motivational force of Ashura, the emotion is key because it creates a deep and meaningful love for the Imam and his companions and family who gave up everything and remained firm despite unthinkable tragedy. And the emotional connection we have with them humanizes them and humanizes their connection to them. And it allows us to connect with them and feel for them and almost feel their presence in those moments of connection. But the intellectual components are equally important because they communicate clearly the values of Imam Hussain and his family, which emphasize caring about and working for the greater good. And so, what I've presented today and what my findings show is that the emotional, the intellectual, and the narrative aspects of Ashura have a useful role to play in making Ashura such an inspiration. And so when people ask, whether we should have majalis of Ashura that are mainly emotional or focus on the intellectual and, make them mainly intellectual, I believe the answer is, why can't we have both? Why can't we connect with Imam Hussain through our hearts and our minds and bring our hearts and minds together, to connect with the Imam and ultimately Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I think his Imam Hussein's story and the story of Sayyidah Zainab is one of love and one of lessons. So let's not lose either. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hada. That was beautiful. that gave me goosebumps. I think that, you know, as somebody who, you know, strives to be an activist myself, I think that it's a beautiful way to connect religion and the idea of emotion, because, you know, we live in a time, for a long time, especially men are seen as less manly, right, for crying. But this madrasa, this beautiful school, has given us the outlet to be able to be in the same room, and men and women and children are given this outlet to weep and cry, connect their own troubles, connect their own problems with what, you know, the lessons we can learn from Karbala. So I find that so beautiful, that emotion can also guide spirituality, you know, and it goes hand in hand with intellect. I love the point that you made about how faith was a huge inspiration to activism. Like, I'd always felt that, you know, with my own life, but it's interesting to see how others view it as well. I did wonder, you know, like, why do a lot of them, you know, choose to be activists? So it's interesting to see that faith was something that really motivated them as well, because, like, truly, without faith, life becomes bleak. It becomes hopeless. People become pessimistic. You don't feel as hopeful and drawn towards helping others as much as you would in this brotherhood that you feel for the whole world. So I found that very, very nice. And especially what you brought up about steadfastness of those who experience hardship. I mean, it goes without saying that, you know, the people of Yemen and Palestine and so many more oppressed, like, we draw inspiration from them because we get to see how strong they are in the face of adversity. And it helps us keep going, because we're like, you know, our stakes are so low, you know, we can definitely do the bare minimum. And if that means to speak out, we should do that. But it's beautiful how we can connect that to Karbala, and because it's a perfect event. You know, there's something that I always keep in mind, is how when you know, Imam Hussain was being killed, slaughtered by Shimr, Imam Hussain alayhi salam, he kept calling on God. And that's something that, and he kept praying and supplicating, and that's something I could never get rid of. And from my mind, it's like etched, like, year after year. And every time I face that hardship, or any kind of hardship in my life, I just go back to this memory. And I'm sure we all have something that we, you know, we keep in the back of our minds. And I think that that's why Karbala is just a beautiful foundation to start off of, and really connect your faith with action. But I have some questions for you, if you don't mind. And the first one is, do you find that social media and the heightened access to Azadari has impacted the emotions of the public and motivated their interest into movements of Imam Hussain and Sayyida Zainab?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's hard, I think, to quantify the emotional and motivational impact of increased access to rituals. But I think there are several benefits that social media and the internet provide. I think number one, it provides the opportunity to spread the message of Imam Hussain, you know, farther and wider, and reach larger audiences. And I think we saw how the internet helped the majalis of Imam Hussain to stay alive throughout the pandemic, for example, because organizations were able to host majalis through the internet, and people can tune in from their homes from around the world. But I think also what social media and internet has done it's provided new ways of interacting and sharing the message and story of Imam Hussain. You know, remembrance is no longer limited to just you go to a mosque or Hussainiya, there's a lecture, a majlis, say some eulogies and maybe some dua, and then everyone goes home. You know, now we have people who go live on social media from the shrines, and we all get so emotional seeing them just through the video, you know, or people share videos and pictures and vlogs of the rituals happening in their cities around the world, including, you know, in the West. So people can develop creative videos to share the story of Imam Hussain and Sayyida Zainab. And I think it also allows more people to contribute in ways that they are good at, even if it's not just reciting in the traditional ways. And I think, like, all that being said, I want to caution myself from romanticizing the internet too much, because I think the conversation around the benefits and the harms of the internet tend to sometimes be polarized, where it's either the most amazing thing that's happened to humans in the 21st century, or it's like a horrible thing. But I think there's a lot of, things, like a lot of benefits, but also a lot of harms. For example, like the spread of misinformation. There's a lot of room for that, and misconstruing the message of Imam Hussain and Islam. And I think also sometimes we tend to think that the more information and the more accessible it is, it's always a good thing, and that it'll always have an impact. But I think what we need to be sort of cognizant of is that just because content is out there and just because it's accessible, it doesn't mean users are engaging with it. And it doesn't mean that they're engaging with it in a deep and meaningful way. And it also doesn't mean that it's impacting their emotions and their motivation in an effective way. And so I think part of the application of my research is that we can take this research and understand how to sort of create messages that are effective at motivating people to, through the message of Imam Hussain. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, with anything really, there's benefits and harms. And I think that if we use it in the right way, I think it could be a really powerful tool.
Right. How do you how do our linguistic variations and cultural positions impact social movements around Imam Hussain and Sayyidah Zainab?
Yeah, I haven't done any cultural linguistic analysis of social movements that have been influenced by Ashura. But when it comes to cultures, we know that certain emotions are more acceptable to display in public and by certain groups than other emotions. And you mentioned how, men, sometimes there's a stigma around them showing emotion, but we see it in majalis. There's an American sociologist called Arlie Hochschild, and she introduced this concept of feeling rules, which are the formal and informal rules around emotions, and which ones are appropriate and to feel and which ones are appropriate to display. And each culture sort of has their own set of feeling rules. And so the emotional relationship that different communities may have with the story of Imam Hussain may differ slightly, and how that may influence movements may also differ. And I think this would be a super cool, research topic for anyone out there who's interested in cultural differences. There's definitely a huge gap around that. I think that the understanding the motivational impact of Ashura in general, there's a huge gap. So there's lots of room for exploration.
I agree. How can academic discourse and research be further utilized to explain and advance the message of Imam Hussain and Sayyidah Zainab? Besides conferences and talks, how else do you see us presenting our positions and ideas to the public and activists?
Yeah. I think that we live in a very visual world, not virtual yet, thank God. We live in a
we are virtual world.
Yeah. I think it's a very visual world, the visual is so attractive to us. And, our attention spans are not great. And while I personally, I don't want to give in to the idea that, that everything needs to be a 30-second reel or TikTok, but I think short, quick videos are quite a popular way of consuming information these days. And so being able to translate our research into videos that, that resonate with different generations, especially the younger ones, that could be one way of reaching a more general audience. I think also podcasts are quite popular as well, and can be a good channel for having longer and more in-depth discussions outside of, like conferences and talks and things like that. I think the younger generation also appreciates podcasts. And so, yeah, social media videos, podcasts, engaging documentaries, I think, making visually, auditory engagement, I think, is really important. But outside just the media, I think retreats are a really cool idea as well, where attendees can, they can get together and they can learn, but also brainstorm new ways of, or how to use this new knowledge and how to implement it in their lives. I think this would be a really cool idea for activists as well, because there's a learning aspect to it and a practical aspect when you're thinking about how to put knowledge into use. So there's definitely lots of creative ways that we can sort of use our academic knowledge mobilize our academic knowledge.
Beautiful. Well, if anyone's organizing a retreat, please.
If it's by a lake, that'd be even better.
I mean, I love what you said about podcasts, and like I mean, about TMJ, right? Like we just started it, and the first report we produced was about Karbala. Not just because, like, obviously this is a huge, like, there's so much research. Like, I mean, you did your PhD in it, but we felt that, like, from a journalism standpoint, it's not covered as such, from academia to the intellect to the emotion. And if people really want like a first look, if you don't know anything about Karbala, I mean, this is an inspiration, could be the inspiration for the whole world, right? It's a gem, honestly, and a lot of Muslims don't know about it. So it is a shame. And I loved working on that report. But I remember when I reached out to you, Huda, about like publishing your PhD studies, and you're like, well, Zainab, it's gonna be a 200-page book. I was like, whoa. So I mean, it just goes to show you like the oceans of information and knowledge, like never-ending wisdom from Karbala. It's like, it's so beautiful that I learn something new year after year, and I feel like I will for the rest of my life. And it's just, I don't know. It's just, for me, Karbala is just such a special thing in my life. I feel like it's such a blessing because I honestly feel like the more you hold on to Karbala, you're going to get over time closer and closer to God. It has that effect because it's that foundation where you can look up to it, and it's perfect in every way, like from the steadfastness to the persistence to like, how can someone humanly possible like handle all that, in one day and still say, yeah, I see only beauty? Like, how? It's mind-boggling, but it's just a perfect testament to submitting to God's will, to the connection, the love, like you said, of Imam Hussain, and to the divine, the aspect of wilaya and divinity, and just loyalty, and so many lessons. Like I feel like I could be here all day, and I'm getting emotional just talking about it, because I think for me personally, it's just been this thing that I've always looked up to, and it doesn't let you veer off. Like I feel like, when we're talking about activism, I think it's important to conclude with this, is that it's very easy to veer off. You can pretty much be an activist for a lot of things that you might not even have knowledge about. You could be doing more harm than good. I mean, you have activists for all kinds of things nowadays. So I think that, Karbala helps you be the right kind of activist. It just helps you stay God-centric and makes you have perspective for your life. And it's beautiful. And I encourage everyone to read more of Huda's work, and I can't wait to read more as well, inshallah. Thank you so much for being here with us today. It was my honor to, moderate this session. Thank you so much, Huda, for having me on. I really love you, and very inspired by you. So thanks again, everyone, and wassalam from my end.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Zainab, too, for your time. Couldn't have picked a better person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hussain.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm Sheikh Amin. I'm moderating today's session on space, time, and the Hussaini movement. And we have three esteemed guests with us today. We have Sayyid Ali from Karbala. We have Sayyid Jawad. I believe you're coming in from the United States today, if I'm not correct.
Correct.
And Sayyid Zafar also from the United States as well. So we have three esteemed speakers with us. I am currently in Toronto, and we're going to have a discussion about space, time, and the Hussaini movement. So let's get right into it, inshallah. The first thing on my mind, and I guess kind of for the general discussion, is how does the Karbala narrative differentiate from other battles in Islamic history? What makes this special? There have been so many killings, so many battles in 1400 years. People died, for crusades against injustice. What makes this interesting? So I'll start on my left. I have Sayyid Zafar, and then I'll go to Sayyid Jawad, then I'll go to Sayyid Ali, just so it goes from left to right. So Sayyid Zafar.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, alhamdu li-ahlihi wa salatu ala ahliha. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's wonderful to be with the brothers here virtually today. I think that what really stands out about Karbala and why it makes it different and more important and more significant to other battles is the amount of preparation that goes into Karbala, like 50 years before it happens, perhaps even earlier than that. So the day Imam Hussain alayhi salam is born, from that moment onwards, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is telling us that this is what's going to happen to Hussain alayhi salam. And then all the way through the Prophet's life, through Imam Amirul Mu'minin alayhi salam's life, there's all this build up to the Battle of Karbala until Imam Hussain alayhi salam himself, role of Imamah, there's build up in his own life. So there's so much build up to this battle, which makes it different to all the other battles, which, for example, if I don't know if spontaneous is the right word, but that kind of build up with them. Then, of course, we've got the fact that battles, especially in the Arab world at that time, are between combatants, between involved in the battle, women, children, and non-combatants are not involved in those battles. But of course, Karbala stands out as a place which has a key role for the women, the children, for all kinds of people, and the old, the young, the friends of the Prophet. These people are being represented in this story of Karbala.
Great.
So I think that really, and that the purpose of this battle that's defined by Michael through his wasiyah and his testament to Muhammad al-Hanafiya also gives us an insight into what makes this different and how this stands out compared to the other battles.
Thank you. Sayyid Jawad, would you like to contribute?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. I would like to look at this occurrence within the course of history, within the history of Islam, within the history of humanity, and we bet the Battle of Karbala from its end, from the end of the battle, from the time that the battle ended and until now. I don't think that if you were to observe history and any battle in the course of history, you would see that its results are 20 million people walking towards the shrine of the person who was slain. They leave the comfort of their homes. They spend money. Some of them have very humble residences when they arrived to Karbala, though they could have, a very comfortable life back home. And obviously, what is interesting is 2 billion meals are distributed during the Arba'een for free. For free. People receive all kinds of hospitality in Karbala. So I haven't heard of a battle in the course of history where those who were defeated, they were beheaded, their children were taken, women or children were taken as prisoners of war, paraded throughout different cities. Now the result of that is that millions of people, Muslim or non-Muslim, Shi'i or non-Shi'i, are marching to salute them. And that's just the time of Arba'een. Throughout the year, millions of people end up going to the shrine of Imam al-Hussain to pay their salutations to him. And also a battle that is remembered in every single city, every single continent, every single village across the world. There isn't a single location across this world where in the first 10 days of Muharram does not have a majlis for Imam al-Hussain. And just very briefly, one other interesting aspect of this battle is that this battle was carried on, its essence, its spirit, its goals was carried on by a single woman, a defeated woman, a woman that saw her children being killed, her brothers being killed, her nephews being killed, everybody, every single person that she actually had was slain in front of her eyes, and it didn't weaken her. This is something that history it has not been repeated in history, where a woman is paraded from city to another, disrespected, even after her brother's head is separated from his body, and they make sure they display this in front of her and the innocent orphans of Imam al-Hussain. She becomes stronger. She has more willpower now to stand and defend the cause of Imam al-Hussain. And the reason why the whole world knows about Ashura now is because of that one single lady, Sayyidah Zainab salawatullahi alayha.
Barakallahu feekum, Sayyidina. Yeah, it's nothing short of a miracle, of an act of God, really. God's unseen hand guiding the universe and the community. Sayyid Ali from Karbala, what are your thoughts?
Assalamu alaikum, dear brothers, dear scholars. My thoughts on this, hearing what the Sayyids before me had said, very beautiful words. One thing I would like to connect with is what Sayyid Zafar said about everyone can relate to this, from the young to the old. That's something that stands out with this battle. Whether you're a youth, whether you're the elderly, whether you're friends, anything you want to relate to, you can relate to in this battle. So this battle is not for just middle-aged men going to war. This is a battle of women, elderly, youth, everyone in any aspect of life. If they want to relate to something, they can relate to Battle of Karbala. So that's one thing that stands out for me. The second thing that stands out for me is that this is a battle in which perceived defeat is indeed victory. For over 1,400 years today, the effects last until now. For 1,400 years today, people in the name of Imam Hussain al-Islam have been carrying on his message and good works. Yesterday, for example, I'll give you the live example today. Yesterday, we had, for Hussain, Global Blood Heroes Day. The whole entire world, they collected blood to donate in the name of Hussain al-Islam. 1,400 years later today, this is the victory that when Sayyidah Zainab alayhi salam said, Ma ra'aytu illa jamila, she saw nothing but beauty. People asked, how can she see beauty in defeat? But today we see the beauty for the last 1,400 years, and we'll continue to see it until the end of time. This is the speciality of this battle, that in perceived defeat, there was true victory. That's unlike any other battle in the world. And that's something that truly stands out. Secondly, this battle was for the love of God. Allah says in the Quran, they try to extinguish the light of God, but Allah will always protect it. And that's something that's very important to understand. We have a famous saying in a poem in Farsi and Urdu, people hear it all the time, Shah Hussain, Din Hussain. truly you understand that religion is Hussain because he saved it today. Without him, you would not even have this message of Islam today. And that's something that he lives on forever. You know, he gave his heart to Allah and Allah gave his heart to loves of millions today. And that is the difference between this battle and any other battle in history, because this battle is truly fought for those who are the servants of Allah and God.
Yeah.
And this battle is something that the message will last for humanity until the end of time. So today you see the effects everywhere. All the goodness in the world, all the good acts that everyone does, millions have done in history, have been in the name of Hussain Islam and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Yeah, mashallah, may Allah bless all the all of you for your responses. I would just add something, mashallah, to your response as well, Sayyid Ali, which is, for me, after listening to all this, I just have one thing to say, one simple thing. Abu Abdullah, salamullahi alayhi, was the hujjah of Allah. If he was the hujjah of Allah, which he was, then whatever transpired to him has the hand of God present in it. And when the hujjah of Allah is massacred in such a way, it becomes a hujjah upon humanity. It becomes a proof upon humanity as at large. And just like the Quran commemorates the martyrdom of Yahya ibn Zakaria, salamullahi alayhi, the martyrdom of Imam Hussain alayhi salam is greater than the martyrdom of Yahya, of Nabi Allah Yahya. And of course, Allah would ensure that his wali and his hujjats sacrifice and martyrdom and killing would survive eons. I mean, for infinity, so to speak. I mean, into the cosmos. I mean, it's not even something that's earthly. It's something that's cosmological. So yeah, it was a good discussion, mashallah. Let's move quickly on to the second item of discussion, or second point rather, which is the delivery of the Karbala narrative. In light of the diaspora, of the growing Shia diaspora and non-Shia. I mean, it's not about Shia and non-Shia, but the Muslim diaspora in general. As Sayyid Jawad alluded to, there isn't a place in which the 10 nights of Muharram is not commemorated. What are our thoughts about the delivery of the Karbala narrative? This is open-ended, really, in light of migration, the diaspora, the transformation of it, perhaps both positive and negative. I mean, it's not necessarily all positive. There could be things that are challenges that come along that could infiltrate or muddy the narrative even as a result of so much migration or the intersection with so many other philosophies or ideas that may not be compatible necessarily with the beliefs of Islam. So now I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to begin with Sayyid Jawad at the bottom of my screen, then go to Sayyid Ali, and then go to Sayyid Zafar, inshallah. Sayyid Jawad, bismillah.
You see, first of all, I want to say that indeed, there's divine intervention in making sure that the message of Imam al-Hussain is protected and it's passed on through generations. This is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has promised to Rasulullah in the famous hadith narrated by Imam Zainul Abidin through Sayyida Zainab salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhim ajma'een, that is written in the entrance of the shrine of Imam al-Hussain. The hadith that states from Imam Zainul Abidin, it was the 10th of Muharram. Imam Zainul Abidin had exited the tent and he looks around and he says, رأيت أبي وإخوتي وأبناء أعمامي مصرعون. They're slain, they're killed. لا يدنو منهم بشر. No human being is even going towards them to bury them, to take care of them. And he said that at that moment, my soul was about to depart. When I saw that, I could not I could not hold back, you know, my tears, and my heart was burning, my soul was burning. So he says that فَتَدَارَكَ ذَلِكَ عَمَّتِ Zainab, my aunt Zainab, she saw me, she said, مَا لِي أَرَاكَ تَلُوذُ بِنَفْسِكَ يَا ابْنَ أَخِي. Why is it that I see you, you know, your soul is departing, you're about to die from agony and pain. He says, وَكَيْفَ لَا? How would I be able to tolerate this? So this is what she says. She says, Ya Zain al-Abidin, this is a promise from Allah to Rasulullah, to Amir al-Mu'mineen, to Imam al-Hassan, to Imam al-Hussain, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, first of all, will send people to bury those bodies. Then فَيَنْصِبُونَ لِأَبِيكَ فِي هَذَا الطَّفِّ. They will a mausoleum, a sanctuary for your father. And you all know the hadith that وَلَتَجْتَهِدَنَّ أَئِمَّةَ الْكُفْرِ وَالضَّلَالِ لِتَطْمِيسِهِ. All the superpowers of the world of kufr and hypocrisy will do whatever they can to make sure that the name of Hussain is forgotten, the grave of Hussain is forgotten, nobody remembers Hussain. However, Allah has a different plan. This is the divine intervention. Allah has a different plan. Allah decides that every time they do whatever they can to bring down the name of Hussain, Allah elevates the name of Hussain. So the divine intervention is there for sure. However, there's also the dedication, the resilience, the generosity, the devotion of the followers of Imam al-Hussain. Imam al-Hussain has the most generous of followers. He has the best of followers. He has the most dedicated and resilient of followers and lovers. People who are willing to give their lives for Imam al-Hussain all over the world today. People who are willing to give whatever they have towards the cause of Imam al-Hussain. One way in which the name of Imam al-Hussain has reached the entire world is through the majalis of Imam al-Hussain. So I have personally, I have traveled the world and I have seen the different ways that the majalis of Imam al-Hussain are conducted. In fact, within the same country, within the same nationality, for example, in Iraq or Iran, you find individuals who will take the minbar and just recite the eulogy of Imam al-Hussain. For an hour. Their only purpose is to make people cry, and that is beautiful. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you have others, mujtahids, fuqaha, ulama. Amongst them, for example, is the greatest of the ulama of our time, Ayatollah al-Uzma, Sheikh Wahid al-Khurasani. Sheikh Wahid Khurasani, until 30 years ago, he would recite the majalis of Imam al-Hussain, the full 10 nights of the majalis, and he would recite the masa'ib of Imam al-Hussain, and he would give lectures. This is, a man who you have 2,000 mujtahids sitting in his Bahth al-Kharij. Similarly, you have, Ayatollah Qazwini in Karbala, who until this Ashura recited the majalis of Imam al-Hussain, and other fuqaha who took the role of becoming a khatib and a person who serves the minbar of Imam al-Hussain. So you have those who simply just recite the masa'ib of Imam al-Hussain, and then you have scholars, fuqaha, who take the minbar, and people all across, giving, different styles of serving the minbar of Imam al-Hussain. And I believe that it's all needed. I cannot say this minbar, every single minbar should be like the minbar of a faqih or a alim or a mujtahid, or every single minbar should only be an hour of tears and crying. This is the beauty of the school of Imam al-Hussain. That's every person can sign himself up as a servant and a khadim of Imam al-Hussain and give in the capacity that he can.
Ahsantum Sayyidina. Jazakumullah alaf khaira. I completely concur with you. I think it's a beautiful description. Sayyid Ali, and then we'll go to Sayyid Zafar.
So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in his last sermon, he says something very powerful to people. And he says, "Those who hear my words, pass on my words to others who are not here. And may those pass them on to the ones, and they understand it better than the ones before them." And that's something that's very, very important for us to know and to understand, that the message that Rasulullah gave us, that was saved by Imam Hussain alayhi salam and continued by him, is something that we must carry on for life, no matter what. It is incumbent upon all of us, whether we're scholars, speakers, students of knowledge, or just anyone who adheres to the path of the Ahlul Bayt, to pass on the words of Rasulullah to others. For someone who grew up in America, I was born and raised in America originally. I see there that there's different forms of azadari and remembrance and majalis that you see anywhere else in the world. And it's very important that each place adheres to the people that you live with in your communities. For example, I want to use the term American azadari. That way, some people, when they come from different countries to America or to the West or Canada, you have to understand that your job is to relate to the people and what relates to them best in that environment. As such, in different countries around the world, you see people relating the message in different ways. Every way is fine as long as you're doing it in the message and for the sake of Allah. Every country in the world has their own way of understanding things. People in certain countries, they want to hear more poetry. People in other countries want to hear more of the eulogies, the Messiah. In other countries, they may need to listen just to the words. All of it is necessary and all of it is important. Like Jawad said, that every single type of remembrance and anyone can participate in their own way. And that's very important that we continue this message forever. Over here, you hear, you don't realize the difficulties that we had over time. Many people don't. Right now, in the 21st century, here in 2022, we have the most freedom that Shia has ever had in the world. You know, the fuqaha here in Karbala and Najaf, when I talk to them, they tell me the stories of during the time of Saddam, for example. The ulama used to become tea sellers and traders. They used to stand in the streets so just so people can come to pretend to buy tea and they can give them knowledge and spread knowledge. These are the difficulties that people face in spreading the message. Today, now, alhamdulillah, I'm sitting in Karbala and the rest of you in Canada, United States, we're connected to the whole entire world. It is a time like no other, and it is very unfortunate if we don't take advantage of this time into all aspects, whether social media, online, global, in person, in every way, connect to everyone in the language that they understand. And that is the most important thing. And alhamdulillah, all the majalis that we have, whether they're done differently in Pakistan, India, Iran, Lebanon, Iraq, America, Canada, UK, each has their own way. And just one thing I would like to say to people is use the message and try to relate to the community that you're in the best way possible.
Wonderful. Yeah, I would agree. Relating to the community that you're in. That's important. Said Zafar?
Yes, obviously, as the brothers have said, in terms of the diversity of the remembrance, I'd also like to add that I think that this pandemic has shown us how key and significant the remembrance of Imam Hussain alayhi salam is in each one of our lives. That we were sitting in our homes and we weren't doing anything and we weren't going anywhere, but we still kept on doing the majalis of Imam Hussain alayhi salam. You know, I think I was just sharing with a friend once that before March 2020, I had not even heard of Zoom. And now I can give you a tutorial on Zoom because for 2 years we did majalis, we did everything. We did majalis, we did lectures, we did workshops. We probably did more things on Zoom than we would have done in person. And I think that shows how crucial the remembrance of Imam Hussain alayhi salam is in each one of our lives, that we left everything, we stopped doing our normal activities, we stayed at home, but we found a way to keep the majalis of Imam Hussain alayhi salam going. In terms of the delivery and in terms of the content, as you heard from the learned brothers before me, that there's different styles, there always have been different styles, and of course, living in this part of the world, we have different challenges. Muharram is the opportunity where we get a lot of people gathering, and I think what's really important is that if we look at how Imam Sajjad alayhi salam established the majalis or the azhar of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, he used it as a way and an opportunity to bring people together. So I think the underlying message has to be that are we using the majalis of Imam Hussain, the commemoration of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, to bring people together, because that was the original purpose of Imam Sajjad alayhi salam, to bring people together so that then he could preach the message of Allah to them. So are we using the majalis of Imam Hussain alayhi salam to bring people together, or God forbid, are we using the majalis of Imam Hussain alayhi salam to divide people, or to create more divisions, or to create more sects, or to create more ideas? I think that is something that we should, including myself, we should all be reflecting on that. Am I using the majlis of Imam Hussain alayhi salam to bring people together, to use this powerful emotion of grief to be able to make the people's hearts soft, to make them understand the message of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, to allow them to reform at their own pace, at their own, to give them growth at their own pace, but most importantly, using it as a way to bring people who may have different ideas, who have different nadariyat, different viewpoints, but bringing them together and making the message of Imam Hussain alayhi salam the point of unity.
MashaAllah, yeah, beautiful answers from all three of you. You know, and I would just add one thing, very brief, just at the tail end of this, which is a challenge that I see. I think Sayyid Zafar just touched on it. Is in the past, the mimbar generally was not a place of where, for example, average individuals who, let's say, have not studied at the higher levels of or specialized studies, you know, would not be exposed to like new controversial, I won't say new controversial, what am I trying to say? Like, let's say someone comes on the member and uses a member of Muharram to say, you know what, in his opinion, you know, khums should not be wajib to be sent to the marja, for example. Something that the Shia community has been practicing, something that's established, right? Not something that's already like, let's say, a difference of opinion. And this is something I think slightly new in the past. I think in when you have, I remember, you know, speaking to one of my teachers in Najaf, one of my very good friends, a very senior scholar, and I mentioned to him that, you know, these kinds of discussions, or talking about like, you know, I don't know, just something that I'm not talking about not discussing issues of our day. That's very important, but taking like such a far position on something that the individual knows very well that this is extremely controversial, what they're about to say. Extremely. I'm not talking about something that is, you know, that there's differences of opinion, like something that's extremely controversial, like coming and dropping something saying, well, you know what, God forbid, we don't really even know if the Imam was born or not, right? The 12th Imam, for example. And dropping that in a Muharram Majlis, this is something that Ayatollah Sistani, in his list of advices, right, he talks about, I think, like 7 or 10 things that the speakers should remember before going onto the pulpit. I think this is definitely one of the things that Ayatollah Sistani, in my discussions with him and others, has warned again and again and again and again and again, that the mimbar is not a place. And I remember one of my teachers, Sheikh Bahmanpur, also, I remember, reminded us of this many years ago, that the mimbar is not necessarily a place, you know, give some kind of guidance and conclusion to something. Don't come there and drop a million doubts on the foundational beliefs and then walk away and be like, wow, okay, we just did some kind of thought experiment. And unfortunately, I think with the rise of liberalism and modernity and the notion of, you know, I guess maybe somebody's advisor or therapist maybe told them, just say whatever's on your mind. If you're holding back, you're not going to feel liberated, right? You know, just say, well, la takfu ma laysa lak. Like, you know, Allah says, don't take a position of what you don't have knowledge of, right? In the sam'a wal fu'ada, you know, that you know, in the sam'a wal basara wal fu'ada kullu kana ulaika mas'ula, right? That you know, you're going to be held accountable for all of these things. Don't take a position of something you don't have certain knowledge of, at least, you know, on things like this. And I think this is one of the challenges, more contemporary challenges, that has presented itself on the mimbar. Not that it didn't exist before, but and I think I think that there will have to be a balance, of course, between intellectual freedom, the need to have intellectual freedom, to honor the listeners. The listeners should be intellectual and engage in intellectual things, versus just sowing huge doubts, dropping a bomb, walking away, you know, on something, and not even providing like a conclusion to it per se, right? And I think that this is something that I don't have an answer for. I'm just saying that this is a conundrum kind of into the future, right? As these things tend to occur in the Shia communities and elsewhere as well. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us all the wisdom to find a balance between both, right? And yeah. So the third question that I wanted to get to briefly, and then we'll start with Sayyid Zafar and then go the other way, which is this notion of the sanitization of grief, which sometimes comes up from time to time, that all this yelling and screaming and julus and matam and these explosive manifestations of grief, there's been some calls to perhaps tone this down, to sanitize this a bit. It's a bit too much. It's not in line perhaps with certain conceptions of modern sensibilities of decorum. And different cultures manifest this in different ways, but this is a very, you know, discussion. I think probably it's been going on for like the last 100 years maybe, and it's just picked up pace now. So Sayyid Zafar, what would you like to contribute?
Yeah, I mean, I think that links nicely with what I finished off on, you know, the fact that Azaa of Imam Hussain alayhi salam has to be used as a vehicle to bring people together. In my humble, very, very humble opinion, the calls for decorum and, you know, sanitizing and so on and so forth, unfortunately come from a place of classism. We're seeing a big divide between the people who have grown up in urban environments or liberal environments compared to those who come from rural environments. And of course, there's a big class difference between the urban and rural in all societies in the world, you know. And this is not an East versus West issue, but a urban versus rural. And we can see, for example, you know, the rural forms of Azaa, which are much more loud and open and passionate, compared to urban forms of Azaa, which tend to be reserved and so on and so forth. And as Sayyid Jawad mentioned earlier, there's, you know, we need both of these things. I remember I was doing a workshop in a school in UK, which is where I'm from, and one of the people in the workshop, when they found out that I'm Shia, asked me that, why is it that you beat yourselves up? So I said to that person, replying in an audience of non-Muslims, that the event of Karbala is an event which invokes a lot of passion, a lot of emotions in a person who knows about the details of this story. And they choose to channel these emotions differently. So there will be some people who find solace in poetry, in Azaa, in lamentations, in matam, in julus, in these expressions of Azaa, as a way to channel this emotion that they've heard from the Majlis of Imam Hussain alayhi salam. And there will be other people who choose to channel those emotions in different ways. And there will be people who channel these emotions in both of these ways. They would like to have the way of, you know, dealing with the grief, with matam, with crying, with lamentations, and also reflecting on the social justice aspect of the tragedy, reflecting on the principles of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, the maqsad of Imam Hussain alayhi salam. And I don't think these two have to be exclusive. Sometimes they're portrayed as exclusive, that there's somebody who focuses on the maqsad, the purpose of Imam Hussain alayhi salam, and as other people who just focus on the cry. No, both of them are important. We can see from the Aimma alayhi salam that, you know, we've got clear examples of rawayat, as we mentioned, that what makes Karbala different, that we've got a person who's crying, and Imam Sadiq alayhi salam says to him, why are you not crying over the musibat of my grandfather? And he says, I am. And the Imam says, no, you have to cry the way that a mother cries over her son. You know, demonstrate that grief, that grief is so much for you that you're crying the way that a mother would cry if her son died in front of her. So it's clear that we've got textual, even if we have no, even if it's something that some people sensibilities are not comfortable with, we have got textual evidence to state Aimma alayhimus salam talking about the demonstration of grief, to actually show. And of course, when a person acts in that way, they demonstrate that grief, they bring it out onto the streets, then people will be compelled to ask that, what is so significant? What's so important? What is it about this story and this event and this tragedy that compels people, brings them out? You heard from Sayyid Jawad, brings 20 million people to Karbala every single year, brings these people in every single country in the world, from the United States to Australia, every single country in the world, bringing these thousands of people onto the streets, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, whether it's raining, whether it's snowing, they're out on the street remembering Imam Hussain alayhi salam. What's so compelling about this, that in ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't want to stand outside if it's 110 degrees Fahrenheit, for example, as it was in Ashura this year. Or if it's snowing outside, I don't want to go outside and stand outside. Nobody's going to do that. But for Imam Hussain alayhi salam, whether it's 110 degrees Fahrenheit in Karbala, it's probably even warmer than that at the moment. Or whether it's, it's freezing cold and it's snowing, people are still out there and they're remembering. So this demonstration of grief, and I think that there's a classes, in my humble opinion, a classes element to this issue when we're talking about the sanitization. And I think it's really important to check my privilege and to understand my privilege when I'm talking about, how should I regulate how a person deals with this tragedy of Imam Hussain. As long as, of course, we have red lines, our red lines is Sharia. As long as it's within the bounds of Sharia, nothing haram is happening. Yes, I don't think that we need to regulate or regularize or decide or define how a person should remember Imam Hussain.
Sayyid Ali, and if we could just try to truncate the responses a little so we can get through the questions, inshallah. Thank you.
Of course. So as we have the famous hadith, La yawma yawmaka ila Abdullah Hussain, there is no day like yours, Ya Abdullah Hussain. It's something for us to realize that we'll never understand the tragedies which occurred to the family. We have many hadiths that tell us that even the hadiths, the narrations that we have today is not complete because the Shia will not be truly understand the tragedy that happened beforehand. We have Ziyad Nahia, Imam Hadi al-Hujjah, Sharif says that he, in place of tears, he wants to cry tears of blood. As such, this is something for us to understand, that this is the tragedy, that if someone wants to weep and mourn in the way they want to mourn, let them mourn. As Sayyid Safar was saying before, that yes, sometimes you do see classism. Sometimes you do understand that some people, in my humble opinion, that they come from a place of arrogance when it comes to some people mourning a certain way and looking at them a certain way. One thing, and I want to give a message to everyone, is to understand that these people have pure hearts. These people are mourning for someone who connects them to God in the best way that they know. Sometimes you don't understand the struggles that they've been through to continue these mourning processions throughout their life. For example, I've spoken to people who do certain azadari activities, which made people look down, which made people say as too much, that in those countries that they were being attacked by others, these are the things that they kept them going, and they promised to always keep them going. Now, when they're here in the West and you tell them to not do this, where they have freedom to do this, they're like, what are you saying? Well, we gave up our lives to continue these activities in countries where they've been attacking our lives. Here we have the freedom to do these activities. So that's my advice that I would give to everyone. Understand that everyone, as I said before, Allah, Imam Hussain alayhi salam gave his heart to Allah. Allah gave his love to the millions of hearts. And these people all have pure hearts. They all come with pure intentions. Do not come from a place of arrogance. Of course, within the bounds of the Sharia, as long as you're acting within the bounds of the Sharia, not doing anything that's haram, understand that they're just mourning for the Imam of their time. And the Imam, which Rasulullah said to mourn for, which everyone understands his place, as the Shaykh said before us, that he was the Hujjah and is the Hujjah of Allah. As such, the way you want to mourn for the Hujjah of Allah, who can stop you? So that's the message I would like to give to everyone, and I will make it brief. that understand that they're coming from a place of love and purity, and understand the intentions, and do not cause division amongst the Shia. Especially, I see this on social media, Instagram, Twitter, every year, the same topics, causing division amongst the Shias. Why are you doing it? This is the time to remember our beloved Allah, not the time to cause division amongst the Shias. This is the time for us to be united in the message and deliver the message. And one point I'd like to say is that being said, yes, there are different ways to mourn in different places, which may be better for certain places. For example, how I mourn in the West may not be the best way how people mourn in the East. And how people mourn in the East may not be the way that people mourn in the West. So if you want to spread the message of Allah in the best way possible in your community, try to mourn in a way that will be the most effective in your community. And I would like to end with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So taking into mind the context. Say Jawad, please. Bismillah.
You see, I believe that this is not a new trend and it's not a new phenomenon where individuals feel entitled to give advice on how the Shia community of the followers of Ahlul Bayt should conduct their majalis and their form of azab. One thing is for sure, is that we must keep in mind the limits of the fiqh and the shar' of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that is the job of whom? That is not the job of your local, grocery owner, or somebody who owns a restaurant, or somebody who is even a professor, or somebody who is an author of a book, or somebody who writes. It's the job of the faqih. The faqih tells us that this is the limit in which you are allowed to perform the aza of Imam al-Hussain. So when the faqih does this, we shouldn't say no. We want to do more. Or the faqih tells us and we follow the commands of the faqih. That is number one. Number two, which I believe is more important than the form of the physical aza of Imam al-Hussain, are people who are today taking the minbar of Imam al-Hussain, meaning sitting on the blood of Imam al-Hussain, on the sacrifice of Imam al-Hussain, on the loneliness of Imam al-Hussain, on the thirst of Imam al-Hussain, telling Imam al-Hussain that you said ala hal min nasirin yansuruna, ala hal min dhabin yadhubbu anna, on the 10th of Muharram, and those manabir, those pulpits, those podiums were erected in order to serve the cause of Imam al-Hussain, and the very first one of them, the very first khatib of Imam al-Hussain was a ma'soom, was Imam Zayn al-Abidin alayhi salam. When he sat on the minbar and he discussed the tragedy of Imam al-Hussain and he brought tears to the eyes of the people. Believe me, there are people today who, if they were there in Sham with Imam Zayn al-Abidin, they would have told him, Yabna Rasulullah, why did you only focus on yourself and your ancestors and the tragedy of your father? You should have gave some masail, you should have gave some Quran, tafsir. There are people who always feel entitled that they, and Allah says in the Quran, أَتُعَلِّمُونَ اللَّهَ بِدِينِكُمْ, you're teaching Allah how He should reveal the Quran and how He should descend the ayat. So today you have people who take the minbar of Imam al-Hussain and they sit there and they say, why are the followers of Ahlul Bayt only taking the name of Ali and Fatima and Zainab and Abbas? Take the name of others. Now who are those others? Those others are the enemies of Ahlul Bayt. Those others are the enemies of Ahlul Bayt. Another phenomenon is praising the enemies of Ahlul Bayt. You see, Amir al-Mu'mineen, for 72 years, he was blasted, he was cursed, he was accused, he was defamed from the manabir of Salat al-Jumu'ah. A khatib would not take the minbar of Salat al-Jumu'ah until he would curse Ali ibn Abi Talib in the time of the reign of Bani Umayyah. Now we come in, we say, but Bani Umayyah, not everything they did was bad. They also did some good things. Hitler also did good things. But why don't people remember the good things that Hitler did? Saddam, I'm sure, also had a few good things that he did. Why don't people praise Saddam for the good things that he did? the Imam, the Ma'soom. If this minbar belongs to the Ahlul Bayt, belongs to the Ma'soomeen, then we follow the words of the Ma'soomeen. What does the Imam teach us in Ziyarat Ashura? Does he tell us, let us remember some of the good of Bani Umayyah? No. The Imam teaches us that we seek nearness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by cursing Bani Umayyah. Why? Because if it wasn't for Imam al-Hussain that had the task by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala given to him, instructed to him, Sha Allah an yarani qatilan wa an yarahunna sabaya. This is the mashia of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for Hussain to be the sacrifice, to be thar Allah, right? So, taking the minbar, praising Bani Umayyah, praising Bani al-Abbas, others. And this is not, believe me, this is not a new phenomenon. If we go and read the history of the followers of Ahlul Bayt, there were people who used the minbar of Imam al-Hussain for personal gain, for political gain. Some of them were hired by specific individuals, so they say certain things and they receive, position or power or wealth. However, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the end of the day, through the divine intervention, will protect the sanctity of the minbar of Imam al-Hussain. But what is my task? My task is to give my ears to anywhere, anybody who says anything, and then I say, I don't know. Was this good? I don't know. This is unfortunately a problem. This is unfortunately a problem. Imam Zainul Abidin, and with this I conclude, Imam Zainul Abidin, he teaches us what kind of khatib should you listen to, and which kind of khatib should be sitting on the minbar of Imam al-Hussain. So don't ask me, what about this person, what about that person. Imam Zainul Abidin, like the person who went to Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen, he said, Ya Amir al-Mu'mineen, on one side I see Aisha, the wife of Rasulullah, and Talha and Zubair and them. On one side I see you and Ammar and the rest of the. Which side should I choose? Imam Ali doesn't say, don't you know that Aliyun ma'al haq wal haqqu ma'a Ali, ana madinatul ilm wa Aliyun babuha. Imam Ali says, i'arif al haq. Go and know what haq is. You'll know who follows the haq. So here, Imam Zain al-Abidin, he gives us the mission statement of the minbar of Imam al-Hussain. Ya Yazid, i'dhanni likay as'ada ala ha'ula al-a'wad. Until a khatib that speaks of Imam al-Hussain and Rasulullah, it is only a'wad, pieces of wood. Before Zain al-Abidin goes on that minbar, it's just pieces of wood, insignificant, has absolutely no sanctity. لكي أصعد على هؤلاء الأعواد لأتكلم كلاما لله فيه رضا. That is the first thing. لله فيه رضا. Creating confusion in the minds of the youth and in our community does not have لله فيه رضا. لله فيه رضا ولهؤلاء الجلساء أجرا وثواب. This is the very brief mission statement of the minbar of Imam al-Hussain. Number one, Allah must be pleased, not the people. He didn't turn it around. He say, the people are pleased and Allah gets, no. He says, first Allah has to be pleased. What happens to the people? They gain thawab. How do they gain thawab? By knowledge. What is knowledge? Ulum al Muhammad. We offer ulum al Muhammad. We are the messengers of the ulum of al Muhammad. The minbar of Imam al-Hussain has to take قال الباقر قال الصادق to the followers of Imam al-Baqir and Imam al-Sadiq.
Absolutely. MashaAllah. Thank you, Sayyid Jawad, for your wonderful answer. And to Sayyid Zafar and Sayyid Ali as well for your excellent contributions. I think it's amazing how we're all pretty much on the same page. Alhamdulillah. It would seem all four of us are on the same wavelength here. I think that's also a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And, I'll just, again, just say one thing here that's on my mind that I think fits with what all three of the esteemed guests have said and esteemed scholars, which is that the minbar, whether it's calls to sanitize or change or transform or reform or whatever words that are used, we have to be very, very careful that they fit within the maqasid and the objectives as taught by the Thaqalain, by the Book of Allah and the Ahlul Bayt. And if we don't know what those maqasid are, as Sayyid Jawad said, most importantly, Well, the faqih is there ultimately to give us those limits. And it's not for every individual to determine that, again, this I think comes down to the question of humility as well. The ego pushes the self, pushes the person to say, I'm going to declare my opinion on something, right? You're not a marja, you're not a mujtahid. The people that are listening don't even know Arabic, so that if they were asked to write the word mujtahid on a piece of paper, it's not insulting anyone. Arabic is not their language, right? It's not their language, and you're going to come and throw around big Arabic words, istalahat. Maybe you only read Muzaffar Susul, but the people that are sitting there won't know the difference. They're going to think, mashallah, this person's mujtahid, he's using such complicated Arabic words. And istalah, even the Arabs won't even know the terminologies that he's bringing, or she. And mashallah, you've presented yourself as a mujtahid, and khalas, ba'd hijab is not wajib anymore, right? And this is happening, unfortunately. And I think we have to go back to the maqasid of the minbar and the khutbah itself. What are the objectives here? And our fuqaha and our maraja, may Allah give them a long life, like Ayatollah Sistani, Sheikh Wahid al-Khurasani, hafidhahum Allah, and all of them have pretty much the same guidance on this. And we have to have humility within our hearts to accept that maybe we don't know everything. And during the ghaibah of the 12th Imam, there is also his inayah, his help here, and there's a system in place for a reason. And to respect that system and not to put ourselves ahead of others. I think that brings us to the conclusion of our program today. I again want to thank my esteemed speakers. Sayyid Ali was coming in from Karbala, Sayyid Jawad and Sayyid Zafar, who are both, I think, currently in the United States. May Allah bless you all for your contributions. I think this was an amazing discussion and a beautiful discussion. We all pretty much had very similar viewpoints, but we looked at it in a slightly different angles. And again, I think one of the takeaways from this is that that's a blessing in itself. And may Allah bless you all for your service to Ahlul Bayt.
For being such a great moderator. We
Yeah.
benefit.
Thank you, Sheikh, for being a great manager, of course.
Ahsantum.
Inshallah. Allah yataqabbal a'malakum, inshallah.
Jami'an, inshallah.
So we'll finish on that, inshallah, and may Allah bless you all in your service to Ahlul Bayt. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.